PMITV audiobook. Ding. Perhaps because he was an outstanding warhorse, Cillian tilted his head to the side, and the arrow deflected off the horse's armor. Are they crazy? Thinking that Myrian had finally spoken some sensible words, Hyung-jun reached behind the saddle and pulled out his spear thrower and a javelin. He wasn't planning to let them off easily since they unsheathed their weapons and even fired an arrow at him. Eugene bent back like a bowstring, then shot forth a javelin. Thud. The mercenary responsible for firing the crossbow bolt was instantly thrown back as the javelin pierced into his abdomen. Kiwug. Another mercenary was skewered along with his dead colleague, screaming while falling back. The other mercenaries were given no chance to react. Cillian narrowed the distance in an instant, then jumped toward the mercenaries. Boom! 3 mercenaries were thrown back and collapsed on the floor after colliding with Cillian. The formation of the mercenaries collapsed in an instant. Eugene pulled out his short sword and crushed the mercenaries. Ugh. Kugh. The mercenaries were incapable of dealing with a fully armed knight on horseback. It was even truer since their opponent was a vampire that possessed physical abilities several times to that of a regular human. There was nothing they could do except to scream and flee. Let's run. 8 of the 13 mercenaries were slain in an instant, and the rest began to run away. Eugene slaughtered 2 more by throwing his javelins, then rode Cillian toward the group composed of 3 fleeing mercenaries. Tool. Thud. Kugh. Eugene deliberately aimed for the back of the mercenaries' heads with the back of his sword. The mercenaries screamed as they fell forward. Soon, the rest of Eugene's group arrived alongside Partik. They quickly subdued the fallen mercenaries. You bastards dare attack a knight. That's because the knight. The knight what? Did Sir Eugene draw his blade? Did he throw his spear? What bullshit are you spewing after daring to fire an arrow? The mercenaries' expression turned pale after having finally recognized the mistake they committed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That was amazing. A match for 100. Only such words can describe someone like Sir Eugene. That spear throw was truly like a thunderbolt from the heavens. My humble eyes have been fully opened today, Sir Eugene. Mills became incredibly excited after seeing Eugene's outstanding performance. His skills certainly lived up to his reputation. If such a knight stood on the side of the Fairchild family, he was certain that they could win the territorial war. Sir, why don't we capture them alive and take them back to our castle? No, I do not think that will be necessary. Doesn't Lord Fairchild want to gain an advantage in the territorial war through me? Ah, that is true, but that's all that matters. Eugene approached the mercenaries. They were trembling and kneeling on the ground. Why did you attack me? As if they had promised beforehand, the mercenaries simply stole gazes at one another. Shuake. Eugene's short sword cut through the air with an eerie sound, cutting off the head of the mercenary located at the far left. Hyuk. The faces of the remaining 2 mercenaries turned blue when they saw their colleague's lifeless body fall to the ground amidst a fountain of blood. Why did you attack me? The attitudes of the remaining 2 mercenaries completely transformed. They both immediately replied to Eugene's question. I think it was because he thought you were attacking us, sir. That man did something stupid. We had no intention of attacking you, esteemed sir. Affiliation. We are from the Milson mercenaries. Milson? Is that the name of your captain? Where is he now? Over there. Eugene confirmed the body of the man who died after a spear pierced through his body. He was the first one to run when all hell broke loose earlier. Then what about the rest? What about the other mercenaries apart from your group? They are standing by in a village called Langban. How many, and who is the leader? There are about 30 of us, and we are led by Langban's keeper. Our main forces are still in Lord Bommel's castle. Keeper. Mills quickly explained. Langban's keeper is Lord Bommel's nephew. His name is Sir Pascal, the keeper of Langban and a knight. His feudal estate is located in Langban. In addition, it is a fairly large village, so there will be at least 20 more mercenaries. Sir Eugene, let us head to our castle, group up with the mercenaries, then set out. No, I will go alone. What? Everyone was surprised at Eugene's declaration, including Mills and Partik. No matter how strong Eugene was, how could he think of barging into a place with nearly 50 troops and a knight? I'm only planning to talk to them. I think they should be willing to listen if I have these guys as an excuse. That is true, but although he was currently with Mills, Eugene had no realistic association with Viscount Fairchild. On the other hand, the mercenaries in front of him were officially recruited by Baron Bommel. Eugene had sufficient ground to complain after being suddenly attacked by the mercenaries affiliated with the latter. There is nothing to worry about. It won't change anything even if you accompany me. Certainly, 3 extra pairs of hands would not change the situation. Knowing so, Partik responded with a sigh. All right. Excuse me. Sir Eugene, does that mean you will sign a contract with my master? Mills asked with a face full of expectations, and Eugene nodded. Since things turned out this way, that seems to be the most reasonable choice. Take these guys and tell Lord Fairchild to leave it to me. Oh. Surely Lord Fairchild will recognize Sir Eugene's passionate chivalry and honorable decisions. Stop that. Just head out right away. Why yes. Then what should we do with these men? The 2 mercenaries had been stealing gazes at Eugene. As Eugene's gaze turned toward them once more, they quickly raised their voices. Please let us live. If you let us go, we will forever be loyal to you, sir. I don't need it. Well, Sir Knight. Please. The mercenaries started quivering and begging after hearing his cold answer. Eugene continued in a quiet voice. I do not need your loyalty. First, play rock paper scissors. What? If you don't, both of you will die. The faces of the mercenaries turned a shade paler at Eugene's words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Clop. Clop. The mercenaries stole anxious backward glances while slowly walking in front of Cillian. Damn it. I won, so why? After hearing that a prize would be awarded to the winner of the game, the 2 mercenaries had a match of their lifetime. It seemed obvious to them that the winner would be spared while the loser would be killed. But that wasn't the case at all. After he won, he was ordered to guide the path of the terrifying knight, while his loser colleague was taken to Lord Fairchild's castle. He's not afraid of the knight. What kind of a knight is he? Even if he was a terrifying presence adorned with plate armor, knights had always avoided traveling at night. Even if they were thrown into the exact same predicament, every knight would act differently depending on whether it was day or night. However, the knight named Jan Eugene continued to travel casually after handing him a torch. Should I throw away the torch and run away? It's so dark, so maybe. The mercenary fell into temptation, but he soon shook his head. When he recalled the events of the day, he still felt a chill down his back. The success rate was far too slim to bet his life on it. The chances of a successful escape were as slim as tonight's faint moonlight. Why won't you stop glancing at me? Why? Do you think that I won't keep my promise? You are not doubting my honor, are you? And not at all. Then stop distracting me and do as you are told. Yes. Although he still had some doubts, a knight's promise with his honor on the line was something to be taken seriously. He could trust the knight. After crossing over that hill, we should see Langban. Soon, Eugene saw a village of similar size to Brahms after climbing up the low hill. As expected, they have a wooden barricade. The 2-meter-long logs were lined with torches. It appeared that they were set up to prevent monsters from attacking. It was a village that belonged to a territory governed by a nobleman with a title, and it was definitely different from the villages of Taiwan territory in various ways. Let us go. Yes. To think the knight would storm into a village with dozens of experienced mercenaries and a knight on such a dark night, especially when they could potentially become his enemies. He is either a great hero or a rare fool. Whichever it is, doing as I am told is the way for me to live. The scale was inclined to the latter, so the mercenary continued along the dark path while licking his lips. It was then. Thud. The mercenary stopped at a sudden sound. The mercenary belated discovered an arrow lodged in the ground right in front of him. His eyes widened as a shout came from the village. If you continue to approach, we will blow your head off. Who is it? It's me. Baron. Who is Baron? I am Baron of the Milson mercenaries. After a moment of silence, the wooden gates opened. A horse and about 10 armed soldiers rushed out and made their way towards Eugene and Baron. Who are you, sir? The man on the horse could not hide his anxiety when he saw Eugene adorned with plate armor. Jan from the Eugene family. And you? I am the keeper of Langban, Appiel Bommel Pascal. As if boasting about his lineage, Pascal raised his head while proudly revealing his full name. Eugene hesitated after hearing the knight's answer. Mistaking Eugene's reaction as being due to his status, Pascal raised his chin further in an arrogant manner. However, contrary to Pascal's assumptions, Eugene was surprised for a completely different reason. What is this luck? He thought quickly and made an even quicker decision. Eugene kicked Baron on the back and responded. This man's colleagues attacked me first. So I had no choice but to respond in kind. What? Then the Milson mercenaries. Pascal spoke hesitantly, and Eugene replied with a nod. I killed all of them except 2. Since they were the ones who attacked first, it should not be an issue. Sir. The Milson mercenaries were a force hired by Lord Bommel, my uncle and the master of this land. Who do you think you are to? Pascal erupted in anger, but Eugene interjected. Ah, is that so? I thought you would make an excuse and try to mull over it. But since Lord Fairkild hired me, we should be enemies anyways. Pascal was put off by the unexpected answer. Eugene unsheathed his short sword like lightning. I came to confirm that, so this is rather good. You said you were Sir Pascal, right? Our stances are quite obvious, so let's just fulfill our duties. Ha! Pascal and the mercenaries urgently pulled out their weapons, and Cillian kicked off the ground. Simultaneously, the torches held by the mercenaries were extinguished one by one. Ha! Light! Light the torches! The mercenaries shouted after falling into confusion. Cillian jumped into their midst in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Cure! The mercenaries screamed and shouted with every swing of Eugene's short sword. Some tried to attack, but they could not aim properly in the dark. Even if they were lucky enough to land a hit, the horse's armor and the plate armor easily deflected their attacks. Monster! Fire! Kill him! Several mercenaries belatedly offered supporting fire from behind the wooden barricade, but their attacks only penetrated the backs or calves of their allies. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Pascal screamed in panic and agitation, but his words were buried by the screams of the mercenaries. Damn it! Pascal's face turned a shade of blue. The sight of the knight rampaging under the dim moonlight was truly fear-inspiring. Less than a minute had passed since he unsheathed his weapon, but most of the mercenaries were already either dead or seriously injured. One path of salvation instinctively came to Pascal's mind. I'll return to the village for now. He quickly tugged on the reins and turned the horse around. Shoo-whack! A piercing sound tore through the night sky. Thunk! Neither three. Eugene's javelin flew through the air and into the buttocks of the horse Pascal was riding on. Ha! Pascal's body seemed to fluctuate on the saddle.
He crashed onto the ground with his feet caught in the horse pedal. Kugh. Cure. The shock from the fall lingered, but Pascal attempted to stand up. However, his limbs vainly grabbed onto thin air. I do not know what you were thinking in coming out personally, but thank you for saving me the trouble. Why you? Pascal felt himself rising into the air. His eyes widened as Eugene pulled him up by the back of his neck. Boom! Pascal's body slumped with one punch. I am taking Lord Bommel's nephew. If you want him back, come to Lord Fairkild's castle. Eugene shouted loudly towards the village, then retrieved the javelin stuck in the horse's buttocks before running back to Esselian. Sir Pascal. Mercenaries rushed out of the barricade and shouted, but the voices only grew distant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is he really an idiot? Why did he come out in person? Myrian spoke while holding on to Cillian's mane. She looked pathetically at Pascal, who was slumped across the saddle. How would I know? Anyways, we got lucky. Kikik. Those who are successful are blessed by heaven and earth. This means our esteemed sir is guaranteed to be successful. Now, we just need to go to that lord named Fairkild, right? No. Home. What do you mean? Are we not taking him back to the castle? I was going to,
but I thought of a better idea. After exchanging prisoners, the two lords would officially engage in a territorial war. This would lead to prolonged battles and would likely lead to unexpected situations as well. I would rather have a quick ending. A cold smile floated around the vampire's lips as he pierced through the darkness. Home. Pascal slowly opened his eyes and felt a tingling pain from his jaw. It was still dark. For some reason, his back felt stiff. He quickly looked over himself after feeling a constant, up and down motion. The only things he could see were the horse's well-toned legs, the horse's armor, and the fluctuating ground. Kugh. Realizing that he had been knocked out, Pascal attempted to move his body. However, he couldn't move because something was wrapped tight around his body. Are you awake? Pascal struggled to raise his head at the voice. He saw Eugene. Sir. What do you think you are doing? What else? I am currently riding on a horse. Pascal recognized his current situation from Eugene's answer. He continued while gritting his teeth. Sir. Do you think you will get away with this? I am Lord Bommel's nephew. I am warning you. Warn me all you want. I was hired by Lord Fairkild. And Lord Fairkild and Lord Bommel are on the brink of initiating a territorial war. No, perhaps it has begun already. Kugh. You dare commit such a cowardly act before declaring war. I heard Sir Robos is in captivity. It seems that a ransom is also being demanded in exchange for his release. Since either side hasn't declared war just yet, wouldn't it be customary to just either punish or release him? But asking for a ransom. It seems as though the war has already begun. Am I right? Huh. Pascal could not find words to retort to Eugene's sharp criticism. He clenched his teeth. But soon, he spoke ferociously. So, are you going to take me to Lord Fairkild and ask for a ransom? No, I guess you would trade me with Sir Robos. Something like that. Then you need to treat me as a noble. This is a serious insult to my honor, sir. Well, I guess this certainly is capable of causing a misunderstanding. Whoa. After stopping Cillian, Eugene loosened the ropes wrapped around Pascal's body. I only tied you up because I thought you might fall off without it. I hope you did not misunderstand. His wrists and legs had been bound way too tight for that to be true, but Pascal remained silent while glaring at Eugene. However, Eugene gave it no thought. He warned Pascal, who was rubbing his hands and feet. You should know well, but don't even think about running away. I will not kill you considering your status, But as soon as you try, you might find yourself with a couple of broken bones. He disarmed me. Damn it. Pascal's expression darkened after he discovered that his armor, chainmail, and longsword were hanging on the belt located on the side of the saddle. Eugene's threats deterred his will to run, but more importantly, he knew that it was suicide to wander around in such an attire. He would most likely be targeted by monsters or beasts, and even if he was lucky, he would be caught by robbers or bandits. He would simply become a prisoner to be traded for ransom. Fine. I swear on my honor that I will not run away. However, you must treat me properly as a nobleman and take me to the castle of Lord Fairkilled. Isn't this bastard way too shameless? Are all nobles like this? Well, I guess the ice face acted similarly. Just as Myrian said, his actions were simply too shameless for a prisoner, but Eugene knew that noblemen regularly behaved like this. As such, he concurred. I will treat you accordingly based on how you act, but I will not take you to the castle of Lord Fairkilled. What? Don't tell me. Are you planning to? Pascal became pale and shuffled back. Eugene raised his visor and shook his head. I will not kill you, so relax. If I wanted to kill you, I would have taken care of you last night. Why would I bother dragging you all the way here if I wanted to kill you, sir? Aim. Pascal did not like the fact that Eugene was treating his life too lightly, but Eugene had a point. Pascal became slightly relieved. Then, what is it that you want from me? I need you to guide me to Lord Bommel's castle. I was trying to navigate, but I think I must have taken the wrong way. In fact, he had intentionally circled around the same path, but Eugene lied. Pascal had been unconscious the entire time, so he couldn't have known the truth. What? Did you just say that you wanted to go to my esteemed uncle's castle? That's right. You have nothing to lose from it, right? I am taking you to your lord. Home. Pascal's forehead creased. He had no idea what the knight was up to, but heading to Lord Bommel's castle would only benefit him. If I get lucky, troops patrolling the villages near the castle could rescue me. But what is he thinking? Why does he want to go there? The opponent was a knight with black armor and black hair, similar to the Dark Knight Britling, whose name once spread like wildfire across the kingdom decades ago. At a glance, it seemed that the knight stemmed from a renowned noble family, judging from his beautiful face and high-end equipment. However, when he recalled the previous night's battle, he felt his goosebumps rise. There are 3 knights and more than 100 troops in my uncle's castle. No matter how confident you are in your skills, you won't be able to do anything. HMPH. I guess you are just someone who is thirsty for fame. Lord Bommel would surely praise this knight. After all, the knight defeated the mercenaries alone and captured him, the keeper of Langban. Although Eugene was hired by Viscount Fairkilled, it was natural for a nobleman to praise a knight possessing courage and skills. In addition, the bravery he possessed to visit the enemy's castle alone was praiseworthy. Fine. I will show you the way. Excellent choice. We will set off after taking a short break. Are you thirsty by chance? Do you want some water? Home. I would appreciate it. Pascal nodded. He felt rather touched that Eugene was showing him a favorable attitude. After receiving a leather pouch from Eugene, he took a large swig. The water was incredibly refreshing. Kya. The water tastes incredible. Is it from a stream? Is it spring water? Well. I just came across it on the way. Eugene waved it off with a vague explanation. He couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't tell him that the water was from a water spirit's spit and whiz. Did you hear that? Did you hear? I told you. I told you that it tastes better when it comes out the other way. Didn't I? Ahem. Ahem. Eugene felt complicated emotions upon seeing Pascal's reaction. Meanwhile, Pascal was in awe after drinking the water, and Myrian was reveling in the glory while floating above his head. I guess since both of them are satisfied, that was all that mattered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What did you say? Baron Bommel jumped up from his seat while striking the armrest of his chair. The mercenary leader hurriedly bowed while responding. I apologize. It was in the middle of the night, and the knight's steed was simply too fast. We could not catch up to him. Is that supposed to be an excuse? My nephew was kidnapped, and you simply watched from the sidelines. My apologies. The mercenaries had no choice but to apologize while bowing their heads. Baron Bommel was not a picky employer. He was never late in paying them their wages. They had no excuses after losing their employer's keeper and his nephew right in front of their eyes. I trusted in your skills and sent you to Langban, yet this. Baron Bommel collapsed into his seat, then sighed. Horror. He said to come to Lord Fairkild's castle. Yes. I think he might want to exchange Sir Pascal with Sir Robos. Shut your mouth. Do you think I wouldn't know that? The mercenary leader quickly sealed his lips, and Bommel Baron glared at him for a while. Then, he turned towards the knights standing on the side. They had been observing the mercenaries with disdainful eyes. What are your thoughts, sirs? Apiel is my deceased brother's only son. Trading him with Sir Robos would be the best decision, right? Naturally. However, the Fairkild family might be preparing something. I think it may be better for us to head there in advance and crush their spirits before we exchange prisoners. I agree with Sir Perman's words. If they want a siege, that's what they will get. If Lord Fairkild values honor and desires a frontal battle, that is what they will get. Whatever it may be, we are prepared. Oh. I am very reassured to hear that. So what do you suggest? Should we leave Sir Robos for now and mobilize all of the mercenaries? Although nobles received education in various fields that set them apart from commoners, not all of them were knights nor well versed in tactics. That was why there was a distinct class called knights. Lord Bommel. I think we better leave about half of our troops behind. A knight calmly expressed his opinion. He had been silent until now. Why is that, Sir Raviola? The other two knights were armed with rather refined plate mail, but he was dressed in an old plate coat. It was passed down to him from generation to generation. Baron Bommel frowned after hearing the young knight's suggestion. If Lord Bommel personally leads the troops, it makes sense for all troops to be mobilized. However, if that is not the case, a portion should remain behind to protect the Lord and the castle. It was clear from Baron Bommel's expression that he was asking for clarification. Raviola continued, we have to take it that an unofficial declaration of war has been made already. We do not know what the Fairkild family has planned, right? Half, or at the least, we need to leave behind 30% of our troops here. Baron Bommel did not seem convinced. It could not be helped. Although he was a dignified employer to the knights and mercenaries, in truth, he had exhausted most of the territory's reserves already. It was inevitable since he had been paying 3 knights and more than 100 mercenaries for almost a month by now. If I cannot finish this war as soon as possible, I will continue to waste money. I need to finish this at once. Baron Bommel swiftly came to a decision and solemnly declared, no, we will mobilize all the mercenaries. My soldiers will be enough to defend the castle. And each of my sons will fulfill their duties as well. The Bommel family was a noble family with a title bestowed to them by the kingdom. Their territory was fairly large as well. As such, Pascal and a retired, but fairly skilled mercenary, were made guard captains, and they commanded about 50 troops armed with leather armor and various weapons. Even if Lord Fairkild has something planned, would you sirs not run into their troops on their way here? There is only one way back and forth. Well, It was clear from his response that Raviola had something to say, but Paman interjected and made a mocking, invidious response. The problem with Sir Raviola is that you are too cautious. Prudence is a virtue for a knight, but only in appropriate doses. Too much, and you could be misunderstood as a coward. What did you say? Raviola jerked his head, and the remaining knight laughed. I feel the same way. Don't tell me that you wanted to leave one of us here so that you could take all the credit. I value your eagerness, but do you not think that you are playing cheap? Look here, sirs. What do you take me for? To speak such insulting remarks and... Now. Stop it, all of you. Baron Bommel interrupted with a clap. The knights then quickly bowed their heads. Sir Raviola, I fully understand your opinion, but I also agree that you are being too cautious. You may set off with the other sirs, Baron Bommel continued. If you say so, then I will obey. The final decision and the resulting responsibility belonged to the employer. The freelancer had no choice but to give up. Asterisk. Sir Eugene. Why are you not heading into the castle? You said you would take me to my uncle's castle, did you not? Why are we not heading straight in? Why are you hiding here? Pascal roared at Eugene. The two of them had been waiting on a small mountain for hours, overlooking Baron Bommel's castle and village. If you say one more word, I may stop treating you as a noble. I will keep my word and take you to that castle, so shut up. HMPH. Eugene's warning forced Pascal to shut up. In fact, the red-eyed knight took good care of him so far on their way here. He made sure not to taint or disrespect his honor. Ah! The castle gate is opening. Myrian shouted excitedly, and Eugene lowered himself while looking towards the castle. He saw a considerable number of troops crossing the drawbridge, led by 3 people on horseback. It was said that Baron Bommel hired about 100 mercenaries. The distance was too far for Eugene to count one by one, but it seemed that the number of people coming out of the castle was around that number. Huh. Pascal showed puzzlement after discovering the leaving troops. As if something had crossed his mind, he became wide-eyed. Don't he tell me? SHHK. Eugene whispered after placing his dagger on Pascal's neck, if you shout, you can forget about any kind of treatment. I advise you to keep quiet. Of course, even if he screamed here, no one would hear it. Huh. The guard captain stole a glance at Franz Bommel, who kept on sighing whenever he had a chance. Franz was adorned with an elegant chainmail, a long sword, and a navy surcoat embroidered with a colorful symbol of the family. He was the eldest son of Baron Bommel. He did not fit the image of a knight with his rather chubby body. Franz continuously sighed and muttered while staring at the distant sky. Are there really no opportunities for I, Franz Bommel, to spread my fame and prowess across the land? Why won't father let me lead soldiers into the battlefield? Because you are so weak that you can't even hold your own against a mercenary, let alone a knight. Even though he thought as such, the guard captain was not foolish enough to verbalize his thoughts. He responded with a forced smile. Perhaps it is because this isn't a real war, but a battle to end with a compromise on both sides, would you not agree? Lord Bommel must have judged that this stage was insufficient to reveal the wisdom and bravery of his successor, Sir Franz Bommel. I guess there aren't any other explanations. Huh. How regretful. I was planning to propose to Elena after defeating Lord Fairkild's knights in a dignified manner. This was also the reason for the dispute between the Bommel family and the Fairkild family. It was because of the engagement between Elena Fairkild and Franz Bommel. It was very common for the children of local nobles to become engaged and get married. Similarly, the Fairkild and the Bommel family planned to strengthen their relationship and trust by marrying the second daughter of the Fairkild family with Bommel's eldest son. However, a disagreement arose due to the dowry demanded by the Bommel family, which eventually flamed into a blown-out dispute. In the end, the two families decided to respect the wishes of the victorious family. What nonsense are you spewing? I told you, you can't even handle a single mercenary, let alone a knight. The guard captain spoke disdainfully in his heart, then spoke in a voice full of regret. The victory brought to us by the knights bearing the flag of Bommel is also a victory for the Lord and Sir, is it not? You must prepare yourself to march proudly to the castle of Lord Fairchild to greet Lady Elena. That's right. But still, it's a shame that... Franz spoke in a regretful voice, then suddenly became wide-eyed. Over there, is that not a knight? What? Hut. The guard captain turned his head, then became startled. A knight on a horse was slowly approaching the castle. He was heavily armed in black, plate armor, and a figure was walking in front of him. All units, prepare for battle. Although there were only about 50 people remaining, the soldiers hurried up the castle wall at the sound of their captain's shouts. All crossbows were knocked with bolts and aimed towards the knight. After a while, the knight came to a stop in front of the castle's moat. Who are you, sir? This is the castle of Lord Lisblin Jonasen Bommel, the Lord of Halion. I am Jan of the Eugene family. I brought Lord Bommel's nephew, Sir Apiel Bommel Pascal. Sir Pascal. The guard captain was taken back by Eugene's words. He scrutinized the person standing in front of the knight identified as Eugene. It's me. It's Pascal, keeper of Langban. Brother Apiel. Franz called out, unable to hide his shock. Sir Franz. If you do not shut your mouth, I won't hesitate to make a move. Eugene unsheathed his short sword like lightning and held it against Pascal's neck. Why you dare? You. Franz was enraged by Eugene's action. Since they were little, he had maintained a brother-like relationship with his cousin. Me, stop blabbering and call Lord Bommel. As a knight hired by Lord Fairchild, I demand the exchange of Sir Robos, who is detained inside the castle, for Sir Pascal. Ugh. Franz clenched his teeth. He finally realized the crux of the matter. However, he quickly regained his calm and shouted proudly as the successor of the Bommel barony. The Lord is not willing to speak with a man as impolite as you, sir. My name is Franz Bommel. I am the successor of the Bommel barony. I will negotiate with you. He's the successor. Although the opponent was dressed in chainmail, his body showed no signs of having undergone training as a knight. Eugene immediately jumped on the fortuitous encounter. Good. If you bring out Sir Robos, I will release him. Franz frowned, and the guard captain hurriedly whispered, Sir, you cannot respond in a hurry. First and foremost, we must let the Lord know. That is true, but... The disposition of a captured knight was entirely up to the Lord. Even if he was the successor, he had no authority to recklessly make such decisions. However, Franz became jealous of the young knight. He appeared to be armed with plate armor that was much better than his, and even his horse seemed cooler. In addition, Franz had been planning to visit Lord Fairchild's castle by himself to demand the hand of the Lord's daughter in a cool and confident manner. The young knight's current appearance overlapped with the imagery in his mind. Yes. This was what he wanted to look like. Eugene's voice cut through Franz's stimulating fantasy. Are you perhaps lying about being the successor? I cannot believe that a successor is unable to make such decisions by himself. I have never even heard of such a thing. What did you say? Franz's eyes filled with flames. He jerked his red face to the guard captain and the soldiers. Report back to father right now. And you. Bring Sir Robos. Yes, Sir Franz, we must receive orders from the Lord too. Shut up. I will make the decisions. Bring him out. Yes. The guard captain had no choice but to bow his head. No matter what, status was law, and the furious one was Franz, the successor of the Lord. Hey, could you move your sword away? Eugene felt Pascal trembling through the short sword placed on his shoulder. Eugene answered in a cold voice. You promised on your honor, sir. It was you who broke that promise first. That's. I told you that I would send Sir to Lord Bommel's castle. And I am still trying to keep my promise even now. So why must you talk nonsense and make things difficult for both of us? I apologize. Pascal spoke in a feeble voice. He had no excuses. Eugene removed his short sword from Pascal's shoulder and responded, Do not test me again. This is your last chance, sir. I do not care what you say once you are in the castle, but don't forget, you are still my prisoner, sir. All right. Pascal nodded hurriedly. He had a vague guess as to what kind of knight Eugene was. After a while, Franz Bommel led a man over to the wall. Hey, sir. I brought Sir Robos. The newcomer looked surprisingly tidy and clean. Eugene shouted after spotting the figure, and how can I believe he is really Sir Robos? It's true. I am Yeka of Robos. Sir Eugene, right. Did Lord Fairkild send you? The man shouted with joy. Eugene didn't actually care whether the man was really Robos or not. Eugene only spoke as if to deliberately taunt Franz, right. Now, then, let us quickly exchange prisoners. The sun's going to set at this rate. Franz flinched but did not respond. If you are a successor, you should have that kind of authority, at the least, am I right? What a disappointment. Are you unable to exchange prisoners with me because you are scared of me? The mercenaries in Langban were so weak. I thought things would be different here, but I guess I was mistaken. Mercenaries, knights, even the territory's successor, it's all the same. Yes, sir. I think you. Just shut up. Did you think that I pierced your horse's butt with a spear by a fluke? If you want to put my skills to the test, I will not decline. Pascal started to erupt in anger, then quickly closed his mouth. After experiencing it once, he already knew how skilled Eugene was. However, it was different for Franz Bommel. This newly arrived knight had stolen the heroic scene he had always dreamt of, repeatedly provoked him, and was even openly underestimating him at this moment. His anger erupted. Ugh. Gates. Raise the gate and lower the drawbridge. I will personally exchange prisoners. Why yes, sir. Even the guard captain was nowhere to be found. As mere foot soldiers, they dared not disobey the orders of the successor. That idiot. Pascal was about to go crazy. It would be a questionable choice for the successor to come out even if he had several knights accompanying him, let alone by himself. No, before that, how could Franz fall for such an obvious provocation? However, Franz was inexperienced. He had complete faith in his status as the Lord's successor. Kirairik. Boom. Even so, Franz was not a complete idiot. He proudly rode on a horse and marched across the drawbridge along with 10 soldiers and robos. Here. Did you see? Franz Bommel, came out to exchange prisoners. Now, take back those insulting remarks from a while ago, and... Eugene barely paid attention to Franz's squealing and muttered quietly, here and there. Why are they all so stupid? It's rather fortunate for me, but Lord Bommel must have a lot of worries. Sir Fran, after hearing Eugene's words, Pascal started shouting after preparing himself for death. But simultaneously, Cillian shot forward like a storm. Wah! Franz was startled, and soldiers rushed in front of him. However, the soldiers were armed in leather armor and spears. It was impossible for them to stop the charge of a knight armed in plate armor riding a horse adorned with armor. Pew 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 puck. Wag. Kugh. The soldiers were inexperienced compared to the mercenaries. They were unable to put up a fight as they screamed while being swept aside. 5 or 6 soldiers fell into the moat in an instant. Franz's expression turned pale as he realized the severity of the situation. Stop him! Stop him! Franz shouted urgently while attempting to pull out his long sword. However, when Eugene revealed a tiny portion of vampire fear, the horse was stunned silly. Nieg. Ha. Wah. Franz was familiar with horseback riding as a nobleman, but it was impossible for him to properly wield a long sword on top of a rampaging horse. On top of that, he wasn't even a proper knight in the first place. As he struggled on the saddle, the long sword dropped from his hand. Shriek. Wah. In the meantime, Eugene took care of all the soldiers and stopped his short sword in front of Franz's helmet. With a blade only a minuscule distance away from his face, Franz felt as if he was being drained of blood from his entire body. No, rather, he felt more afraid of the red eyes that glowed from inside the opponent's helmet. Franz had never felt such a degree of fear in his entire life. Without realizing it, he urinated in his underpants. Sir Robos, take hold of the successor's horse. Ah. I got it. Robos was momentarily overwhelmed by Eugene's outstanding performance. He hurriedly grabbed onto the reins of the horse Franz was riding. Soon, Cillian departed from the drawbridge alongside Franz's horse. Eugene raised his visor and looked back at Pascal. Sir, what are you doing? Go on in. Like Robos, Pascal had been staring at Eugene with an open mouth and a dazed expression. He flinched when he heard Eugene's words. I promised you, didn't I? I said that I would take you to Lord Bommel's castle. Go ahead. Pascal's shoulders trembled. The knight certainly kept his promise. However, he never imagined that the knight would exchange himself, who was only a knight stemmed from a collateral line, with the authentic successor of the barony. If you don't want to, feel free to stay with the successor. Ha! How could I leave by myself and leave the successor of the territory alone? I will stay behind as well. Pascal possessed common sense and honor. If he were to return to the castle by himself, he would be labeled a coward and become the sole recipient of his uncle's anger. I would rather be criticized for being incompetent. Damn it.
Since he was by the side of a successor who was even more foolish than himself, even if he was reprimanded later, he would share it with Franz. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Baron Bommel was enraged after hearing the news. His nephew had been captured, but more importantly, his son had voluntarily crawled out of the castle and was taken captive. However, he was eventually left with no choice but to open the gate to pay tribute to the knight who captured both his successor and nephew. With all of his knights and mercenaries dispatched, more than 10 soldiers of the castle were lost in a single clash. In addition, the testimonies of the observing soldiers made it clear that even if all the remaining troops had been mobilized, they would have been helpless against Eugene. More importantly, if they made a move earlier, the lives of his eldest son and nephew could have been endangered. As such, in exchange for the safe return of the two figures, Baron Bommel was forced to admit defeat. He would have to write a letter sealed with his ring's stamp, admitting his defeat and asking for Lord Fairkild's consideration. Nevertheless, Eugene did not easily trust Baron Bommel. Therefore, he kept Pascal with him, saying that he would politely protect him until the two lords met in person and discussed the matter. Moreover, a large box full of silver coins and the Bommel family's flag accompanied him. There were even 2 powerful slaves carrying their spoils of victory. Key. Silver. Slaves. Success. All we have to do now is to climb up the hierarchy. The spirit of desire ran wild in ecstasy. The performance this time was certainly a great success. How am I so lucky? Eugene felt rather puzzled about the fortuitous turn of events. His original plan was to provoke the people in the castle amidst the hostage exchange between Robos and Pascal. Then afterward, he would do his best to receive their permission to try whatever you may, if you can get inside. Then he would infiltrate the castle at night, kill the weak-looking soldiers, and take Baron Bommel or his family hostage. Since all of the bothersome knights and mercenaries were away, it would have been too easy. However, he never even imagined that the successor would storm out of the castle after being provoked. "Sir Eugene, what are you thinking so hard about?" Robos spoke cautiously after seeing Eugene lost in thought. The energetic young knight had rescued him, then caused Baron Bommel to surrender. Robos then treated him like his master. He was immensely ashamed that he acted recklessly. He had been unable to suppress the feeling of jealousy and vigor after hearing about Eugene's performance from Delduin. However, he realized now that he could not even compare himself to Eugene. "Nothing. How are you? I heard you were injured," Eugene asked. "This is nothing. I wasn't particularly uncomfortable because Lord Bommel treated me with honor. Anyways, it is kind of weird for me to say this now, but," Robos paused, then continued after stealing a glance at Pascal, who was silently walking by the slaves. "Wouldn't it be better if we took Sir Franz Bommel with us instead? The Lord would definitely be happier." In short, he was stating that Franz's value was much higher than Pascal's, that it was a waste to only take Pascal. Although it was a little bothersome, Eugene gave an explanation. After all, Robos was a knight of the Fairkilled Viscounty and he was polite towards him. "It was because I could not be bothered." Could not be bothered. From what I heard, the two lords do not have much animosity toward each other. It seemed like they wanted to finish this at a reasonable level. Besides, if I did what you said, Lord Fairkilled would reprimand me. Robos became wide-eyed with shock, and Pascal stepped up. "It is just as Sir Eugene said. In the first place, it would not have been a problem if you, sir,
did not come storming into our territory." Lord Bommel was already planning to conclude the matter with a tournament or with a short, decisive battle. Kahim. Robo's face flushed red when his dark, shameful history was brought up. But what if Sir Eugene brings back Lord Bommel's successor as a prisoner for Lord Fairkilled? Now that would be a real provocation. How do you think Lord Fairkilled would have reacted if his successor was captured instead of you, sir? Robos kept his silence. Needless to say, the Lord would have been enraged. He might have even launched an all-out attack with all of his troops. Sir Eugene concluded the matter because he realized this fact. Although we were once enemies who crossed our swords, I acknowledge both the bravery and the resourcefulness of Sir Eugene. I do not think we've ever crossed swords. I am only speaking metaphorically. Likewise, Pascal's face also turned red as he recalled his shameful history. But their troops must be surrounding our castle. How are you planning to get through there? That is why I got this. Eugene spoke while gesturing, and Robos turned his head. On top of a backpack lay 3 large javelins, and the folded flag of the Bommel family rested on top. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why is Lord Fairkilled not giving us an answer? Is it not obvious that he is trying to play for time? Let's just storm in. Knight Perman raised his voice. Raviola, who was quietly listening, stepped out. I agree with Sir Perman's words this time. This is quite suspicious, no matter how I look at it. I think it would be best for us to break their spirits and then proceed to exchange prisoners. Right. Anyways, it would be strange for us to launch a siege right away. We will provoke them for a few days, and when they are exhausted, early in the morning, we could. Sirs. What is it? Perman responded with a fierce expression after a mercenary leader rushed into the tent. A messenger. A messenger from Lord Bommel has arrived. What are you talking about? There aren't any other knights besides us. Ayed Sir Pascal of Langban. What? The knights became startled and rushed out of the tent. A messenger from Lord Bommel. That is what they are saying. The one holding the flag is Sir Pascal, right? What? I thought he was taken as a prisoner, wasn't he? The mercenaries whispered after making way, and the knights stared at the group leisurely passing through the middle. The figure holding the Bommel family's flag on a spear was certainly Pascal, the keeper of Langban. A knight adorned with black plate armor and robos, who had been a captured prisoner, followed on their horses. There were even 2 slaves carrying a large box in the rear. Sir Pascal. Perman ran to Pascal with wide eyes. What is going on? I thought you were captured. What are you doing here? It is the Lord's order. Pascal wanted nothing more than to reveal the truth right away. However, he had already broken his promise twice, and he knew his life would be in jeopardy if he tried anything. As such, he spoke the words that Eugene relayed to him in advance. What does he want to? Hey! Did I not say it was the Lord's orders? Are you planning to disobey your employer's orders? Get out of my way. Sir Pascal, you need to tell us the whole story. We are here to save you, sir. We need to know what is going on. The flag of the Bommel family, and here is a document stamped with Lord Bommel's seal. What more do you need? Everyone turned their heads to the owner of the voice. Eugene raised his visor and spoke while glancing at the knights with cold eyes. I am Jan of the Eugene family. The territorial dispute is over, so move out of the way. What? What nonsense are you spewing? It's not nonsense, but the words of your employer. You are not thinking of going against Lord Bommel's orders, are you? The knights became flustered. They were hired by a noble as knights. They could not go against their employer's words, especially if he was a titled noble. What would happen if hired knights or mercenaries went against the will of their employer? Aside from the fact that the Lord would be enraged from having his honor and dignity tainted, no other nobles would hire them in the future, not after they went against the orders of their employer. And look over there. The gaze of the knights naturally shifted to where Eugene was pointing towards. Hut! Someone let out a gasp. The tightly sealed gates had opened with knights and soldiers crossing the drawbridge in an orderly manner. What do you think will happen if Sir Robos and I started rampaging? The troops over there will start attacking right away. Things will quickly get interesting in many ways. Receiving the knight's gazes, Eugene rested his hand on the pommel of the short sword hanging from the saddle. Robos imitated his actions and looked as if he was waiting for Eugene's signal to attack. The 3 knights were taken by surprise. It was just as he said. If 2 knights neglected their lives and started to run amok, the formation of the troops would collapse from the inside. If the troops of the Fairchild family charged into the fray amidst the commotion, they would undoubtedly suffer. It would be suicidal for them to ignore Eugene's words. Even if they managed to survive, their life as a knight would be finished after disobeying their employer's orders. Then I will get going. Clop. Clop. The 2 horses walked past the knights. Pascal gulped loudly and hurriedly took the lead. In the tense silence, nearly 100 troops observed Eugene's group as they passed through the formation in a leisurely manner as if they were simply taking a stroll in their backyard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir Eugene. The first ones to greet Eugene were Partik and his group. I am relieved. What is going on here? I was on the wall and saw Sir Eugene. I immediately reported back, and we came out like this, but... Is that so? Thank you. Not at all. As Partik shook his head with a flustered expression, the knights of the Fairchild Viscounty flocked around Eugene's group. Oh. Sir Robos, I am glad you are safe. And might you be Sir Eugene? I am. Sirs, I apologize, but I think I better greet Lord Fairchild and report to him first. Ah, that is right. Eugene had not only recovered Robos but also captured Baron Bommel's nephew. The knights respected his words. The knights of the Fairchild family led the troops back into the castle and personally guided him to their lord. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, I received this document from Lord Bommel and brought his nephew, Sir Apiol Bommel Pascal. How courageous. Huh. I was still doubtful when I sent my butler after listening to the words of that merchant, but you, sir, are a real tiger crouching in the bushes. The same had been true of Baron Bommel, but the way Fairchild praised Eugene was sophisticated, befitting a true noble. At that time, a knight entered the hall after observing Baron Bommel's troops for a while. He had remained on the wall even after Eugene entered the castle. Lord Fairchild. Lord Bommel's troops have returned. Ah. Is that true? Yes, my lord. I have confirmed that they have completely disappeared from sight. I have sent a few soldiers to keep watch, so we will have access to more information in a few hours. Good, very good. Ha 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 ha. Viscount Fairchild was a man in his early to mid-40s. He let out a boisterous laugh that matched his generous appearance. Soon, he stopped laughing and raised his baton with a dignified expression. Bring the things we prepared for Sir Eugene. Yes, my lord. After a while, 2 servants of the castle brought a large box. It is the silver I promised. I put in a little extra as a bonus. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Fairchild. Of course, this isn't the end. Mills. Yes, my lord. Mills was dressed in a neat, black suit with a monocle to boot. He politely held out an item towards Eugene. It is a letter of recommendation I wrote for Count Winslan, my father-in-law. I will send him the same information right away, so he should find out about you soon, sir. I am grateful. Eugene admired Viscount Fairchild's preparations. It seemed that he started making preparations as soon as Partick and Mills returned to the castle. If Eugene came back with spectacular results, he could use it to show off his generosity, and if he failed, he could simply burn the letter. As expected, real nobles are different. Ha ha. I am apologetic that I can only do this much to a brave, honorable knight like yourself. Anyways, my butler said you had no intention of being sworn in, is that true? Oh, that's... Eugene started contemplating excuses, but Viscount Fairchild continued with a laugh. Ha ha ha. I am only jesting with you. I did not mean to make you flustered, but to see a brave knight like yourself become embarrassed, it feels nice to see the human side of you, sir. The human side of a vampire. Eugene bowed his head, thinking that Fairchild had a bad eye for people considering he was a real nobleman. I am even more grateful that you consider me as such. Anyways, since we have achieved such a large victory, a banquet is in order, but please understand that we have to be cautious because of the current situation. I would never try to discredit you for the victory. Of course. Lord Bommel is an honorable nobleman, but it is always good to be cautious when dealing with these affairs. I understand. Eugene answered as if he had been waiting for Lord Bommel's words. He wanted to return to Merin as soon as possible since he had already achieved his objective here. I cannot believe that the brave knight responsible for leading us to victory is so thoughtful as well. Sir Jan of the Eugene family, I truly admire you. Viscount Fairchild nodded with a benevolent expression, seemingly displaying true admiration and favor for Eugene. However, his mind spun quickly. I am tempted, but I cannot take him in. It is obvious that Bommel would not like it if I took him as a territorial knight. Even though they ended up fighting, he was bound to become in-laws with Baron Bommel in the end. It wouldn't hurt to show consideration for Baron Bommel, to appease their feelings while further raising his own honor. But I need to do something. I need to give him something good to gain dignity. Yes. After a moment of thought, Viscount Fairchild spoke with a glimmer in his eyes. Mills. Bring the sword. What? My lord, by that,
do you mean? Is there another sword I could be referring to? Yes. Mills paused for a moment, then quickly disappeared. You can look forward to it. Viscount Fairchild grinned at Eugene. After a short while, Mills returned while carefully holding a short sword clothed in a black scabbard. Sir Jan of the Eugene family. Yes, Lord. Viscount Fairchild received the sword from Mills, then held it out to Eugene in a dignified manner. This sword is named Wolfslaughter. It was a gift from my father-in-law given to me along with the dowry. It belonged to one of the most famous knights of the Winslan County, Sir Belgreen Taylor. He truly brought glory and honor to the Winslan County with this blade. That old man was so regretful when he gave this to me. Whatever the case, I can boast after giving this to the knight. And if the knight actually becomes sworn into the old man, I'm basically returning the sword to him, so he should be grateful. Although Viscount Fairchild was cold and calculating in his thoughts, he took on an expression of dignity and affection as he spoke. From now on, you, sir, are the owner of Wolf Slaughter. Eugene left the Fairchild territory with a grand farewell from Viscount Fairchild and the people of the castle. He also carried with him a box full of silver coins, a letter of recommendation to a count, and even a treasured sword. Wolf Slaughter. Eugene stared at the short sword hanging from the saddle. When he first received the weapon from Viscount Fairchild, he had considered it as a simple and expensive sword. However, he could not help but be surprised as soon as he unsheathed the weapon. It exuded a cold, sharp aura. He was even more surprised after hearing Viscount Fairchild's explanation of the weapon's origins, which was slightly prideful and ostentatious. Wolf Slaughter was a weapon forged from a meteorite in a dwarfen city located on Mount Kramfos. It was an excellent blade capable of easily slashing through chainmail. The letter of recommendation is nice, but I like this one too. He even gave me a slave as well. Eugene glanced back at his slaves. He now had 3 slaves in his possession. Viscount Fairchild had given him 1 and he had obtained 2 from Baron Bommel. Although Eugene was still a free knight, he was equipped in plate armor, rode a famed warhorse, and possessed 3 slaves. He was undoubtedly a big hoe at first glance. Moreover, the slave from Viscount Fairchild had more brawn than brains. You are from Branchia? Yes, master. Sir Bosch of Crawl Marine is my father. The 19-year-old slave was rough-spoken in the common language. Surprisingly, he stemmed from a family of knights in the island country of Branchia. The slave, Luke, was the offspring of a knight's concubine, and he had been taken prisoner after losing a battle while serving as a mercenary. A small family of a knight could not afford to pay the ransom of a concubine's child, and eventually, he ended up in Viscount Fairchild's castle as a slave. Did you receive knightly education? Yes. I was taught by Sir Bosch. Then you know how to use a blade. I am not great at it by any means, but I am able to protect myself. If it ever comes to it, I will protect Master with my life. I don't think that will ever happen. If Sir Eugene is in danger, it means you and I will already be dead. Ah. Partik smirked, and Luke shut his mouth. Certainly, his master was a young knight who was superior in skill to any other knights he had seen. Moreover, his master was able to defeat hired mercenaries of Lord Bommel and capture a territorial knight as well as the territory's successor by himself. His feats reflected his amazing abilities. Do you two have any specialities? Eugene asked, and the slaves given to him by Baron Bommel answered one after another. I farmed and dug herbs for a long time in my hometown, master. I worked as a hunter in the Garenbo territory. I see. It was useful to possess slaves with specialties. In particular, for knights planning to travel from place to place like Eugene, it was even more important to have slaves with superior specialties. One received education to become a knight, and the other 2 are a herbalist and a hunter. They might be helpful inside the dungeon as well. With such thoughts, Eugene spoke while looking at the slaves. Good. Luke, Little, Pen. I will give you half a silver coin as a week's wage. That will be 2 silver coins in a month. You are truly generous. Thank you, master. I will serve you to my fullest. Little and Pen were commoners. They bowed their heads with thrilled expressions, and even Luke looked deeply moved. Slaves were often most concerned about becoming possessions of knights. Slaves that belonged to nobles were relatively safe because most nobles lived in castles or mansions. However, since knights usually led a rough life and traveled through dangerous areas, slaves that belonged to knights had to risk their lives as well. In addition, it was common for knights with violent tendencies to treat their slaves harshly. It was incredibly rare to find a knight like Eugene, who was willing to even pay the slaves a wage. Luke, how long have you served as an aide? A little over 3 years, master. So you should be good at grooming horses and polishing armor. Yes. If you leave it to me, I will always maintain it as good as new. Good. What? No, Sir Eugene. What do you mean? Myrian started rampaging. It was unknown whether she felt that her job had been taken away, or if she felt robbed of spending her sweet time stroking the expensive plate armor. Me too. I want to do it too. Keek. Eugene snatched her out of the air, pretended to swat away an insect, then placed her in his leather pocket before speaking. In the future, all of you will often have to enter evil lands. You might already know this, but there will be no one to protect the slaves and the porters. Luke appeared indifferent, but the expressions of Little and Pen became grim. However, they felt a little relieved at Eugene's following words. Luke, you will be in charge of protecting these two in the evil lands. Always stick by their side until I give you an order. As you wish, master. Luke gave a quick response, and Eugene observed him for a moment before turning to Partik. Does it matter if I arm the slaves? Not at all. Slaves are rarely given armor, but many knights provide them with short swords or daggers. I see. A single weapon would merely serve as the minimum. It would only be useful for self-defense. Moreover, although Eugene received the slaves for free, he felt that it would be a bit disappointing to lose them in vain. Galfredic said that I would have to spend as much as I make. He was completely right. Eugene pondered and smacked his lips. He knew the burly knight would surely burst into laughter if he heard Eugene's thoughts. ****. Upon arriving in Meran, Eugene immediately headed to a shop that handled weapons and armors before finding accommodation. Eugene provided Little and Pen with strong leather armor and daggers for self-defense. For Luke, he bought a set of hauberk, a shield, a short sword, and a rondel dagger. To think you would grace us mere slaves with such undeserved armament. I will serve you with all that I have until the moment I die, master. Luke's blue eyes filled with tears. He wasn't as big as Partik, but he still possessed a fairly large physique. He couldn't believe that he was receiving chainmail as a slave. He had never received such a gift even when he served as a knight's aide. He is as generous as he is courageous. Luke wiped away his tears. The other two slaves were greatly moved as well. They knew all too well how knights treated slaves they were gifted for free. If a knight received slaves as a gift, the slaves were usually treated very harshly. They had been expecting such treatment from their master as well. But never in their dreams did they imagine that their master would be so considerate to the extent that he would even pay them weekly wages. We will serve you until the day we die, Master Eugene. All right. Eugene inwardly nodded. The slaves appeared deeply touched by his gesture. Their reactions were greater than he had expected. If you ever get any slaves, give them a wage, even if it is minuscule, and buy them cheap armor. If you do so, they will even lick your toes of their own volition. Eugene was certainly lucky to have had the opportunity to become acquainted with a knight like Galfredic. Come to think of it, has he been sworn in by Count Evergrove? Although no news was usually good news, Eugene felt slightly bothered that nothing had reached his ears since the dungeon opening. However, knights like Galfredic would succeed regardless of where they were, so Eugene stopped worrying about him. ****. Welcome back. I am glad you returned safely, Sir Eugene. It seems you have been doing quite well as well, Vice Executive. Priscilla bowed politely towards Eugene, then continued in a slightly excited tone. I heard, sir. You were hired by Lord Fairchild for a bit and managed to end the territorial dispute by yourself. Already. Word really travels fast. Although they were in an equal, contractual relationship, Eugene spoke comfortably. The difference in their status was clear. All the mercenaries hired by Lord Bommel could not stop talking about you, Sir Eugene. I cannot believe you managed to defeat dozens of mercenaries and captured a territorial knight as well as Lord Bommel's successor. That's right. It was mostly true, but Eugene felt like the truth had been slightly distorted. However, he gave up on trying to correct the story. Anyways, as soon as news of Sir Eugene's performance was spread, Priscilla spoke with twinkling eyes, then suddenly stopped. As soon as the news spread. Did something happen? I just wanted to mention that our association made a few slight tweaks with Sir Eugene's contract. She almost blurted out the fact that the nobles and celebrities of Meran were going crazy for him, but she managed to change the subject. It would become challenging if the knight became drunk on his reputation and started to have other thoughts. Oh really? What changed? We decided to raise the success pay by 5%, and we have finished all cooperation clauses. We made it so that Sir Eugene will be able to participate in subjugations at any time, whenever you so desire. Good. Is there anything else that has changed? No. The contract will end after 3 subjugations, with 2 extra, mutually agreed subjugations. If there is a disagreement, the contract will end after 3 subjugations. If you want to renew your contract, we can talk about that when the time comes. Shall we sign the contract then? Yes, Sir Eugene. Priscilla felt regretful as she presented 3 pre-written documents. One was for the Palin Association, one was for Eugene, and the other was to be notarized in the Merchant Association. Eugene had yet to possess his own seal, so he printed his name in clear letters before signing. Are you not going to check? Priscilla asked carefully after noticing that Eugene signed the document without reading it properly. After he was done signing the final document, Eugene raised his head. Why? Did you change your mind and decide to add something in? Not at all. Priscilla felt a chill run down her spine as she faced Eugene's cold smile. She quickly waved her hands in denial. That's all that matters. Now, is this everything? Yes. Then I will take you to the heavenly constellations to rest, as written in the contract. There are no differences with your entourage, correct? Well, I have 3 slaves now. Slaves. I see. I will set up a separate accommodation for them. It wasn't just 1, but 3 new slaves. The addition of extra slaves only served to prove the ability of the knight she signed a contract with. As such, Priscilla could play it cool.
Before I forget, Eugene turned his head and spoke as he started leaving through the door, which was being held open by Priscilla. When is the first subjugation? Oh. Look at me. I forgot to tell you the most important thing. It will be in 10 days. Mount Morrison Labyrinth in the Evergrove Territory. The Evergrove Territory. It was the land where Galfredic went to be sworn in. That's good. Eugene smiled, recalling the face of the only knight he rather liked. And one more thing. This subjugation is, various pieces of relevant information began to flow from Priscilla's lips. 5 days passed. In the meantime, Eugene attended various banquets hosted by Meran's nobles and celebrities. And on the 6th day, Eugene left the city with his slaves and mercenaries. It was a little earlier than planned, but he had no desire to further involve himself with meaningless competitions between the pompous nobles. Moreover, he had already met with the most important figures. You worked hard these few days, Sir Eugene Partic spoke with a grin. He had attended the banquet alongside Eugene as his attendant. I would not call it hard work. There is no point in creating hostile relationships by rejecting their invitations. You are right. Anyways, I hope all of you are energized after resting these last few days. Yes. All of us are well rested after resting these past few days. All of us. Eugene nodded satisfactorily while looking around at the mercenaries and slaves. Including himself, there were 7 people in the group. It was now a battle-ready party that no one could simply ignore. By the way, Sir Eugene, do you know how many members will be on the subjugation team? About 30 people, including us. A knight of the Evergrove territory will be leading the subjugation. I see. It shouldn't be too difficult, since the territorial knight should be familiar with the labyrinth. Moreover, Mount Morrison Labyrinth was discovered and opened more than 10 years ago. Quite a bit of it has already been explored. That's what they said. But according to the vice executive, it seems like they are planning to head in deeper this time around. Well, that's because they would lose face if they were to fight in the same area every single time. Sometimes, they have to explore unidentified areas as a formality. Partik was the most experienced out of the group. At his reassuring words, the expressions of the group brightened. However, they might include a wizard in the subjugation this time. I was told that Count Evergrove hired a wizard not too long ago. What? One chainmail covering up to a person's thighs. A wizard. Partik's expression became grim. Glade and Lavin, who were quietly following along, could no longer hold their curiosity and carefully spoke up. Have you ever seen a wizard before? Isn't it good that a wizard is joining? It is. The owner of the evil land should feel very reassured that a wizard is joining. However, most wizards are. Partik started explaining to the 2 mercenaries about wizards, and the slaves also listened with interest. On the other hand, Myrian chatted non-stop into Eugene's ear. TSK, TSK. Our little bear doesn't really know much about wizards either. Sir, they are nothing special. They die all the same if you stick a sword in their gut. There are quite a few wizards who acted all cheeky toward knights and got their heads lobbed off. My seniors told me to be more careful of wizards whose names and schools are unknown. Apparently, those known to the world to some extent are easier to deal with because they can be materialistic and worldly. However, Eugene wasn't all too interested in wizards. Instead, he was worried about other things. High-rank monsters have never been spotted in Evergrove Territory's labyrinth before, right? At least, that was the case according to the information provided by the Palin Association. However, it was the first time in almost 5 years that the county hired a wizard for a subjugation. That would mean that their goal is to explore unidentified areas of the labyrinth. Or perhaps, there is a possibility that something might have happened in the labyrinth. Eugene recalled Priscilla's words. It appeared that he would have quite a bit to talk about with Galfredic when they met again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After leaving Meran, Eugene's party traveled for 2 days before arriving in the Evergrove territory. The castle was quite small for a county, and the gates were wide open. Guards immediately allowed Eugene's group to pass as if they had been instructed to do so. Sir Jan of the Eugene family has arrived. Please enter, sir. Under the guidance of an old bugler, Eugene entered through the large door while carrying his helmet under his arm. 4 people were inside the spacious and neat office. Eugene walked up to a young nobleman sitting behind a large desk in the middle of the office. Without sparing the others a glance, he lightly bowed his head with his palm resting on the handle of his sword. Nice to meet you, young Master Jevin. I am Jan of the Eugene family. You are younger and more handsome than the rumors have it. I heard one of your ancestors was an elf. Jevin was the eldest son of Count Evergrove and successor to the county. He was a handsome man in his early 30s with grey hair. Count Evergrove was still healthy, but Jevin had been put in charge of managing a portion of the county since 2 years ago, which included the evil land subjugation. Yes. That is what my late father told me. Even with the thinning of blood, the beauty of the elves is still prominent. Have a seat. Yes. Eugene slumped into a fluffy chair, then finally looked around at the other three figures. Give your greetings. As you all know, this is Sir Jan Eugene. This is Sir Intela, and next to him is Sir Lou Gates. Eugene greeted the two knights with his eyes. He was unfamiliar with Intela but had heard many stories about Lou Gates. He had won last year's tournament held by Count Evergrove. Galfredic had evaluated Lou Gates to be on par with him in terms of swordsmanship. But Galfredic said the results might have been different if he had not been injured in the semi-finals. Moreover, he said the process of the jousting competition was a bit doubtful as well. Lou Gates had a rugged face, which was a mismatch with his long, lush, blonde hair. It was foolish to evaluate a knight by his appearance, but Eugene had a hunch that the knight named Intela was the stronger one between the two. And this person is... Jevin continued to explain. He gestured towards a figure sitting calmly between the other figures. This is Master Roan Rai, one of the wizards practicing the inheritance of the Sandstone School. She is talented in finding people using sand magic, a type of earth magic. The wizard slightly raised their head. Even though she was in the presence of a count's successor, her face was mostly covered with a hood. A woman. Eugene was slightly surprised. The eyes that stared at him under her long eyelashes were reminiscent of a dead fish. It was the first time Eugene saw an actual wizard, but he had never expected it to be a woman. The wizard also looked a little surprised to see Eugene. A glimmer appeared for a brief moment in her blank eyes before disappearing. First of all, Sir Eugene, I would like to express my gratitude for coming earlier than initially scheduled. I hope you understand that we must immediately delve into the matter and discuss the subjugation. The situation is rather critical. That is fine, young Master Jevin. Your consideration does not betray your high reputation, sir. Jevin spoke with a smile before continuing. He knew how important it was for high-ranking nobles to have manners in public. I originally planned to discuss the matter with these three, but since Sir Eugene arrived, we can all proceed together. Oh, before that. Jevin turned his eyes towards Eugene. He spoke in a slightly dampened voice. Sir Eugene shares a deep friendship with Sir Galfredic, is that correct? Ah. Well, you could say that. Eugene didn't know whether it could be called a deep friendship, but he knew Galfredic might have called it as such. Thus, he nodded. As expected. Then I must deliver some sad news. Sir Galfredic failed to return from the last subjugation of the labyrinth which took place 2 months ago. Eugene was shocked by the sudden news. Of course, his death has not been confirmed yet. Sir Galfredic and the entire subjugation party went missing. What happened was... Befitting his status as a well-educated successor, Jevin calmly explained the incident in an orderly manner. And that is why I hired Master Roan Rai and Sir Eugene. Do you understand? Yes. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Eugene turned his eyes away from Jevin towards someone who looked quite bored. Sir Lou Gates. Will you be participating in this subjugation? Lou Gates flinched, and Eugene continued while staring into the knight's eyes. Sir, you were the last person to see Sir Galfredic alive. I think that you could help us greatly in finding him if you were to participate in the subjugation. Lou Gates stared at Eugene for a moment, then glanced at Jevin before replying. I would like to, but according to the laws of our territory, territorial knights are supposed to participate in subjugations only twice a year. You, sir, might not know, since you are a free knight. Lou Gates put emphasis on certain words. It was clear that there were distinct classes even between knights. Such distinctions were made clear by the fact that territorial knights weren't often dispatched on subjugations of evil lands. It was enough to hire and send free knights and mercenaries. There was no reason to send an important power of the territory into an evil land. However, it would not do to have powerful resources lying around to rot. As such, territorial knights usually participated in subjugations about 2 or 3 times a year. Conserving the territory's power. Is that it? It seems that you know it very well, sir. Lou Gates responded with a smile, and Eugene turned to Jevin. Young Master Jevin, Sir Galfredic is an outstanding knight. If he manages to return safely, he would be a great help to the Evergrove territory's overall power, am I right? Lou Gates' expression distorted, and Jevin stroked his chin. You are not wrong. However, the problem is that Sir Galfredic participated in the subjugation before he was officially sworn in. Although Galfredic successfully led the subjugation in the Taiwan territory, Count Evergrove did not have him sworn in immediately. Instead, the Count offered to have him sworn in if he gave an outstanding performance in the subjugation of Mount Morrison's labyrinth. To put it nicely, it was a reasonable offer. It was a thoroughly calculated move by Count Evergrove. It was because Sir Galfredic coveted so much merit that this happened in the first place. Lou Gates muttered, and Eugene glanced at him. Eugene found him rather distasteful, but he held back since they were in the presence of the Count's successor. Eugene spoke to Jevin. Then will I be entering the labyrinth along with Sir Intila and Master Rome Rai? That is correct. There will also be 14 mercenaries and 4 porters. Including Eugene's group, the total number of participants would come to 27. These numbers were average at best, but with the addition of a wizard, they would be an even stronger force. The main objective of the subjugation will be to search for Sir Galfredic and the missing party. I will compensate you 300 silver coins upon success. I will also let the Palin Association know. Can you leave tomorrow morning? Yes. I like that you are straightforward. Then let me explain the plan for the subjugation. Jevin continued to explain for several minutes. The subjugation would be headed by Intila, one of Evergrove's territorial knights, and Rome Rai was hired to track the missing group. Do you have any questions? No. Good. I will have accommodations ready for you and your people, Sir Eugene. The butler had been waiting outside the room. At Jevin's instructions, he personally led Eugene to his residence. Sir Eugene. Do you have a moment? Eugene started following the butler. However, he was interrupted by the wizard, even though she had remained completely silent during their time in the office. After asking the butler for understanding, Eugene approached Rome Rai, who was standing a little distance away. What is it? Rome Rai asked in a quiet voice. Her eyes were still dazed and without focus. Excuse me, but I would like to speak to you alone later. Would that be okay? Keek. Is this wench trying to seduce our esteemed Sir Eugene? I cannot allow it. Get lost. Eugene ignored Myrian's tantrum and responded. I have no reason to, nor have the desire to. I promise that it will not be a waste of your time, Sir Eugene. Rather, you might find it helpful. Could you spare me a moment after dinner? I will come to visit you quietly. Well, do as you like. Eugene contemplated briefly before nodding. Unlike priests, wizards were not known to be very hostile toward vampires, and Rome Rai was a wizard who would be helpful in finding Galfredic. ****. I cannot believe he's missing. Eugene clicked his tongue after entering his provided residence. Things were taking a strange turn from the first subjugation he was participating in after signing the contract with the Palin Association. Myrian babbled while sitting on his shoulder. Sir, that big bear is a little weird too, but the wizard girl who looked like a raccoon. Don't you find her a little weird? Why? They said she was from the Sunstone School, but I could not feel that much earth energy from her. Rather, I thought she was emitting an energy similar to the Dark Tribe. Did you not feel it?
It was his first time meeting a wizard, but Eugene agreed with Myrian's words. Perhaps it was instinctive, or the sixth sense of a vampire. The moment he met Rai's eyes, he was surprised to see she was a woman, but also because she felt rather familiar. Perhaps it was the power of her magic, but Eugene trusted his sixth sense. His instincts had never been wrong before. Well, she said she had something to say, so we will find out sooner or later. HMPH. You can't fall for her though, okay? The seniors told me that wizard wenches were crazy about men. I have no interest. Kikik. I knew I could trust you, Sir Eugene. The crazy spirit quickly abandoned her sparsy attitude and laughed boisterously. Eugene simply ignored her and contemplated. What is it that she wants to talk to me about? She didn't look particularly dangerous. Although it was improbable, if he judged the wizard to be a threat, then today would be the day he would feast on a wizard's blood for the first time. Eugene returned to his room after eating supper with the mercenaries. The slaves were placed in the same room as the mercenaries, so Eugene and Myrian were left alone in the spacious room. Eugene placed Wolf Slaughter on the table, in case he needed the weapon, and waited for Rai to come. After about 10 minutes after his slave, Luke, left the room after lighting up the lamps. A knock resounded. Sir Eugene, it's Rai. Can I come in? Come on in. With Eugene's permission, Rai opened the door and quietly entered. She was adorned in a loose, brown robe. She flinched after seeing Wolf Slaughter lying on the table but soon bowed after removing her hood. I would greet you officially. I am not actually from the Sunstone School. I am Cyrano Rai of the Blood Shadow School. It is an honor to meet a member of the Knight's tribe. ******. Rai, a wizard of the Blood Shadow School, was
extremely excited. As could be inferred from the name, the Blood Shadow School revered vampires. And today, Rai came across a vampire for the first time. Most vampires resided in northern regions or areas with little influence from the church, so it was rare to see them in nearby areas. I got lucky. Moreover, it was clear that the opponent was an old, experienced vampire. Otherwise, how could they be walking around proudly in broad daylight? Vampires are said to be amicable to our school, so he definitely will. Rai couldn't finish her thoughts in time. The beautiful, elegant vampire closed the distance in an instant and grabbed her throat like lightning. Kugh. I do not know how you figured out my identity, but it must mean you have a death wish, correct? Kugh. N. No. W. Wait, please. Sir. I heard from my seniors that the Blood Shadow School has relations with monsters. Have her make an oath. Then we can listen to what she has to say. After hearing Myrian's advice, Eugene placed Wolf Slaughter against Rai's throat and drew his vampire fear to the maximum. Swear on your name, your school, and magic. That you will not lie nor use magic in this place. I swear by my name, the Blood Shadow School, and on magic. I will never lie, nor will I use magic in this place. Rai frantically shouted, frightened by the sudden turn of events. According to Myrian, for a wizard to break an oath was equivalent to foregoing the path of magic. As such, Eugene finally let go of Rai's throat. But he did not withdraw his vampire fear. Wolf Slaughter rested in his hand, ready to swing at a moment's notice. Then tell me, how did you know that I was a member of the Knight's tribe? Rai fumbled, her face still filled with fear. The founder of the Blood Shadow School was a member of the tribe. That is why we are able to sense vampires. The founder. Eugene finally withdrew his vampire fear after hearing an unexpected answer. Rai suddenly kowtowed on the ground like a frog while breathing raggedly. I wasn't able to recognize a noble origin and acted presumptuously. Please forgive me, Sir Eugene. Eugene had not evoked his vampire fear as a show of power. However, Rai felt that the powerful fear that pressured her was very similar to the fear of an origin, which her teachers spoke about in the past. Like most wizards, Rai was patient and had strong mental fortitude. However, the fear instilled in her just now caused her heart to beat rapidly. She even found it difficult to resist. It was due to the characteristics of a school founded by an origin, in other words, an original vampire. To think that I even attempted to cast magic in a panic. Rai managed to barely lift her head. However, the vampire, who was surely an origin, had a puzzled frown on his face. Origin? What? What's that? Rai's dead eyes gradually widened with shock. She seemed to have met a member of the Knight's tribe who was unaware that he was an origin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, what you are saying is that origins are the noblest of vampires? Yes, yes. Of those in the Knight's tribe, we call the direct descendants of the noblest of the family's origins. I cannot be sure with my abilities, but based on the fear you emitted a moment ago, Sir Eugene, I think you could be an origin. Eugene felt very surprised but also uncertain. He possessed no memories of the distant past. I could be an origin. Does that mean I am the highest-ranking vampire? However, he could not unconditionally trust the words of a wizard he met for the first time. Tell me more about the noblest families. Not much is known, so there is not much for me to say. However, I know that the founder of our school was an esteemed figure with the family name of Ventrua. Ventrua? Yes. However, it is said that the founder spoke almost nothing about vampires. Because of an oath. So even Master Belapa, my teacher in magic, knows almost nothing as well. Tell me as much as you can. Eugene pressured Rai. This was a clue to finding his origin. I really don't know anything. You will only be able to find information about origins at the Library of Avilanaya. But it's too far away, and I can't even think of going there with so many wars here and there. The Library of Avilanaya. How far is it? About half a year's distance from here. I know. I know about that place. I heard from my seniors. But not anyone can get in. They'll only grant access to very prestigious nobles or famous wizards. Home. He had no reason to waste half a year, and it would do no good for Eugene to head there with his current status. Fine. Then why did you come to me? Because of the labyrinth subjugation. If I am with a member of the Knight's tribe, I could achieve my goals more easily. I wanted to receive some help. Help. Eugene responded while crossing his arms, and Rai hurriedly continued. I'm telling the truth. Actually, according to Rai's explanation, only one high-ranking monster had been spotted in the Mount Morrison labyrinth thus far, a cyclops. Coincidentally, she needed the nails and blood of a cyclops for her magic research. I happened to hear that they were in a hurry to find a wizard. I thought it was a good opportunity, so I came and told them I was from the Sandstone School. I do know a bit of earth-based magic. You must have some talents. Was the Count not suspicious? He seemed unsuspecting, perhaps because of the urgent situation. Moreover, I had the confidence to get away if I was found out. Until I met an origin like you. Rai thought to herself. Eugene asked once again, I see. But why do you need materials from a cyclops? They are necessary to create a chimera. Chimera. It's an artificial, hybrid monster created by wizards. Clotilde, sir, she must be pretty talented. I heard from my seniors that wizards won't even attempt to create one unless they have the skills. Myrian propped herself out of the leather pocket and blabbered. Meanwhile, Rai continued to explain, it is a type of an artificial monster. For wizards belonging to the Blood Shadow School, our ultimate mission is to produce our own chimera. It has been 3 years since I became independent from my master. Since then, I don't really care about all that. Anyways, so what you are telling me is that you need the materials from a Cyclops, and you came to me because you thought my cooperation would be helpful to you. Is that right? Yes. Vampires are amicable to our school. Master Belapal had also met 2 vampires thus far, and he told me he received some help from both of them. Vampires didn't suddenly pop out of thin air without a master. Vampires passed down their knowledge from generation to generation, just as humans did. All vampires knew about the Blood Shadow School unless they were completely isolated from others and were ignorant. That was what her teacher said. Except for you. I see. Eugene felt rather enlightened. He knew that wizards weren't unconditionally hostile toward vampires, but he never imagined that a school would possess a cooperative relationship with vampires. Moreover, the founder of the school had been a vampire as well. What about the Cyclops Mana Stone? Do you need that as well? No, I do not need the Mana Stone. Romrai quickly shook her head. The atmosphere loosened slightly. Good. We can cooperate. Yes. Thank you. She felt taken aback by his sudden consent, but Romrai clasped her hands and expressed her gratitude. Although this was quite a strange situation, she had confidence in defeating a Cyclops with Eugene's assistance. After all, he seemed to be an origin. However, on one condition. And what might that be? You have to cooperate in finding Galfredic. Well, that knight might already be dead. And with all due respect, why are you trying to find a mere human knight? As an origin, you possess the coldest and noblest of blood. Flush. Yes. Of course. I will find him. Even if he is already dead, I will find his corpse and bring it to you. Romrai once again fell to the floor as Eugene evoked his vampire fear to its fullest. Why does a vampire care about a human? Maybe I shouldn't have come to him. She felt a little regretful, but it was already too late. Moreover, due to the nature of the Blood Shadow School, anyone else would have made the same choice as herself. ****. The next morning, the subjugation group departed from the castle with Eugene and Intila in the lead. 5 or 6 hours later, the group arrived at a village located near the entrance of Mount Morrison. But uninvited guests were waiting for the subjugation group in the village, alongside the welcoming residents and chief of the village. We cannot allow anyone without permission to enter the labyrinth. I felt an evil energy in the Mount Morrison labyrinth. Count Evergrove also hired a wizard because of the severity of the situation, did he not? Master Romrai was invited to assist in exploring new areas of the labyrinth. It has nothing to do with evil energy. Why are you objecting to our assistance? We are not asking for anything in return. Are you not a man of faith, sir? I believe in God, but also in magic. Above all, I trust my blade. How disrespectful, sir. Those arguing fiercely with Intila were Templars belonging to a monastery located near the Evergrove territory. Templars also belonged to the church, but they were distinct from the Holy Knights. Holy Knights mostly stemmed from noble families, and they directly served the bishop or the leaders of the church. They became knights with the support of the church. On the other hand, Templars were warriors who devoted themselves to church relying on only their faith. Moreover, they stemmed from various origins and were part of frugal monasteries. As such, their equipment was no different from ordinary mercenaries. This is troublesome. Although they weren't as bad as Holy Knights, Eugene felt uneasy around Templars as well. He carefully observed the 3 Templars. It's not like I don't believe in God, so I do not know what you consider as disrespectful. I even go to church to pray sometimes when I have nothing else to do. Anyways, I cannot accept you, sirs. Sir, look here. We are under direct orders from our principal. I am sure that Count Evergrove would have received the same message. The Templars remained stubborn. All of them were adorned in old full-body chainmail and a surcoat with the circular symbol of the church. Hyung-jun smacked his lips together after seeing the Templar hold out a letter. The principal of the monastery they belonged to was from a noble family, so even Count Evergrove had to treat them with respect. Will they listen to my words at all in the labyrinth? In all likelihood, they will try to act independently. Templars were famous for acting first, then insisting that they only followed God's will instead of their own, regardless of the outcome. As such, knights hated becoming involved with Templars. Knights were well aware of how troublesome disobedient allies were. As if reading Intilla's mind, one of the Templars, who appeared to be the leader, spoke. "I promise not to cause you any trouble, Sir Intilla. Within the labyrinth, we will obey all orders." Intilla's expression finally loosened slightly. However, it was unknown how they would actually act once they were in the labyrinth. He wanted to avoid having them under his command no matter what. "Ah. That's it. Then you sirs can accompany Sir Eugene's group. They do not have enough warriors to fight. Sir Eugene, you are fine with the arrangement, right?" Eugene's frown deepened inside of his helmet. He started to mutter a response, but the Templars flocked to him. "Nice to meet you, Sir Eugene. Are you perhaps the same knight who defeated Romas and the evil orcs in Meran? The merchant who visited our monastery praised you as a knight who is as trustworthy as he is brave. It is an honor to fight in the evil land with such a faithful knight." Eugene was at a loss for words. "Kya ha 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 ha. They're calling a vampire faithful. Faithful. Kya ha ha ha." Myrian burst into laughter. Right, the only other person who knew of Eugene's identity, took on a strange expression as well. The Templars looked at him with twinkling eyes, and Intilla looked over with a satisfied expression. It appeared that Eugene couldn't refuse them. The labyrinth was similar yet different from a dungeon. Dungeons were a mixture of natural generated environments and artificial elements, while labyrinths were entirely artificial. Unlike dungeons, labyrinths possessed a few more dangerous elements besides monsters' traps, baits, and barriers. Follow my footsteps exactly. If you step in the wrong place, you will fall into a trap. From here, never lean against the wall. If you want to get skewered by the spears from these walls, then be my guest. Do not make eye contact with that stone statue for more than 5 seconds. Those with weak mental fortitudes are asking to be enchanted." Fortunately, Intilla knew every corner of the labyrinth as if it was his backyard. His family had served the Evergrove County for several generations after all. He knew exactly where the traps were located, and what kinds of monsters would show up. As such, the subjugation team never experienced any difficult hardship along the way. ****. Dismantle the corpses and secure the materials and mana stones. I will be scouting ahead. Yes, Sir Intilla. The porters busily got to work, and the mercenaries treated their minor injuries while the Templars prayed next to them. The Templars performed the same ritual after every battle. Mercenaries were very susceptible to superstitions, so they started gesturing in the air and even began repeating the prayers after the Templars, though they could only mumble half-intelligible words. Naturally, Eugene felt aversive to their rituals. As such, he often retreated to a place where he could not hear them. Wow! How surprising! Water flows inside this labyrinth. Myrian chatted while looking at mercenaries refilling their leather pouches with water flowing from a lion statue's mouth. Eugene was also fascinated. Unlike dungeons, it seemed labyrinths met the minimum requirements for humans to survive. It might be not too bad to live in a labyrinth if there were no monsters. Worst comes to worst, I could hide in a labyrinth like this and... This is definitely a suitable place for evil things to hide. Would you not agree, Sir Eugene? Well, perhaps. Eugene raised his head at the prickling voice of one of the Templars. He approached Eugene after he was done praying. To think it would radiate so much evil energy. An evil land like this must be purified in the name of God as soon as possible. Are you all right, Sir Eugene? If you ever feel affected by the evil energy, please let us know at any time. We will pray for you. We can fight off the evil energy with the power of our prayer. No, I think I am fine. Eugene urgently shook his head. Dear brother, did you not see? Sir Eugene slashed apart several evil monsters with every swing of his blade. Something so extraordinary could not be possible without the power of faith. Actually, it was very possible thanks to Eugene's incredible strength and the sharp blade of wolf slaughter. However, Eugene kept silent. By the way, thank you so much for your help earlier. If it weren't for you, I might have suffered a serious injury. Well, I was only fighting against the Templars raised their voices without any regard for Eugene's response. Excellent skills, deep faith, and passionate comradeship. What other knight could be so befitting the spirit of the Templars if not Sir Eugene? Brothers, would you not agree? Speak no more. Sir Eugene is a brother of true faith. Kek. K-U-G-H. Kiwu. Myrian burst into laughter at the Templar's enthusiastic response, then eventually burst into a fit of cough. What's wrong with these guys? Eugene sighed inwardly. He wasn't even acting very friendly toward the Templars. But for some reason, they seemed to be hugely amicable towards him. However, it was only natural for the Templars to admire Eugene. Although the dangers of the labyrinth were reduced over the years, it was thanks to Eugene that no deaths had been reported until now. Eugene only fought without much thought, but a Templar and several mercenaries had been saved by his valiant efforts. Moreover, Eugene did not brag even once despite his performance. This was unlike any other knights. Templars took humility as an important virtue, so their high evaluation of Eugene was inevitable. That wasn't all. The Templars were told that Eugene participated in the subjugation this time to save his friend rather than to hunt monsters. Templars were rather poor judges of character due to their secluded practice. Thus, such reasons were enough for them to view Eugene as the incarnation of honor and loyalty. The Templars were certain that such an honorable knight could relate to their noble purpose. Sir Eugene, I tell you this because of your honor, courage, and faithfulness toward your friend and God. The Templar named Robin looked around and suddenly lowered his voice. You should know the Minotaur is one of the high-ranking monsters of a labyrinth, right? But here, in the Mount Morrison labyrinth, a Minotaur has never been spotted. For over 10 years. Really? It's because everyone who saw never lived to tell the tale. In other words, the monster might know quite a bit about humans. I see. Eugene responded half-heartedly. However, Robin continued talking excitedly. It is an extremely dangerous monster. We cannot leave it alone. Moreover, I heard a friend of yours was unable to return from the last subjugation. So we decided that the Minotaur. Eugene's interest was piqued when Robin mentioned Galfredic. Sir Eugene. Master Rome right. However, the Templar's words were cut off by Intilla's shouts. He has just returned from a reconnaissance with several mercenaries. Sir, please excuse me. Let us talk about this more later. No, not at all. I was being unnecessarily talkative. Ha ha. Robin responded with an awkward laugh while sharing a glance with his colleagues. Eugene instinctively sensed that he would never hear the entire story. He hid his regrets and moved his steps. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was nothing unusual in the square located up ahead. We will set up a garrison there. The real purpose of the subjugation was to confirm whether the previous subjugation party was dead or alive. As such, Intilla planned to secure a position in the labyrinth before searching ahead, unlike other times. Are the areas beyond the square unexplored? No. Further inside from the square, the passage splits into 3. I have confirmed that one leads to a dead end. However, the other 2. a group had been annihilated except one person after exploring one of the two passages. That was where they had encountered a Cyclops. And no one ever came back alive from the last passage. In other words, one of the two passageways led to the center of Mount Morrison Labyrinth. However, since the incident, further exploration was stopped, according to the custom of stopping an expedition after encountering a high-ranking monster. As such, deeper areas still remained largely unexplored. According to Sir Lou Gates, Sir Galfredick did not heed his warning and headed into an unexplored area. But no one knows which of the two he entered. Eugene nodded silently. However, he couldn't blindly believe Intilla's words, nor Lou Gates' testimony. Although he was a bit hot-headed, Galfredick was more perceptive in an evil land compared to anyone else. Eugene was convinced that Galfredick would not have recklessly entered an unexplored area. If he had, there would have been a good reason. We have the mercenaries' morale to think about as well. For now, we will confirm the passageway where the Cyclops is supposed to be located. What are you planning to do if we encounter the Cyclops? As planned, Master Rai will step forward. We will decide whether to fight or to run after seeing how effective magic is against it. You, sir, are the subjugation leader, so I will do as you say. Good. Anyways, Sir Eugene, please take care of those mischievous bunch over there. Eugene turned his gaze towards the Templars after hearing Intilla's request. The warriors were seated together and speaking in whispers. When they met Eugene's eyes, they smiled brightly. For some reason, their smiles appeared a little sorrowful. I will make sure to keep our friends under control. Good. Templars from St. Legren's monastery are famous for being stubborn, but for some reason, they seem to listen to your words. It seems you are highly faithful. Are you perhaps thinking of becoming a holy knight? Not at all. PFFFF. Master Rai, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? No, I choked on something. I'm fine. That is a relief. Anyways, your performance is crucial for this subjugation, so make sure you always take care of yourself. Then, I will return after giving out orders to the mercenaries. Okay. Intilla headed over to the resting mercenaries, and Eugene turned towards Rai. If you ever hint at my identity, intentional or not. You know, right? Eugene tapped Wolfslaughter, and Rai quickly nodded. I will be careful. By the way, when you were talking to the Templars earlier, what did they say? Those people. I think they are here to kill the Minotaur of this labyrinth. The Templars. It's obvious that there would be a Minotaur in a labyrinth, but why? In addition, I think it might be impossible with the three of them. I am not sure either. I will keep an eye on them, so you keep looking for traces of Galfredick. I've been working on it. I have not discovered anything out of the ordinary yet. Work harder. I might find something when we get to the square. Apparently, the last subjugation party stayed there for quite a while. Good. I will trust you. Rai felt relieved. Compared to their first meeting, Eugene even felt a little merciful towards her. Even so, I shouldn't tick him off. If this ends well, we will never have to see each other again. I should keep him happy until then. The members of Blood Shadow School didn't care much about knights, nobles, and even the king, but they held respect and fear toward the origin vampires. After a moment of self-reflection, Rai once again solidified her determination. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The group arrived at a spacious square at the end of the long passage. A large, rectangular structure with stairs on all sides stood erect in the middle of the square. The square seemed to be the perfect location for a garrison. Place the materials from monsters in there. You go ahead and create barriers and obstacles with our secured resources. Yes, Sir Intilla. The porters, slaves, and mercenaries started to busy themselves with work. In the meantime, Eugene climbed down the structure with Intilla and Rai. He asked while pointing at a large hole located on one side of the square. Is that the place? Is that where the unexplored area is? That's right. We will organize a search team and a reconnaissance to the area in just a... Ha! Intela suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Templars had been hanging around the square, pretending to be investigating something. However, they seemed to be slowly heading towards the hole without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, they started bolting towards the hole as if they felt Intela's gaze. Those crazy bastards! Intela shouted. Leave it to me. Eugene proclaimed and shot forward. I will go as well. Rai followed quickly after feeling Eugene's gaze. Eugene shouted towards Partik, who was feeling bewildered. Follow Sir Intela's orders until I return. Why yes. Eugene started dashing across the square, and Rai whispered after catching up with him using magic. Sir Eugene, did you let the Templars leave on purpose? Yes. So that we could head into the unexplored area. As expected. Just what I would expect from a member of the shrewd, I mean, intelligent tribe of the night. Stop talking nonsense and make sure you find traces of Galfredic. Yes. I am going to look for him too. A vampire, a wizard, and a spirit ran through the labyrinth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hugh. Are they still following us? I think they gave up. Let's catch our breaths, brothers. The Templars stopped sprinting. Phew. I don't know if I could ever face Sir Eugene again. But he is different from the Knights of the Evergrove territory. He possesses a deep faith, so I am sure he will understand. Yes. A true knight must destroy evil in any situation. I am certain Sir Eugene will agree with us. Yes. We are following God's will. While steadying their breathing, the Templars self-rationalized through prayer and drawing the holy symbol. They gazed at each other. The passage had split into 3 in front of them. This is where it begins. Let us get started, brothers. The Templars nodded with stiff expressions, then took something out of their pockets before swallowing it. My God. The Templars shuddered as energy filled their bodies. However, their appearance had turned quite strange. Now, it was hard to see them as the noble, devoted warriors of God and the Church. Their eyes turned red and became littered with small capillaries, while thick, blue blood vessels popped out of their foreheads and necks. Let us enter. In the name of our glorious God. In the name of God. The Templars performed their holy gesture before taking out their shields and short swords from their backs. Clink. Clink. The Templars stepped forward while radiating strange heat from their bodies. They were headed into the central passage, where no one had ever returned alive from. That's... Eugene frowned as he peered through the darkness and observed the Templars from a distance. Did you see something? The Templars all swallowed something that looked like a mana stone. But as soon as they consumed it, they transformed and now they look strange. When Eugene explained the appearance of the Templars, Rai responded with a sigh. It seems they consumed anti-mana stones. Anti-mana stones. Ah. Eugene was familiar with it. Anti-mana stones were manufactured secretly by some churches and wizards. It was a type of drug created by modifying refined mana stones in a special way. It was supposed to rapidly restore the user's energy and reveal their untapped potential. However, due to its serious side effects, most churches outlawed the use of anti-mana stones. If found, both manufacturers and users would be severely punished. I thought something was strange when 3 Templars talked about defeating a Minotaur. It seems that they were long prepared to do this before entering this labyrinth. Yes. Although they won't be undefeatable, they will gain significant power for a couple of hours. Perhaps they will really be able to kill the Minotaur. Well, I don't think so. What? It's just a hunch. Anyways, did you find any traces? Ah, one moment. Rai searched inside her robe, then took out a red pocket. She placed her hand inside the pocket and started muttering an incantation in an unknown language. She pulled out her hand and scattered red sand into the air. Shhhhhhhh. The red sand started moving towards a place as if it was alive, and Rai followed behind the trail alongside Eugene. Soon, the sand disappeared into the passage where the Templars entered. The red sand isn't scattering, but rather gathering into a single place. That means Sir Galfredick and his team headed into that passage as well. Otherwise, the sand would have scattered into 2 branches. I think Raccoon Eyes is right. I can only feel the energy of a huge body of water on this side. How interesting. Eugene spoke to both the spirit and the wizard. Rai spoke with a thrilled expression, "Thank you." To tell you a little bit about Blood Shadow School, there are various types of magic that we... Never mind. Let's get going. Yes. Rai followed behind Eugene with a dejected expression. ****. The trail of red sand stretched out for a while. At times, little streams of sand separated and dispersed through other intricately divided passages, but the largest stream always headed towards where the strongest energy of metal was concentrated. Eugene was able to track the Templars by following the trail of sand. After traveling for about 20 minutes, the group finally escaped from the complex maze into a space as wide as the square from before. The oval space was brightly lit with fireballs placed along the wall. The balls of fire were no ordinary torches even at first glance, and the space appeared to be an arena of sorts for monsters. In the name of God, you vile creatures! Kurawa! The Templars were engaged in a bloody battle with monsters surrounding them on all sides. A muscular monster with the head of a bull sat in a large throne of stone located above the arena, looking down at the battle as if it were the master of the space. However, Eugene's gaze was not on the Minotaur. "Yes, Sir Eugene." "Sir." "Over there." Several bloody humans were tied up in chains beside the stone throne. One of them was Galfredick. *****. The Minotaur reigned as a master of the labyrinth for many years. It suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was a different feeling than the young Cyclops, who had been cheekily provoking him from the other area of the labyrinth for many years. The Minotaur quickly turned its gaze. A small but intense pair of red lights could be seen in the darkness on the other side of the arena. It felt concerned about the small human standing next to the red eyes as well. But for some reason, the Minotaur felt highly offended by the red-eyed intruder. No being, even the other high-ranking monster that ruled the labyrinth alongside it, ever dared to look at itself with such eyes. "Kuvualua you have!" The Minotaur roared with rage. "Clack! Kikekeng!" The monsters responded to its roar and rushed toward the Templars with renewed vigor. "Kugh! You cursed creatures!" The Templars had been bravely holding their front by relying on the forbidden power of the antimana stones. However, they were quickly forced onto the defensive as the monsters rushed at them with even more ferocity than before. Even after killing many monsters, they were still faced with many times the number. Moreover, their target, the Minotaur, simply watched their battle as if it was watching a show. Anger and despair started to outweigh their faith, and as their will weakened, the effects of the antimana stones gradually subsided. "Killer!" One of the Templars screamed and dropped his sword. "Sir Robin! You bastards!" The 2 Templars cried out as their brother's limbs were torn apart by dozens of rushing monsters. However, the continued onslaught of monsters eventually led to their own deaths as well. "Kyak! Kikekeng!" The monsters started to emit victorious cries. "Choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo!" As if God was belatedly responding to the prayers of the Templars, the floor of the arena split open with a loud rumble. Clack! Keek! More than 20 monsters struggled after falling into the cracks. A vampire rushed forward with only his weapons after taking off his armor. ******. Hyuk, Hyuk. Ro-Rai struggled to breathe after unleashing the strongest earth-based magic she knew. She was currently hiding in a dark place near the entrance of the arena, just as Eugene ordered her to. Wizards were most vulnerable when they were casting a spell and right after they unleashed a spell. As such, most wizards never traveled alone. However, Ro-Rai had been by herself until now. It was because she was capable of controlling the minds of 3 or 4 opponents with magic, whether they were humans or monsters. However, she was drained after casting an earth-based spell which she was unfamiliar with. The only thing she could rely on was the origin vampire, who, oddly enough, was pretending to be a knight. Please, please. Even if I die, let me die after completing my chimera. Ro-Rai hid in the shadows and observed the arena with ragged breaths. She suddenly stopped breathing entirely with surprise. Eugene's swordsmanship and javelin throwing were not as sophisticated as other knights. Only wildness and beast-like instincts could be found in his movements. However, all of his attacks were deadly. His black nails were elongated to be almost a meter long, and each slash completely demolished several monsters. Kya! Eugene's eyes blazed like a torch as he soaked himself in the soaring rain of blood. Blood and death descended like a storm. The cries and screams of monsters harmonized with red blood and momentarily turned the arena into living hell. After a while, only 2 figures stood erect in the oval arena. Kuuvuara. Kyawa. Minotaur, the Lord of the Labyrinth, and an original vampire knight rushed toward each other. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shing. The Minotaur swung a mace that was almost 2 meters long. Boom. Eugene narrowly avoided the attack, then stepped on the head of the mace and jumped into the air. For a moment, Eugene's figure disappeared. Kerfuff. The Minotaur expressed a mixture of fury and confusion. It activated its fear. The Minotaur firmly believed that the intruder would respond to its fear. However, the Minotaur had long reigned as a master of the labyrinth. It was born and spent its entire life in the labyrinth, and as such, had no idea what kind of being the intruder was. In addition, it was ignorant of the fact that origins or powerful vampires were unaffected by fears of even high-ranking monsters. I can do this. Eugene's entire figure was covered in black scales, but he was also transparent. He pushed his abilities to their limits and dug his sword into the monster's shoulder after overcoming its fear. Crack. The sword contained the tenacity of an unknown dwarf blacksmith. Adding in the incredible strength of a vampire, the blade tore into the Minotaur's tough leather and hard muscles like cheese. Kuvualuayuhaf. The Minotaur cried out in pain after having its flesh and bones torn apart. Even high-ranking monsters felt fear and pain. In addition, it was the first time the Minotaur was experiencing such sensations. Kerfuff. Kuvuara. The monster rampaged with pain and confusion. It swung its mace towards where its developed sense of smell and instinct indicated, but it only met thin air. Its attacks only resulted in splitting the ground into dozens of pieces. Kerfuff. The instincts of a high-ranking monster alerted it of a small, but sharp danger near its back. Without hesitation, the Minotaur turned and swung its mace with all its might. Thump. It felt the mace graze over something. However, before it could roar triumphantly, the Minotaur felt something thin and sharp digging into its neck. Crack. Eugene delved his fangs into the Minotaur's thick neck, then wrapped his arms tightly around the monster's throat. The Minotaur panicked and dived onto the ground. Crack. Crack. The weight of the monster brutally crushed Eugene's body. It was heavier than any other monster Eugene had faced until now. One of his thighs was instantly crushed and a broken rib dug through his intestines, but he did not stop sucking blood. The blood of a high-ranking monster continued to rejuvenate the vampire's body, which was becoming a bloody rag in every second that passed. Regardless of how big a monster was, it possessed a limited amount of blood. Eventually, The Minotaur gradually lost its strength after having more than half of its blood drained in less than a minute. Kerf! The giant bullhead monster thrashed around weakly, then stopped moving entirely. After a while, Eugene staggered while standing up. He was less than half the size of the collapsed monster. His entire figure was covered in blood, the body fluids of the monster, and black scales. It was an awful sight. Kawawawa! Eugene's eyes were dyed bright red. He spread his arms wide open. It was an instinctive action rather than a learned behavior. Shara! The blood of the numerous monsters pooled around the arena started to boil like lava, then evaporated into a crimson fog. The bloody fog began swirling around in a circular motion around Eugene's body, then soon permeated his figure. Crack! His broken bones started mending and his muscles quickly regained their original appearance. His eyes started to regain their original light, and his solid, balanced body was reformed within the red haze. Kuvug! The awakened vampire roared triumphantly. There were only 2 witnesses. Hooray for Sir Eugene! Count of blood. Count of darkness. No. Now we aim to become the Demon King. Kiihu! Master Belapa! This incapable disciple of yours has witnessed a true blood shadow today. One was a low-rank spirit of water, while the other was a wizard that inherited the teachings of an origin vampire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Only the withered corpses of the monsters were left once the blood disappeared. In the meantime, Ro-Rai collected the mana stones of the monsters with glistening eyes. Eugene equipped his armor once again, then lowered Galfredic and the mercenaries from their hanging position. He observed them. Is the big bear dead? Hyung. Myrian pouted, and Eugene shook his head. The others are all dead, but Galfredic is still breathing. Whether it was due to his persistent vitality or lingering attachment to life, Galfredic had miraculously survived. However, judging by his condition, he would soon die without emergency treatment. Ro-Rai, come here. Yes, Sir Eugene. Ro-Rai rushed over. Can you save him? What if we feed him something like a mana stone? One moment. Ro-Rai possessed some knowledge in medicine as a member of a school that dealt with monsters. She looked over Galfredic's body before speaking. I apologize, but there is no hope for this night. We will not be able to save him even if we had the highest quality mana stone. Eugene didn't possess any naive emotions such as friendship towards Galfredic. However, Galfredic had left a deep impression on Eugene. He was the one who challenged how Eugene viewed knights. Perhaps that was why he felt somewhat disappointed and uncomfortable to let Galfredic die. Excuse me. Could I say something? Ro-Rai carefully spoke while looking down at Galfredic. What is it? Although not much is known about the origins, I've heard that origins can take those who died recently as their thralls. Thralls? Yes. You know how to create slaves, correct? I know, but humans are not able to handle my blood. Moreover, it is useless to create slaves because they won't be in their right minds. This had been the case with Maverick, monster that only coveted blood. Without its master, the vampire's slave was merely a beast that followed its instincts. Yes. But I heard from my teacher that thralls are different. He told me that if a person with a particularly strong mentality accepts the blood of an origin, their ego will remain whole, and they will keep their abilities from when they were humans. As such, not everyone can be made into thralls. Ro-Rai continued while carefully studying Eugene's expression. However, it might be possible with this knight. Sir. Let's try it. If we leave him like this, the big bear will die anyway, right? Even Myrian chimed in. Eugene looked down at Galfredic for a moment. Galfredic is no ordinary human, and it definitely feels like a waste for him to die. It's worth trying. After making his decision, Eugene raised Galfredic's figure. After taking a breath, he sunk his fangs into the back of the knight's neck. Blood and fluid began to leak from the tip of Eugene's fangs and began permeating Galfredic's blood vessels. Whoosh! Home. Eugene was greatly surprised at the following sensation. It felt as if his entire body was engulfed in flames. Kugh. Moreover, his own blood was being drained too rapidly. It was incomparably fast compared to the time with Maverick, and it was spiraling out of his control. That wasn't all. Eugene's energy, or rather, something more fundamental, was being transferred to Galfredic through the tip of his fangs. What the? Eugene became greatly startled and attempted to back away. The ceremony of transference will begin. A strange voice rang inside Eugene's head. It was the same voice he heard when he first held a red mana stone in his hand. The vassal is the possession of the monarch. The soul of the vassal belongs to the monarch under the ceremony of blood. All of the vassal's powers will belong to the monarch. As such, the transference concludes. All the memories of Galfredic's battles were suddenly injected into Eugene's head. The swordsmanship of Galfredic's family and the swordsmanship of his past opponents were imprinted onto Eugene's brain, or rather, his soul. Kuaa. With Eugene and Galfredic at its center, a red swarm of energy exploded outward in all directions. Kugh. Eugene finally managed to separate himself from Galfredic, but he felt greatly weakened. Sir Eugene. Sir. Eugene reassured the wizard and the spirit with a wave of his hand, then staggered over to the corpse of the Minotaur. Eugene was able to barely raise his head after drinking the remaining blood of the monster, which had been slowly hardening after its death. Romrai was stunned speechless by Eugene's eyes. Her gaze shone more intensely than before. I never heard about anything like this. According to her teacher, it wasn't easy for a powerful vampire to create a thrall, but it wasn't all too difficult either. Their energy would be drained for a while, but they could quickly recover by feeding on blood. The newly created thrall would awaken as a vampire with new powers belonging to the tribe of the night, but the original vampire would not experience any significant changes. They would be just the same as before. However, this unique origin, who feigned as a knight, somehow felt stronger than before. This is strange. Even though she felt fear, a hint of curiosity also settled in her mind. Romrai carefully spoke. Sir Eugene, are you okay? I'm fine. But, contrary to Romrai's explanation, Eugene had heard the voice uttering terms such as authority and the monarch rather than thrall. Moreover, he had absorbed all the combat skills that belonged to Galfredic as well. Eugene pondered briefly. However, he quickly came to the conclusion that he had no reason to reveal everything to Romrai. He turned his gaze to Galfredic, who was still lying on the ground like a corpse. When will he wake up? If you want to wait a little bit more, Romrai responded with haste. But then... Wag. You motherfucker. Galfredic jumped up with a loud shout. Hayek. Ki. The surprised wizard fell on her butt, and the spirit quickly hid behind Eugene's back. Huag. Yep. Hua. Galfredic gasped while looking around with wild eyes as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He met Eugene's eyes. Do you recognize me, Galfredic? Eugene asked. Is this a dream? It's reality. How could that be? I could swear I was in a bloody hell. Someone was muttering something about blood transfer or something. Eugene was surprised to hear his response. In the meantime, Galfredic's eyes landed on Romrai. Huh. Who is that woman? A wizard. As I expected, this is a dream. Or is it something like a last gift from the devil? Well, her body could be better, but her face is not too bad. I guess I'll have a go one last time. Kugh. Sir Eugene. I think you might need to strike a bit harder for him to come to his senses. Romrai provided advice laden with some emotion. Eugene slapped Galfredic's face mercilessly and said, "This is not a dream. It's reality. Galfredic, you are alive. And from now on, you will have to change the way you address me and talk to me." Eugene had also overlaid his vampire fear onto his words. Galfredic's eyes twinkled, and he responded with a flinch. "What are you talking about, master?" You still talk informally. Is it not working properly?" "Huh. What are you talking about? What's going on, master?" Galfredic addressed Eugene as his master both times without intending to. His eyes widened as he looked up at Eugene. Eugene licked his lips regretfully while confirming a shade of red in Galfredic's eyes, which were originally light brown. Maybe it did work properly, or maybe it didn't. Well, anyways, congratulations on being born again as a vampire, Galfredic. Ki-eek. Our monsieur finally got a thrall, Now we ride smoothly along the road to becoming the great demon king. Ki-eek. Myrian's high-pitched shrieks resounded in Eugene's ears. ****. So master was a vampire from the very beginning, and you took me in as your thrall when I was almost dead. In reality, it was as a vassal rather than a thrall, but Eugene nodded affirmingly. That's right. Well, if you want to die an honorable death as a human, I can grant your wish right now. But it's not like you were overly religious, were you? Well, I guess so. Huh. This is crazy. Galfredic scratched his head while looking at Eugene with a stupefied expression. He assumed he was dead, but when he woke up, he came face to face with a completely transformed reality as a vampire. He still couldn't completely wrap his head around it. It's true. If it were not for Sir Eugene, you would have died without a doubt. As food for the monsters. It would have been better if we left you to rot. Rai spoke rather bitterly. Her first impression of the man had been rather sour. Galfredic responded with a frown. What a petty wizard. I said your face was pretty, didn't I? What? What did I do? Rai jerked her expressionless face around. Perhaps she still felt offended by Galfredic's comment about her body. It's always the wizard. Anyways, so I cannot see sunlight from now on. And I have to suck on human blood. If you cover yourself well, you can continue to travel in the sun. I was like that as well. And regarding the need to consume blood, you can suck on the blood of monsters. I only need to feed once every 2 or 3 months, but I'm not entirely sure about you. This is the first time I've created a thrall. I see. Even when he was a human, Galfredic was quite fond of Eugene. And even if it was because of Eugene's contract with the Palin Association, it didn't change the fact that he came into the labyrinth to save Galfredic. Moreover, he had even given Galfredic a new life. Above all, Eugene's words and actions imparted a deep and strong trust in Galfredic. Is it because I'm his thrall now? Well, perhaps this is fate as well. Galfredic smiled, not knowing that his trust stemmed from the strong bond between the master and his vassal. But master, can I ask you for 2 favors? Favors. Master's armor is pretty nice. Could you prepare something similar for me as well? Get me some nice hats as well. Right. Human nobles bestowed armor and horses when they acquired knights. As such, Eugene nodded in agreement. It was only natural for him to invest in his first subordinate as well. What else? Let me kill 1 person when we get out of here. Kill? Who? Perhaps. Eugene had his guesses. Galfredic smiled and revealed his elongated fangs while responding. Lou Gates. That bastard was the one responsible. ****. Huh. To think that. Intela could not close his mouth as he looked alternatingly at Galfredic and Eugene. Galfredic's face was deathly pale, and he looked almost dead as he lay unmoving. Of course, Galfredic was only pretending to have lost consciousness, but no one could tell. The Cyclops killed all the Templars of St. Legren's monastery. To be exact, it was done by the monsters under the Cyclops' command. The Templars could not react properly because the battle unfolded in a vast, open space. The Cyclops was sly. Eugene told a lie planned in advance to hide the death of the Minotaur. That's right. That was why I was trying to avoid a confrontation at all costs. What happened to the monster? It became frightened by Master Rai's magic and fled deeper inside. I wanted to chase after it, but there were simply too many low-rank monsters under its command. Because of that, Master Rai was unable to unfold her magic properly either. I apologize. As Sir Eugene mentioned, there were too many monsters. In addition, Sir Galfredic seemed to be in a critical condition. I thought it was more urgent to save his life. With even Rai joining in, Intela nodded calmly. The primary objective of the subjugation had been to find out whether Galfredic and his group had survived, and where they were located, rather than killing monsters and obtaining their byproducts. In that respect, Eugene and Rai had made the correct judgment. Chasing after a large, crafty monster into the unknown areas of a labyrinth would have been no different from suicide. Moreover, they safely brought back Sir Galfredic. I see. By the way, Sir Galfredic's condition is really horrible. Intela spoke while looking down at Galfredic. The burly knight's acting skills were as splendid as his swordsmanship. Eugene nodded. We fed him a mana stone personally crafted by Master Rai, so he should be fine. He will wake up within 3 or 4 days, so there should be nothing to worry about. That's a relief. It's a shame what happened to the Templars. Ah, that's right. What happened to their bodies? They were damaged beyond recognition. The situation was so critical that I couldn't do anything else except to bring back their blades. Eugene held out the blades of the Templars while reciting a pre-planned answer. Phew. There was nothing else you could have done. It is thanks to you, sir, that they will keep their honor even in death. Templars broke ties with the world. Their weapons were bestowed to them by the church, and their weapons were no different from their identities as well as their honor. The bodies of many knights were never found in evil lands. As such, the monastery would certainly appreciate that Eugene had retrieved their swords safely. Anyways, thank you for your hard work, Sir Eugene. It's all thanks to you. No. Things might have gone differently if the Templars were not there. That's why I was thinking. What if we made those 3 the heroes of the subjugation this time? What do you think? They are the only ones who died as well. That's not a bad idea. It is true that they died fighting the Cyclops. Intela fell into thought. In reality, the 3 Templars died while acting alone in violation of his orders, but their honor would be tarnished if the truth was revealed. In addition, it could make things difficult for St. Legren's monastery as well. Since we saved Galfredic as well, it might be better to do as this man says. Intela came to a decision. Good. Let's do that. But will you be fine with it, sir? You were the one who was actually responsible for killing the monsters and saving Sir Galfredic. I am satisfied with my friend being safe. The fallen Templars should take the merit and honor for the accomplishment. That would be the best way to show respect. Intela became wide-eyed. The Free Knight valued not only true friendship but held boundless consideration and mercy for the dead. I, Intela, will remember your honorable words forever, sir. Intela nodded. His evaluation of the Free Knight increased significantly. ****. The subjugation safely returned to Count Evergrove's castle. Although they failed to rescue the mercenaries, Jevin and Count Evergrove were satisfied with the safe return of Galfredic. They greatly praised the subjugation. As discussed with Eugene, Intela attributed more than half of the merit to the deceased Templars. Although it didn't really matter to Count Evergrove whether the Templars died or not, he sent a letter to comfort and thank Saint Legren's monastery. The temple's principal had been anxiously waiting, knowing that the Templars had stolen the secretly manufactured antimana stones and participated in the subjugation. After receiving the letter, they felt relief and sadness. The principal also expressed great gratitude to Eugene for collecting the swords of the Templars even in a dire situation. Of course, the principal had many questions he wanted to ask, but he held his tongue, fearing that Eugene knew about the existence of the antimana stones. Thus, the issues related to the labyrinth seemed to have concluded. That was until the day came when Galfredic suddenly jumped up from his bed and woke up after spending the past 3 days like a dead man. Favorite. Is that really true? What reason would I have to lie, Sir Jevin? Jevin's frown deepened at the words of Galfredic. If it weren't for the large cross-shaped scar on the bulky knight's cheek, one would certainly find it difficult to identify him as the same knight as before. Galfredic's demeanor had undergone a significant change for some reason. Sir Lugates showed you the wrong way. Yes. The area where further explorations were stopped because of the Cyclops. He told me that it was a confirmed, explored area. He told me to check it out just in case. And you went into the passage and encountered the Cyclops, which resulted in the annihilation of your entire group. And you managed to escape and survive by remaining in hiding the entire time. Yes. Truthfully, In truth, he had been captured by the Minotaur to be stored away as food, but Galfredic lied without hesitation, following the advice of Eugene and Rai. That's right. I see. That makes sense. Galfredic had entered the Mount Morrison labyrinth for the first time. In addition, Jevin was not a knight, so he did not know the specific details of how subjugations were carried out. As such, he took Galfredic's vivid, realistic testimony at face value. In the end, if it were not for the Templars of Saint Legren's monastery, I would have been killed by the Cyclops. The monster was chasing after me with persistence. It is only thanks to God's mercy and their bravery. Galfredic's voice trembled ever so slightly when he referred to God, but Jevin took it as an involuntary expression of the knight's deep faith. I agree. Your words match with Sir Eugene's testimony as well. This issue could have grown into something much larger if it were not for the sacrifice of the Templars. In fact, Jevin had little to do with the monastery. However, befitting his status as a high-ranking noble, he commemorated the Templars and honored their memory, even drawing the holy gesture with his hands. However, Sir Galfredic. Yes, young Master Jevin. Eugene was sitting at Galfredic's side. Jevin continued while looking alternatingly at the two knights. I apologize for saying this, and I am not doubting your honor by any means, but there is no evidence to back up your claim. On the other hand, Sir Lugates is our family's knight. I am left with no choice but to trust in his honor. However, if Galfredic's claim was true, the matter would not simply conclude with Lugates, but even the honor of Evergrove County would be greatly damaged. As the family's successor, Jevin had to prevent such an event. However, even though he was the successor of the Count, he could not simply ignore the words of two high-renowned knights. I can have Galfredic sworn in, and we can silence the other one by handing him a good sum of money. Anyways, that's why I was thinking. I will talk to my father immediately to have you sworn in, sir, and I apologize, but I no longer desire to be sworn in. Instead, young Master Jevin, please allow me to hold a duel of honor against Sir Lugates. Jevin's eyes filled with shock at Galfredic's request. What do you mean by that? A duel of honor? Regardless of his intent, Sir Lugates attempted to kill me. Matters between knights must be settled with the blade. Jevin was well aware of Galfredic's fiery personality. Jevin's eyes became slightly distorted, but he spoke in an appeasing manner. But do you not think that is going too far? Everyone is overjoyed that you returned alive, sir. If we cause another commotion, neither our family nor you will benefit, sir. Jevin was soft-spoken, but the words themselves were tainted with threat. Galfredic's expression started to wrinkle, but Eugene stepped out. It's just as young Master Jevin says. There is no need to cause another commotion and create trouble for both sides. Sir Eugene's consideration is truly magnanimous. However, Sir Galfredic is my friend and I respect his will. Jevin's frown disappeared before reappearing at Eugene's following words. Eugene continued in a subtle voice. As such, I have a suggestion. What if we proceed with this as a secret duel? A secret duel? Yes. Only 5 people, including the 2 knights, 1 observer from both sides, and young Master Jevin will participate. And regardless of the duel's outcome, only the 5 people will know about the issue related to the duel. It can be kept a secret afterward. Jevin looked unimpressed on the surface, but he let out a burst of admiration internally. The Evergrove County had little to lose if they followed Eugene's suggestion. Although it was regretful to put one of their territorial knights on the line, the honor of the entire family could not be compared to a single knight. I like it, but will Galfredic accept the suggestion? Jevin felt a little apprehensive. Eugene then spoke to Galfredic. Sir Galfredic. It was Sir Lugates who was toying with your life. I think it would be better not to do anything that could damage the honor of Lord Evergrove and young Master Jevin. Just do as I say. I think young Master Jevin and Lord Count Grove would prefer that as well. Would you not say so? I, for one, would like to follow Sir Eugene's suggestion. Jevin immediately concurred. Galfredic, who was in deep contemplation, eventually nodded. All right. If you allow me a duel, I will bury the event regardless of the outcome. I swear it on my honor. You made the right choice. When would you like it to be held? Let's do it today. So soon? Your body must be still recovering. Will you be okay? Jevin felt thrilled at Galfredic's suggestion, but he still asked in a worried voice. I am enough as I am to handle a coward like him. And the location? Galfredic pretended to think for a moment, and Eugene stepped out once again. What about the castle's back garden? It would be the perfect place since it will be easy to control the flow of people after sunset. Young Master Jevin, what do you think? Jevin was grateful that they were willing to keep the issue hushed, and they even went as far as to choose a place devoid of the people's eyes. Jevin wanted to dance in joy deep in his heart, but he hid his emotions and spoke solemnly. Then the duel of honor will take place tonight at 7 p.m. at the castle's back garden. I will let my father know right away. As I might expect from a vampire. Weren't you being too sneaky, Master? Your acting was quite good as well. Anyways, I am glad young Master Jevin accepted it right away. Eugene and Galfredic shared a laugh. TSK. I would have preferred to punish that bastard Lugates publicly. It is a little disappointing. You have nothing to gain from that anyways. You wouldn't want to be hated by a nobleman whom you wanted to be sworn in by, would you? I guess that's true. The 2 knights had planned the conversation held with Jevin in advance, to induce him into accepting a private duel between Lugates and Galfredic. Vampires were stronger at night, so the 2 had naturally led the conversation to hold the duel later in the evening. Anyways, are you confident? Of course. I told you before, right? The results of the competition might have been completely different if I had not been injured in the semifinals. And that bastard I fought in the semifinals, he didn't give a shit about winning or losing. He was only aiming at my legs for some reason. Galfredic gritted his teeth while recalling the competition held the year before. He must have been bought out by Lugates. Did you not get a feel for it when you saw him, Master? Between him and me, who do you think is stronger? Even in Eugene's opinion, He didn't necessarily think that Lugates was stronger than Galfredic. But sufficient preparations had to be made regardless. Right, how is Galfredic's current condition? His strength has almost fully recovered as compared to the time that he was still a human. Drinking the Cyclops' blood must have been very effective, Rai answered in a feeble voice while carefully studying his reaction. But Sir Eugene, do you still need me now that we are finished with the subjugation? You got everything you wanted as well, right? And thanks to me, you even got a thrall. She could not risk insulting an origin vampire. Thus, she tried her best not to offend Eugene. Well, I guess that's true. Eugene stared into Rai's lifeless eyes for a moment. Certainly, his agreement with the wizard had come to an end. She was helpful in finding Galfredic, and she had aided him in turning Galfredic into Eugene's vassal. In return, she obtained the nails and the blood of the Cyclops. Eugene had, in fact, successfully killed the Cyclops of the Mount Morrison labyrinth, but had lied to Intala. I think she might be helpful in the future, but I have no reason to keep her. I might encounter problems in the future if I forced a wizard to be with me. Good. Tomorrow, you can be on your way. Thank you. You will be blessed, sir. Then I will go pack my things. Please have a wonderful rest. Rai bowed her head before standing up. Her groveling attitude seemed rather familiar to Eugene. By the way, Master, what are we going to do after taking Lugate's head? Galfredic asked. He had to, since he would have to follow Eugene for the rest of his life. I still have a contract with the Palin Association, so I will be attending other evil land subjugations for the time being. I have a reason to kill as many high-ranking monsters as possible. There was no reason to lie to his vassal, so Eugene told the truth to some extent. Rai had been excitedly opening the door. But after hearing his words, she suddenly stopped. She slowly turned towards Eugene. Once every month or 2 months. At least twice, and up to 4 times. That's how many subjugations I will have to participate in. And do you know Count Winslan? I am planning to participate in the subjugation of an evil land in his territory. I have a letter of recommendation, so. Why are you still here? Rai had quietly returned to her seat. I was thinking. I think the magic of our Blood Shadow School would be of great help to a noble origin like yourself, Sir Eugene. Eugene simply stared at her, wondering what had brought on the change in her attitude. Feeling a sense of pressure at his gaze, Rai hurriedly confessed. To tell you the truth, I need lots of materials from high-ranking monsters for my research and chimera production. But that doesn't mean I have no desire to help Sir Eugene. I swear by my name, my school, and by magic. I'm fine with that, but haven't you been making too many oaths recently? Eugene. Big hoes of the Knights tribe always have 1 or 2 wizards by their sides. This raccoon girl is quite competent, so she will be helpful. Myrian chatted excitedly. He gained Galfredic as a vassal, and even the wizard was voluntarily giving her word to assist him. Although he did not acquire a red mana stone, the results of the subjugation were quite great. ****. The sun was almost gone, and a small number of people gathered in the back garden of the Evergrove County's castle. A servant left after lighting the torches and the lamps. Jevin looked around and spoke solemnly. Then we will begin the duel of honor. The outcome of the duel will not be made public. The results should not be spoken, even in front of one's god. Do you all agree? I agree. I swear on my honor. Starting with Galfredic and Lugates, Eugene and Intala answered one after another. The 2 were participating as witnesses. Good. Jevin nodded with satisfaction, then stole a glance at Eugene. Eugene. To think he would be considerate of our family's honor, regardless of the outcome. He is quite a decent knight. According to Intala's, Eugene was as skilled as the rumors said. In addition, he had devised a solution to the issue with the deceased Templars as well. If I had known earlier, I would have had him sworn into our family. What a shame. Jevin looked at Eugene with regretful eyes, then turned towards Lou Gates. A frown appeared on his face. If you lose, you will be gone immediately. If you win, I'll work you like a horse. He was a little doubtful of Galfredic's words at first, but now he believed them. When he relayed Galfredic's words to Lou Gates initially made excuses. However, once the knight was told that the duel would be held in secret, he accepted it while pretending to be honorable. It was a mistake to take in someone like him. Anyways, Sir Eugene said he would be staying in Meran for a while after this, right? When all of this is over, I will have to slowly win him over. Territorial knights were rarely sworn in, and as such, outstanding talents were greatly coveted. Jevin had a burning will to acquire Eugene. In the meantime, Galfredic and Lou Gates came face to face after warming up. Both of them used the longsword as their primary weapons, but Galfredic was equipped in an ordinary plate mail, while Lou Gates was adorned in a solid plate armor bestowed to him by Count Evergrove. You dare to ruin my reputation with your slimy tongue. Sir Galfredic, I never took you to be such a man, but you are indeed trash. Shut your filthy mouth and come at me. I will smash your head. Galfredic was unfazed by Lou Gates' provocation. He. Have you already forgotten about last year's competition? And do you possibly think your sword can penetrate my plate armor? You talk too much. If you won't make a move, then let me. Galfredic rushed forward while emitting a red glow from inside his helmet. Lou Gates was surprised that Galfredic was quicker than expected, but he immediately responded with an attack as a strong, experienced knight. You will never break through my plate armor. On the other hand, Galfredic's plate mail presented gaps on the shoulder and arms, where the armor was only composed of chains. Lou Gates was certain that he could inflict a fatal injury on Galfredic with his power and skills. Clang! 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 Sparks erupted into the air as the blades of the two knights collided mid-air. Amazing! Eugene was thoroughly impressed. He knew how strong Galfredic was through their last bout, but Galfredic was showing an entirely different level of competence now that he was engaged in a life and death battle. He wasn't lying when he said the results might have been different in an actual battle. Rather, if it had been a real battle, Eugene would have lost. But not anymore. Now, Eugene had the ability of camouflage and invisibility. In addition, he even acquired Galfredic's skills after taking him in as his vassal. He was confident in holding his own against any knight, including Galfredic. As if to prove his elevated skills, Eugene naturally predicted the following moves of the two knights as they battled. If it's now, perhaps even if I faced Jung Dirt. Eugene's fighting spirit burned when he thought back to the moment the Holy Knight cut off his head while laughing. Clang! Kang! In the meantime, the two knights traded several blows before eventually meeting each other in a struggle for power, their blades pushed against one another. Kuha! You wish to defeat me with just that? Today will be your funeral. No, never mind. Since you have no descendants, no one will remember you. Kuha! Lou Gates was pushing with all his might, but Galfredic had responded in a peaceful, calm voice. Home. Is this all you have? What? Lou Gates shouted with a hint of urgency. Goodbye, me of the past. The legend of my new self is about to begin. What the fuck are you? Huag. Qua. Lou Gates screamed as he was pushed back by the unexpected power of the vampire. Why, you bastard? The essence of excellent swordsmanship wasn't just power. Rather, refined swordsmanship stemmed from a combination of practice, technique, and experience. A proper harmony between the three would allow one to make appropriate decisions to defeat their enemies. However, that was only true up until a certain point. The The sheer strength of an Origin's vassal was beyond human comprehension. Moreover, Galfredic's swordsmanship was at least on par with Lugate's. Boom! Galfredic's weapon began to repeatedly strike against Lugate's armor. Kugh. On the other hand, Lugate's never managed to land a single blow on Galfredic. Just trust the armor. I just need to dig in. Let's dig in. Suddenly, Galfredic's large figure disappeared, and Lugate's became wide-eyed. Crack! His thoughts abruptly came to an end along with a horrific sound. Galfredic's rondel dagger was sticking out of Lugate's forehead through the gap in his helmet. The sharp weapon had pierced through the narrow space of the helmet that existed to provide a line of sight for the knight. Silence permeated the garden at the display of such distinguished swordsmanship. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jevin was struck with shock as he saw Lugate's large figure fall like a rotten log. He had been certain of Lugate's victory until the start of the duel, and even after witnessing the battle, he had measured the chances of victory as 50%. As such, he never imagined that Lugate's would lose so helplessly, and even die as a result. Jevin boiled with anger as he glared at Galfredic. Galfredic started taking off his helmet, and as Eugene approached the victorious knight, his gaze met with Jevin's. Jevin flinched after meeting the red, glowing eyes. As a prestigious noble, Jevin received high-quality education in various fields. He was keen and perceptive. As such, he instinctively sensed that he had played right into Eugene's plan. How dare you? Jevin's eyes flared with rage for a moment, then soon subsided. His instincts warned him not to express his anger towards Eugene at this moment. However, the disappointment and betrayal he felt from his appointed knight caused his heart to throb. I declare Sir Galfredic's victory. Then, sirs, I trust that your honorable promises will be kept. Of course. Good. Please understand that I am unable to congratulate you with pure intentions. Sir Intala, clean up the area. Then please excuse me. Jevin spoke in a cold voice before leaving, and Intala slowly crept up to the two. That was great swordsmanship, Sir Galfredic. You have broadened my horizons today. You flatter me. By the way, are you not planning on getting revenge? You both were territorial knights of the Evergrove territory. Me. You jest. Sir Lugates and I only served the same lord but did not share a friendship. Moreover. He glanced at Lugate's cold body before grinning. I trust the words of you, sir, and Sir Eugene's more than the words of that coward. I quite like you, sir. Ha ha. I wish you sirs could have become our territory's knights. But considering young Master Jevin's reaction just now, I guess that's no longer a possibility. It might be best for you two to leave the castle quickly. Home. Why? Eugene narrowed his eyes, and Intala spoke in a quiet voice. Sir Jevin is an honorable noble, but he is also quite proud and dignified. So what? The knights of the castle are eager to prove themselves, and I reckon that they would do anything to gain the successor's favor. What do you think they would do if the territory's successor, whom they admired, became sad and dishonored all of a sudden? In other words, the knights would most likely challenge Eugene and Galfredic even if they happened to hear the details of the duel. Well, it's all the same to us anyway, since we can beat them all up, Galfredic responded with a shrug and turned to Eugene before continuing. Although it won't be problematic for us, it might become troublesome for the mercenaries and the slaves. I think it might be best to follow Sir Intala's advice. Eugene nodded. Vampires were stronger at night, and right now, it didn't matter how many knights of the Evergrove County came to fight them at this moment. However, it was different for Partik and the slaves. I will open the rear gate of the castle. You should pack up immediately and leave. We owe you a great deal. Thank you, Sir Intala. Don't worry about it. It was an honor to meet brave, honorable knights like you both. Eugene and Galfredic shared a powerful handshake with Intala. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How dare you kill my family's knight in front of my eyes? How dare you? Jevin felt greatly humiliated for the first time after being born as the successor of the county. He strode forward with anger. Then, he suddenly stopped before speaking. What are the knights of the castle doing? I think they are gathered in Sir Marvel's room. They may be indulging themselves in chess or card games. I will be heading there right away. Yes, young Master Jevin. A servant quickly led the way with a lamp. Soon. Sirs. Ah, young Master Jevin. Welcome. When Jevin made a sudden appearance in the middle of the night, the castle's knights stopped their card game and stood up. Were you all playing a game? Who is on a win streak today? The owner of the room seems to have learned weird tricks somewhere. The other sirs and I were quite unlucky today. The others laughed awkwardly at the words of a knight. I see. Why are you all standing around for? Come, have a seat. I am here to join you, so let's play comfortably. Ah. Of course. The young successor often spent time with the knights, but he never joined gambling to save face. Nevertheless, he was joining them, and this meant only one thing. Ha ha! Sir Marvel is truly lucky. Ah, Sir McCooley. Congratulations. I'm going to lose everything I have at this rate. Jevin was bestowing pocket money to the knights on the pretense of losing. In 30 minutes, the successor gifted almost 100 silver coins. The knights could not help but grin with joy. I think your luck must have rubbed off on us, young Master Jevin. But tomorrow, it'll surely return. Ha ha ha. Jevin nodded with a satisfied expression at the delighted knights, then suddenly spoke with a gloomy look. Luck, is it? I wish Sir Lou Gates had such luck as well. What? Did something happen to Sir Lou Gates? Well, the truth is, Jevin recounted the outcome of the duel, leaving out the cause of the battle. Knights always fight for this and that, sometimes trivial reasons. In addition, Sir Galfredic must have been quite sensitive, so I think it was only natural he wanted to protest the process of last year's tournament. However, I cannot believe that he committed murder. This is unforgivable. He crossed the line. Sir Marvel is correct. And listening to young Master Jevin's words, it seems Sir Lou Gates was taking the battle with a light heart. This is tantamount to looking down on young Master Jevin and the Evergrove County. No, sirs. It's not that. Jevin pretended to be troubled and attempted to dissuade the knights, but it was useless. Young Master Jevin. We will take care of this. Sirs, let us head to protest against Galfredic and Jan Eugene. I never liked Galfredic from the beginning. If they resist, it will only provide us with reason to display our skills. There is no need to give respect to those who know no honor. Let's go. The knights bolted out the door after wearing their chainmail and grabbing their weapons. It's a bit regretful, but it's for the best. Jevin could always find another knight, but could not easily recover the lost honor and pride of his family. He believed that this was the most reasonable decision he could make as the county's successor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Clop, clop. A carriage pulled by a horse was accompanied by 2 horses and their riders as they passed through the dark road. Did I make a mistake? What the hell are we doing in the middle of the night? Rai sat on the edge of the carriage and continued sighing in secret. But it was already too late to regret her decision. In addition, Eugene had already killed several high-ranking monsters. She was lucky that she could accompany a knight, no, a vampire like him. Let's follow him around for maybe half a year. We will say goodbye after I collect enough materials. Ah, but where should I conduct my experiments? I won't be able to return home for a while. Rai was deep in thought with worries. Galfredic approached her in the meantime and spoke. Get ready, wizard. What? Get ready for what? Huh. I thought wizards were wise men and prophets. You should already know, right? What bullshit. What are you saying? If I could do that, I would have made a fortune by divining the future. Why would I be doing all this? Ah, really? I guess you aren't very skilled. Anyways, there is going to be a battle soon, so get ready. Yes. Rai nodded her head in resignation. She knew something like this would happen sooner or later as soon as they exited through the castle's rear gate. After all, it looked as if they were running away from something. In the meantime, two of the slaves hurried into the carriage, and Partik's group gathered around Galfredick along with Luke. Sir Galfredick. Are they troops of the Evergrove territory? Probably, right. Who else would be chasing after us on horseback except for their knights? For now, the two of you should prepare your crossbows. Partik, slave number 1, stand by my side. I heard you're pretty good at fighting. Thank you, sir. My name is Luke. Yes, slave number 1 Luke, who is pretty good at fighting. Galfredick answered with a grin, and Luke sighed before taking his place by the knight's side with his shield and short sword unsheathed. Meanwhile, Glade and Lavin loaded bolts on 2 crossbows they obtained from mercenaries previously defeated by Eugene. They positioned themselves behind the carriage and lowered their bodies. Rai. Yes, Sir Eugene. Can you use that magic from the labyrinth again? It's not my field of expertise, so the success rate is slightly lower. It was possible then because my concentration was at its peak. Then what is your expertise? I am most confident in mind control, but I cannot have any witnesses when I use it. Although it's circumstantial, most lords are hostile towards things similar to black magic. I see. Eugene fell into deep thought. It would make things easier to use magic. However, then he would have to kill all of the uninvited guests, who were most likely knights of the Evergrove territory. Although he would never have anything to do with Evergrove again, it was inadvisable to become openly hostile against a great noble family, since many nobles shared strong ties with each other. Moreover, it was obvious that the Palin Association would dislike such a decision too. While Eugene contemplated, Galfredick stepped up. Should I take care of it? Do you have something in mind? I really should give you a proper lecture on knights sometimes. Including me, knights live and die by honor. Even on the verge of death, they always have to be self-righteous. If you give them a gentle nudge, they are easily manipulated. Galfredick was a true knight with plenty of experience and skills. His words were trustworthy, so Eugene nodded. Then do as you like. However, I will step forward if we have to show our skills. Galfredick looked surprised for a moment, then grinned. Do as you like, master. The glow of torches from a group of riders on horseback drew closer and closer. Once the distance was close enough, Galfredick roared into the night. Stop right there. I will fire if you come any closer. The horses came to a stop as the words rang loudly through the cold air of the night. Why are you chasing after us at night? Who are you? Reveal yourselves. I am Marvel, Knight of Evergrove. Are you Sir Galfredick? Ah, so it's Sir Marvel. That's right, it's me, Galfredick. What's going on? I heard that you killed Sir Lugates under the pretext of a duel. Is that really something an honorable knight should do? That's right. And it was a secret duel as well, wasn't it? Did you intentionally make it as such as to kill Sir Lugates? Another voice chimed in, and Galfredick shouted. And this voice should belong to Sir McCooley. Hey. It's true that I killed Lugates in a duel, but none of my actions were dishonorable. I cannot trust your words. Why else would you leave the castle at night as if running away? Because I knew you lot would come running. I would be at a loss to fight inside a lion's den. HMPH. Lies. It's obvious that you were afraid. And why was young Master Jevin so grief-stricken? Young Master Jevin is an honorable man. If there was a justifiable reason, he would have accepted the results of the duel, even if it did cause Sir Lugate's death. Obviously it's because he thought Lou Gates would win. But unfortunately for him, it was the other way around. And I think he might become grief-stricken again very soon. What are you? Sir? Are you trying to provoke us? I am only telling the truth. If it's a one-on-one battle, none of you are capable of defeating me, sirs. What nonsense. If you think you're so strong, I, Reader and McCooley, will face you in battle. With McCooley in the lead, the three knights rushed forward. Should I fire? Leave them be. Galfredick shook his head at Blade and Lavin, then shouted towards the three knights as they stormed forward. Let's fight one by one. Don't tell me you are going to rush in all at once like cowards. I have to tell you, our wizard might have to step forward if you plan to come all at once. The knights flinched and came to a stop. They were now close enough to identify the members of Eugene's group. Their gaze quickly turned to Rai, who was staring blankly while standing in front of the carriage. The knights had quickly rushed out of the castle after hearing that Eugene and Galfredick had escaped, but they had not expected the female wizard to be accompanying them. Master Rai, are you planning to attack us? I have nothing against you, sirs, but I was hired by Sir Eugene. So I have to fulfill my responsibilities. I apologize. Crowd. The knights shared a gaze while gritting their teeth, then they spoke up. Fine. Let it be one-on-one matches. We aren't shameless and honorless like you, sir. Yeah. I'm so glad all of you are honorable knights. Then let us write up a document and place our seals. Good. Rai. Yes. Rai quickly drafted up 2 documents containing the same content at Eugene's order. Among the knights of Evergrove, Marvel looked over its contents before placing his seal at the bottom. But if we win, who will become our prisoner? Sir Eugene, or you? That's... Galfredick started to respond, but Eugene interrupted. I think it will be better for you to discuss who will become our prisoner when you lose. Marvel became wide-eyed at Eugene's remark, then soon burst into an outrage. If such a shameful thing happens, then all of us will become your prisoners. I swear it on the name of Fetrek Marvel. After hearing Marvel's response, Eugene winked at Galfredick before drawing his short sword. It's a relief that all of you sirs are such honorable knights. You bastard. Eugene repeated Galfredick's words, and Marvel stormed forward on his horse while wielding his long sword. ******. SHHHHK. Marvel's long sword left behind a trail of lights. I can see it. Before, Eugene was able to avoid or deflect the attacks by relying on his instincts, but now, he could read the trajectory of the sword. Block it. Clang. And when it slides off, he will stab. K-awawawawa. Shing. And I deflect. K-kang. Hugh. Marvel's eyes filled with a sense of urgency. The opponent's swordsmanship was great, but the tremendous power contained behind the blows was even greater. Suddenly, Eugene's short sword curved like a snake and shot towards Marvel's helmet. Clang. K-U-G-H. Marvel fell off his saddle with a grunt after being struck on the head with a strong blow by Wolf Slaughter. Good. This should be enough to verify my swordsmanship. Eugene jumped off his own saddle, then charged towards Marvel, who was attempting to stand up with a stagger. Boom! The bodies of 2 men flew several meters before crashing to the floor. Boom! Boom! Eugene pressed Marvel against the ground. His knees pressed against the knight's elbows, and he drew back before pummeling the knight's head with his gauntleted fists. The heavy blows caused the helmet to dent, and the damage caused to the head resting inside the helmet was quite obvious. K-U-G-H. Kyuk. A-H-K. Marvel broke out into screams, then suddenly became silent. Very useful for hand-to-hand combat. Eugene felt satisfied with the skills he absorbed from Galfredick. He stood up, then dragged Marvel's unconscious body before throwing it into the cart. The knights were even more surprised to see Eugene easily tossing Marvel's giant body, which would easily weigh more than 100 kilograms with the armor. Are those soldiers from the Evergrove territory? Eugene asked as a group of soldiers carrying torches approached the scene. The knights immediately came to their senses at Eugene's words and stammered an answer. That's right. I think you might be the dishonorable ones then. You mobilized more than 30 troops and 3 knights to catch us. Were you so afraid of me and Sir Galfredic? Nonsense. This was just a precautionary measure taken in case you refused to comply with our demands. Well, having more witnesses will be better anyway, so it's fine. Who's next? The 2 remaining knights shared a glance without words, then the bigger of the 2 stepped up after a moment. I, Redran of Mutkulé, will be your opponent. Sir Galfredic. If you have even an ounce of honor left in you. What are you talking about? I will continue to be your opponent. What? Mutkulé was surprised to hear Eugene's words. Soon after, however, he dismounted his horse and raised his short sword and shield. He was also equipped with plate mail and a helmet with a cross-shaped opening. Sir Marvel was caught off guard. I will be different. I get it, so come on. Eugene sheathed Wolfslaughter, then took out a mace from behind Cillian's saddle. He knew it was more effective to utilize a spear or a mace to deal with an opponent hiding behind a shield through Galfredic's skills. Plate mail. Compared to his own plate armor, it was rather feeble, but it was still a tough piece of metal to get through. Moreover, the opponent was carrying a shield. Depending on the situation, it could not only be used to block but could also double as a powerful blunt weapon as well. It meant that Eugene would be facing a tougher opponent who was well equipped for hand-to-hand battles. Of course, that only applies for regular knights. Mutkulé stood with his shield held high as he slowly moved at an angle towards Eugene. Eugene simply charged forward after finishing his thoughts. Shuik. Mutkulé's sword slashed down along with a frightening sound. He was certainly a knight as formidable as Marvel. Let it slide. Clang. Eugene deflected the short sword with his gauntlet, then swung his mace towards the opponent's thigh. In an instant, the shield blocked Eugene's path of attack and even attempted to push Eugene back. As expected, he's pretty good. The best plan of action to kill a knight with plate armor was to break their balance and knock them to the ground, similar to how Maverick launched his surprise attack in the past at the Tywine Territory's dungeon. However, Mutkulé was ignorant of Eugene's incredible power, just as Maverick had been. Boom! Eugene struck the shield with his mace. The metal coating of the shield was crushed, and the wooden bits became splintered as well. Mutkulé was pushed back helplessly as the scattered pieces of wood shot into him. His left arm throbbed in pain after experiencing such a heavy blow, but more importantly, he had been taken off guard by the opponent's sudden charge. And as always, being caught off guard meant that it was already too late. Eugene accurately grasped the small window of opportunity and tripped Mutkulé with his leg. A loud metallic sound resonated as the armor met with the ground. Mutkulé struggled to retaliate with his own wrestling skills and ground techniques after being knocked to the ground. Since the 2 of them were similar in size and weight, he could surely KUGH. However, his hopes were crushed when his opponent didn't budge an inch. It was as if he was being crushed by a heavy, immobile boulder. Boom! Eugene's fist hammered down on Mutkulé's face. The helmet was crumpled by the heavy blow, which caused his entire body to flop, and his nose's bone and front teeth were crushed to bits. Suzz. Suzz. Mutkulé barely heard the distant shouts of the soldiers before he fell into darkness. SHK SHK. Eugene once again grabbed Mutkulé by the leg and dragged him over before throwing him into the carriage, just as he had done with Marvel. Galfredic and the rest of Eugene's party were stunned speechless. Eugene was strong before, but his performance in these 2 fights had been a true display of overwhelming skills. Eugene dusted his hands before turning to the last knight. Come. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, you accepted a knight and a wizard from the Sandstone School into your entourage, and, took 3 knights of the Evergrove territory as your prisoners. That's right. It doesn't violate the contract, so there should be no problems, right? Oh, of course. Would you like me to? Will the new members also be staying in the heavenly constellations as well? Priscilla mumbled a response. Eugene brought up an idea he had before their meeting. I think it might be better if you could find us a suitable house with a separate annex. It does not have to be very big. Then what about a villa that's owned by our association? It has 7 bedrooms and a wonderful garden. I think it might be perfect for you to stay in for a while. Priscilla quickly came up with a suggestion. She had been slightly worried about the cost of accommodation as the number of people staying at the top of the line in had increased. That sounds good. Will I be able to head there today? Of course. I will let the staff know, so you can head there straight away. I will also provide you with a couple of people to cook and perform chores as well. Priscilla's expression brightened at the thought of saving dozens of silver coins every day. And one more thing. I want to present Sir Galfredic with new armor. Could you pass the word to the Batizark Armor Workshop? It will be plate armor. Plate armor from the Batizark Workshop. Priscilla stuttered for some reason. Eugene spoke with a frown. Why? Is there a problem? If she put in the order, she would pay for it. Eugene wondered if something bad had happened to the workshop. Even though we said we would pay for arming any of your hired men, plate armor is just too much. Priscilla tried her best to force a smile while hiding her thoughts. No. Not at all. There are no problems. Then I will have the staff deliver the message. Good. I already gave our share of mana stones and materials gained from the Evergrove County to feel it, so you can confirm it with him. Alright, Priscilla was a little disappointed because it was less than expected, but she tried convincing herself that it was not too bad for the first subjugation after the contract signing. But then Eugene lowered his voice and stretched out his hand. And this. I defeated 2 high-ranking monsters in the Mount Morrison Labyrinth, but due to circumstances, I kept it a secret from the Evergrove County. Priscilla's eyes and mouth took on the same shape of the large mana stones when she saw the 2 objects that Eugene had pulled out from his pocket. I was only able to grab a little bit of the Cyclops' blood and the Minotaur's horns. You understand? Priscilla nodded hastily. Eugene continued. Don't ask me why I kept it a secret from the Evergrove County. They probably will not want to know the truth, and even if they did, they will likely only be thankful towards me. Of course. Then we will take care of these in secret. Even though she had been working with mana stones for a long time, it was the first time Priscilla saw mana stones from high-ranking monsters. She accepted the stones with trembling hands. Amazing. It's twice as big as the stones from intermediate rank monsters. How much should I sell each for? I knew it was a great idea to sign a contract with Sir Eugene. Something like this could be a recurring event, right? Although she would have to dispose of these secretly, she could still sell mana stones like these at any price she wanted. Mere plate armor. I'll even buy you 2 pairs. Priscilla quickly saw how wrong she had been to feel regretful about signing with Eugene. Her attitude quickly changed as she responded with a bright smile. Then the Palin Association will definitely take responsibility. And present Sir Galfredic with plate armor. Sure. Eugene quickly nodded without hesitation. He wasn't sure why, but Priscilla was offering him Galfredic's armor for free. By the way, what are you planning to do with the captured knights? The Evergrove County was one of the Palin Association's customers. Although it was highly unlikely, if Eugene became hostile towards the county, things could become difficult for the Palin Association who stood in between the two. I already told their soldiers that they would be released for ransom. I don't think the relationship between the county and me will sour. It seemed like the knights acted on their own. Well, if the Lord is narrow-minded, I supposed he could hold it against me and switch his business partner. That should not be a problem. The Evergrove County's Lord is our longtime business partner, and he is a very generous man. He should not care too much about a scuffle between knights. Well, as long as the knights are fine. I am treating them honorably, so you don't have to worry about that. Yes, I understand, Sir Eugene. Priscilla nodded in response, but she had a hard time believing Eugene's words at face value when she knew exactly how he had dealt with his enemies until now. But contrary to her expectations, Eugene actually told her the truth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Can we really stay here? Perhaps due to consuming many mana stones, Marvel's bruises were quickly starting to fade away. He looked around with a wondering gaze at a first-class suite in the heavenly constellation. The same was true of Matkule, who was missing 5 teeth and had a sunken nose, and the knight named Filton. The last knight had surrendered relatively quickly, which was why he was in a relatively better condition compared to the others. Although they were knights sworn into the county, they had suffered hardships until then. It was the first time in their lives seeing such a large, fancy accommodation. Think of it as Lord Evergrove's castle. Although we crossed our swords because of a small misunderstanding, that doesn't make us mortal enemies, does it? You, sir, are really. The Knights of Evergrove were truly touched by Eugene's words and actions. After beating them senseless like dogs a few nights ago, Eugene treated them properly as prisoners. Rather than prisoners, they felt more like envoys. Even though it was customary to respect prisoners and hostages with high status, this level of luxury was rarely enjoyed. Please forgive us for doubting Sir Galfredic's honor and your own, Sir Eugene. I think young Master Jevin must have misunderstood. When I get back, I will explain the situation to him. The Knights of Evergrove shared a gaze before nodding. They were a little hasty, but they weren't foolish. Judging from how lavishly Eugene and Galfredic had treated them so far, they were far from how rude Jevin made them out to be. Aside from the luxurious accommodation they were provided with, Eugene set a low ransom for them considering the circumstances and even fed each of them a mana stone to aid in their recovery. Such honorable, faithful knights had killed Lugates in a cowardly way. Moreover, in front of the territory's successor. The Knights of Evergrove could not believe it. Moreover, Eugene and Galfredic never told them the reason behind the secret duel. They remained honorable and kept their promises to keep the details a secret. The Knights of Evergrove could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration and respect. I would appreciate it if you could put in a good word for us, sirs. Then rest well. I already called for a doctor, and they should be here soon. Thank you, Sir Eugene. I will never forget your chivalry and mercy. The knights bowed their heads while showing maximum courtesy towards their fellow knight. What do you think, Master? Aren't you glad you followed my advice? I think so. But will they not run away if we leave them be? Eugene asked after admitting to Galfredic's great insight. The burly knight responded while giggling. Even I was stunned by this place. Those guys. There's no need to even mention it. In addition, 4 knights serving a lord to break a promise made on their honor would be akin to denying their very existence. They will be able to return after enjoying a few days of paradise here, so why would they do such a thing? I see. And since we treated them well, they'll say good things about us. Exactly. Jevin will be boiling on the inside, but what can he do? A respected lord cannot simply ignore the advice of his knights. There are quite a few restrictions placed on being a true noble after all. It's to maintain their authority and dignity. They have no choice but to abide by it unless they are a tyrant. And tyrants don't last long. Carl's Baggins is in such a state right now because of a single tyrant as well. I see. Come to think of it, we need to head to the Carlsbagens Peninsula for our next subjugation. Although Eugene obtained 2 high-rank mana stones, it was true that the results of the Mount Morrison Labyrinth subjugation were rather insufficient. As such, Priscilla booked Eugene another subjugation right away. Oh, really? Where is it? Philia Ruins. Home. A ruin. We should make sufficient preparations this time around. Galfredic narrowed his eyes. Eugene asked, is it different from dungeons and labyrinths? Well, I guess the environment will be a little different since it's without a ceiling. That's the problem. There are flying monsters in ruins. Flying monsters. Harpies, gargoyles, wyverns. In particular, the entire ruin will be a hunting ground for a wyvern, so you could encounter them anywhere. They are literally the king of the skies. Are wyverns really that dangerous? It's essentially a monster as large as a minotaur with wings. It's easily more than 10 meters long from wing to wing. Moreover, it was nimble and crafty. If it spotted humans with bows or crossbows, it would never approach within the firing range of those weapons and would only provoke them at a safe range. As far as I know, no one has ever killed a wyvern in an evil land, though there are records of people catching a few Roma hatchlings. Then I guess we might be the first. Galfredic became startled at Eugene's words, then responded with a large grin. That would be cool. Our reputation would soar at once. Whatever it was, being the first would go down in history. It went without saying that the first wyvern slayer in the history of subjugations would be deeply imprinted in the history books. We have about 10 days before departure, so let's take a good rest and plan things out. If you need anything, buy it. There's no need to be stringent. Good. I chose the right master to serve. Will we be heading to the market right away? Yes. Before that, let's go get your armor first. Kuvyu. Plate armor. Galfredic was honest with his emotions as usual. Eugene nodded. Yeah. Let's get the best one available for you. Eugene decided to be generous to his first vassal. It wasn't like he was paying for it anyways. Asterisk. After measuring his dimensions at the Batizarch workshop for the plate armor, Galfredic bought 5 fancy hats. He was all smiles. Kya, I'm so fortunate to be your thrall, master. There's no downside to it except for the fact that I have to be careful of the sunlight. Fortunately, being averse to the sun was only a minor inconvenience for Galfredic, since he was always wearing his armor and gloves even when he was still a human. You only have to make sure to cover your face well. And be careful not to stand in front of a mirror when you are amongst many people. Of course. Well, it's not like I use the mirror regularly anyways, so it should not matter. Just as he said, Galfredic had no interest in improving his appearance at all. He couldn't even be bothered to shave, and his long, shaggy hair was simply tied up. Myrian called Galfredic a big bear not only because he was big, but because he possessed a fierce, heinous appearance. Anyone would have the same thought after seeing him for the first time. However, he underwent a transformation after becoming Eugene's vassal. His skin was now clear, and his plump cheeks were slim, which created a very strong impression on anyone. Excuse me, Sir Eugene Romerai spoke quietly while looking around the surroundings. She had tagged along to purchase some materials for her experiments. What is it? Awakened origins will be reflected on mirrors. Did you not know? What? It's true. The progenitor of our school was also reflected on bronze mirrors, silver mirrors, glass mirrors, and so on. Eugene was greatly surprised. He wasn't too worried because he synced his black scales to match his skin color, but he intentionally avoided mirrors just in case. But according to Romerai, his actions thus far had all been in vain. Wait here for a moment. Yes, master. Eugene quickly entered an alley after ordering his slaves. Galfredic and Romerai followed. After looking around the surroundings, Eugene removed the black scales on his face and drew wolf slaughter before looking at a reflection of his face. How is it? Wow. It's really true. I can see your face just as it is. Here, let me try. Ah, for thralls. Rai fell silent. Even Galfredic's face was clearly reflected on the cold blade. Then all you have to do is watch out for sunlight. It's fine for me as long as I don't look at it directly since I have a special ability, but you should be careful, Galfredic. Right. Sir Eugene. What? Is there something else, wizard? Eugene looked back. Rai replied with an awkward gaze. I'm not sure exactly what kind of special ability you have, but an awakened origin should be able to walk around in broad daylight without any problems. I thought you already knew because you were already walking around. Eugene's eyes were filled with an even greater shock than the first time. Rai felt an unknown sense of pleasure and gratification as she continued. You should be fine even looking directly at the sun. Only regular vampires can't show their bare skin under the sunlight and look at the sun. An origin should be fine even walking around naked after awakening. Wizard, you aren't spouting nonsense to assassinate me in the daylight, are you? How could I dare? As I said before, the progenitor of our school. Rai quickly shook her hands while explaining, but Eugene didn't bother listening to her words until the end before taking off his gauntlets and removing black scales. Then he stretched out his hand out of the shade into the sun. It was fine. He didn't feel anything rise from his skin like it did in the past, and he felt no pain at all. See? I would never lie to Sir Eugene. I swear it on the names of myself, my teacher, and my school. Can I do it too? Rai spoke proudly with her shoulders stretched wide. Galfredic simply ignored her while stretching his own arm out of the shade. No, that won't. A thrall was a normal vampire. Rai shouted with a sense of urgency and attempted to dissuade him. But it worked. It worked. I shouldn't have bought those hats. I guess so. I should go return them. I'll just keep one to commemorate. Rai was thrown into great confusion and distress as she watched the two vampires converse joyfully under the bright sunlight. It's like all of my knowledge is being denied. Sir Eugene can walk around confidently in the middle of the day now. You're not just a great demon king, oh no. The great demon emperor is more like it. Ki-eek. Kek. If she could see the excited spirit circling around Eugene and could hear her frivolous laughter, Rai's despair would have grown even greater. Man's thoughts. An FYI moving forward, the author has changed the names of two characters. 1. Krima Galfredic, Rowan Galfredic. 2. Mark, Luke. All instances of the names will be updated in the earlier chapters to reflect these changes. After sending away both Galfredic and Rai to the villa, Eugene visited the mercenary guild with the slaves. He had already made an appointment early in the morning with the guild's head through the Palin Association, so Eugene was guided to the office immediately upon arrival. I should have been the one to visit you. Thank you for coming, Sir Eugene. Not at all. This armor has proved very useful. It helped a lot during the recent subjugation. So I have to thank you. Eugene tapped his armor while speaking to the guild's leader, Trevik. I'm glad to hear that. If the symbol of our city can shine a little brighter thanks to Sir Eugene's great achievements, we should be grateful instead. I am certain the mayor will be glad as well. Perhaps. But I think the mayor might be a little troubled instead this time around. What? Trevik responded in a puzzled voice. He still hadn't heard the stories regarding Mount Morrison Labyrinth subjugation. Well, here's the thing, Eugene gave a quick recount of the subjugation. Of course, he made sure to leave out the details of what happened between Galfredic and Lou Gates. So I ended up capturing 3 of their knights. Still, I treated them honorably and provided them accommodation in the heavenly constellations. They appeared quite satisfied. I see. Well then. Trevik had experienced his fair share of adventure and hardships. However, Eugene managed to exceed all expectations with his every action. Trevik could not help but inwardly shake his head. But to think that Sir Galfredic would join him. And there was even a wizard to boot. Galfredic was known to be as ambitious as his outstanding skills. It was a great surprise to hear that the ambitious knight had been hired by Eugene, alongside a wizard. Then, Sir Eugene, do you perhaps want to return Evergrove's knights through me or the mayor? Trevik asked. Although he spoke carefully, he had accurately grasped the crux of the situation. Eugene nodded in response. That's right. I already notified their soldiers of the ransom. But come to think of it, I thought it could create a misunderstanding with Lord Evergrove. A misunderstanding. My armor. The Count's successor, young Master Jevin, asked me about it, and I told him it was a gift from the city of Meran. Trevik stroked his rugged chin. A duel between knights was a common occurrence, but the problem was elevated to a different level when not one, but 3 territorial knights were beaten and captured by a single knight. Moreover, the capturing knight had been wearing armor with the symbol of Meran, and the captured knights belonged to one of the royal lords of the surrounding areas. There weren't even 5 others in the vicinity capable of rivaling the Evergrove County. Trevik sank into thought, and Eugene threw a pitch he prepared in advance. I've set the ransom as 300 for each of them, so if you could return them in my stead and make the trade, I will donate 200. I am hoping you could let the mayor know that I would like it to be used for the city. Oh. Trevik was delighted, and it wasn't simply because of the donations. This means he wants to maintain a relationship with our city, right? Eugene was no longer just a slightly renowned knight but considered one of the strongest knights in the area. Moreover, he was accompanied by Galfredic, a famous powerhouse, as well as a wizard. It could only be beneficial for Meran City to maintain a harmonious relationship with Eugene. There was nothing to lose. All right. Then I will convey your will to the mayor. Please leave it to me. Right. If anything comes up, you can contact the Palin Association. Okay. The two shared a handshake, and Eugene stood up from his seat before leaving. Thud. Trevik stuffed his pipe with tobacco and lit the fire after the door closed. Phew. He's no longer just a strong knight. Now, he knows how to use influence and authority. Other knights were blinded by their desire to show off their skills and to make achievements. They were blinded by their pride and honor. But Eugene was different from them. Trevik had seen the stark contrast between those knights and Eugene in his meeting with him today. He was well aware that knights like Eugene appeared once in a while, and such knights most definitely went on to become something else. We already live in such a chaotic era, but a new lord might be born sooner or later. Trevik had a strong hunch that the rising star would not be an unimportant landowner without a title, but a real lord, one who would seize land and a title with their own hands. 4 days later, a carriage carrying a small chest arrived at a small villa located just outside of Meran. The vehicle was escorted by mercenaries. After transferring the item directly to Eugene, the coachman and mercenaries returned, and Eugene opened the box. Surprisingly, there were gold coins inside the chest. Pwh. I can't see because of the blinding light. My eyes. My eyes. The spirit of desire collapsed, feeling dizzy after taking in the glorious sight. She had been doing nothing but stuffing her face with food and sleeping in the past few days. The mercenaries and slaves reacted in the same way. It was their first time to see so many gold coins. Their eyes were fixated on the loot and their mouths were agape with shock. Imperial gold coins. Master Jevin must have been really ticked off. Ha ha. Galfredic laughed while looking at the coins. Really? Is there a problem with imperial coins? Not really, except that imperial gold coins are subjected to exchange fees. Even if it's the same price, you will have to pay about 5% extra in tax. If you don't want to pay, then you have to use it in the empire. Quite petty for the successor of a county. Q ha ha. Count yourself lucky that he didn't send an assassin. A knight was killed and 3 were beaten and captured. How disgraceful would it be to send a ransom, let alone get revenge? It's not like I was the one who killed him. Don't be like that. We're basically family now, right? Anyways, slave 1, 2, 3. Move this. Yes, Sir Galfredic. Galfredic was gradually filling in his role as a vassal. He naturally relieved Eugene in giving insignificant commands, and the slaves moved busily at his words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We have no excuses, young Master Jevin. Phew. That's fine. You sirs only acted out of loyalty because of my unnecessary words. By the way, was that person really that strong? I have never been so helpless in front of anyone except for my master. His sword techniques were great too, but his strength was unmatched. When I heard stories of him pulling out a troll's head, I never believed it. But it seemed true after I faced him directly. It was truly a daunting experience to fight him on the battlefield. The knights unanimously admitted defeat with their testimonies. Jevin's expression darkened. All of them were renowned knights with proven skills. Filton's ancestors were renowned territorial knights of the county. He might be the weakest of the 3, but he could still contribute brilliantly whenever the knights were faced with roamers and bandits. How strong could he be? Not even one, but all 3 were. Anyways, I understand. I will take care of the issues concerning Sir Eugene and Sir Galfredic. Young Master Jevin, with all due respect, Marvel carefully spoke. I think there might have been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yes. After the incident, we found Sir Eugene and Sir Galfredic to be knights who are as faithful as they are brave. They knew honor. It is just as Sir Marvel says. The 2 knights never abused us even once. They let us move around freely in Meran as well. I see. Yes. I apologize for saying such things after being defeated, but they truly knew honor and chivalry. Perhaps. That's enough. I understand. Go and get some rest. Yes. The 3 knights bowed before leaving the room. Boom. Jevin stared at the door for a long time, then smashed his fist against the desk while clenching his teeth. All of them are truly getting on my nerves. Are knights of Evergrove devoid of pride and dignity? Jevin burst into anger, and the servants shrank back before quietly leaving the room. A misunderstanding. Huh. How ridiculous. It wasn't enough that they were beaten and captured by a single knight, but they were even defending and praising their opponent. Although Jevin pretended to agree with their words to save face, his heart was filled with fury and frustration. I can't just let him be. I need to retaliate somehow. The incident with Lou Gates might be kept secret, but rumors about the 3 knights' defeat would quickly spread. Naturally, no one would dare openly mock the county, but just thinking about how much they would mock him behind their backs caused Jevin's anger to boil. But it's not like I can scuffle with Meran City either. The leader of the mercenary guild had personally returned the knights under the command of the mayor. Their actions directly reflected how Meran City favored Eugene. Jevin could possibly raise an issue with Eugene utilizing a few influential figures of Meran who were favorable to the county, but it would take too much time, and the outcome was uncertain. What to do? Wait. Come to think of it, Jan Eugene is heading to the Carlsbaggins Peninsula to participate in a subjugation, right? Jevin muttered to himself before jumping up. He scrutinized an expensive map of the kingdom. Soon, a satisfied smile slowly crept onto his face. This is good. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next subjugation will take place in the Philia ruins. It's possible to travel there by land, but the Palin Association is offering us seats on a merchant ship. Eugene spoke while looking around at Galfredic, Luke, and the mercenaries. The Philia ruins. Partik tilted his head, and Galfredic stepped up. It is located in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. The owner of the land is... Who is it again? Baron Bjorgallen. He's quite famous there. Eugene recounted the information he obtained from Priscilla, but all of their activities had been restricted to the local region. None of them were knowledgeable about the nobles of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Has anyone here been to a ruin before? Partik's group fell silent at Eugene's words. Galfredic was the most experienced of the bunch, but even he had no experience with a ruin subjugation. I thought as such. I have. An unexpected person raised his hand. Slave number 1. You have. Galfredic expressed his shock with wide-open eyes, and Luke nodded. Yes. The lord of my father's lord owned an evil land. It was the ruins of an ancient, magic city, called Black Reverence. You don't need to explain. I'm not really curious about an evil land of Branchia. Yes, master. Luke bowed his head at Eugene's words. So, what kinds of monsters did you defeat in the ruin, slave number 1? I aided in defeating skeletons, ghouls, harpies, as well as a gargoyle, an intermediate rank monster. Galfredic was astonished by Luke's answer. Who? There was even undead. The ruin in your hometown must have been pretty famous. Yes. It was known as the 3 evil lands of the Branchia kingdom. It was a famous, reputable place that esteemed and brave knights needed to subdue at least once to be verified. Of course, even they are nothing compared to Master. Luke appeared to be more loyal towards Eugene compared to even Galfredic, who was Eugene's vassal. It made sense, however, since Luke directly witnessed Eugene beating up the Evergrove knights like dogs. The other 2 slaves simply considered Eugene to be a scary knight, but Luke had been educated to become a knight in the past. He understood his master's strength better than the others, and his feelings of respect had long grown into awe. He admired Eugene not simply as his master, but as a warrior. Slave number 1 also excels at flattery, Since he has experience in ruins, he should be quite helpful. I will do my best not to become a burden to you. Master Luke ignored Galfredic's teasing and bowed towards Eugene. I look forward to it. We will depart in 3 days. Partik, get everything we need in the meantime. Yes, Sir Eugene. I will be right back. I'll tag along. Galfredic started leaving with the mercenaries, and Romrai attempted to sneakily leave while reading the air. The raccoon is trying to escape into her hole. Myrian immediately snitched, and Eugene called out as Romrai started to silently leave the room. You will be participating in the subjugation too, Raku. Wizard. Romrai stopped in her tracks and stiffly turned her head. Me too. But Sir Eugene, I have experiments to conduct. I think it would be better for me to finish creating my chimera as soon as possible. And who knows when that will be? Who prepared your laboratory? Who obtained all sorts of materials for you? How much money do you think was spent on you alone? Yes, I'm looking forward to the subjugation since it's my first time riding on a boat, Sir Eugene. Romrai suppressed all her complaints. She had no choice but to laugh sorrowfully. Donthman's thoughts. The interaction between Eugene and Trevik was a little confusing for me, but I think I understand after thinking about it. Since it would trash the Evergrove County's honor to have 3 of their knights defeated and captured by a knight with no backing, having the city of Meran step in would save them face. At least, that's how I understood it. Hope it helps. You will have to use some proper magic once we are there. Since I'm the one who hired you, you don't have to mind the nobles or the lords. Just do your thing. Leave it to me. Rai nodded vigorously in response. Okay. Since things have turned out like this anyways, I'll do my best. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and kill a wyvern. I could obtain some materials from it. In reality, she wasn't expecting as much. It would be of great help to the production of her chimera if she could simply capture a gargoyle and study it. Half a year. Just half a year. Since we have to travel by boat, should I make some medicine to help with motion sickness? Or perhaps some refined mana stones? Refined mana stones. Oh, right. You're a wizard. What else would I be besides a wizard? Yes. I am a proud scholar of the Blood Shadow School. Rai forced a smile while suppressing her inner thoughts. Galfredic and I will not need it, but I'm not sure about the others. Make a few just in case. 3 days should be enough, right? Yes. Mana stones refined by wizards could not be sold, since transactions regarding refined mana stones were only performed under the supervision of the church. However, the church could only control the transactions. There were no issues with a wizard creating mana stones for personal use. If the church overstepped its boundaries and tried to sanction it, they would have a huge conflict with wizards on their hands. But honestly, I can't guarantee the effects. I don't make them very often, so. I don't have high expectations either, so just do your best. Yes. Rai had only been interested in the production of chimeras for most of her life. However, a flame of motivation was brought to life inside her heart as she answered, although she herself was unaware. Asterisk. A few days later, Eugene boarded a merchant ship of the Palin Association alongside the others. The ship departed from Meran City, which was located at the mouth of a river, and traveled along the coast. 2 days later, they arrived at an area known as the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. This is the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Eugene observed the scenery along the coast while standing on the ship's deck. The sunlight, humidity, and the shape of trees lining the beach were definitely different compared to Meran. Even though the two territories belonged to the same kingdom, it felt as if they were different countries. Fuawa. I'm bored. Galfredic approached Eugene while yawning and stretching, and Eugene turned his head. They said that we're almost there. So, the situation in this area is quite complicated. Yes. There is a piece of land under the direct control of the royal family, but apart from there, the king has almost no influence. Regardless, whoever manages to unite the peninsula will rise to become a new great lord and through negotiations with the royal family. I'm sure everyone's going crazy because of that. The Carlsbaggins Peninsula was 3 or 4 times larger than the territory where Eugene had been active so far. It was a land of unceasing conflict where dozens of lords continued to battle each other for dominance. And everything had started because of a single tyrant. The Marquis was a tyrant. Right. The Marquis of Archivold. His reign of terror was so bad that all of the lords rose up to revolt. Ah, right. Baron Bjorgallen, the owner of the evil land we are currently heading to. He might have a relationship with the Marquis as well. I wasn't informed of the matter. And is that really important? Ha. Well, I guess it doesn't matter at all. Master and I just have to do what we have to do. Galfredic chuckled. He had been full of vitality and joy since the day he was made into Eugene's vassal. As if suddenly remembering something, he continued in a bright voice. Come to think of it, the church doesn't have much of an influence in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Is that true? Although they could not be considered his mortal enemy, Eugene had found the church to be the most troublesome force since his past life. I think it's because Marquis Archivold was quite obsessed with religion. He was rather close to a fanatic. However, the Bishop of Carlsbaggin fled to the royal capital as soon as the march was destroyed without taking any responsibility, which led to the forces of the church weakening. They say the people's resentment towards the church here can pierce the sky. That's good news. Cuckoo. I guess so, right. Galfredic nodded with a satisfied smile. He had never been very religious, and after becoming a vampire, he felt rather uncomfortable every time he heard a prayer or a sacred song. One of the sailors carefully approached the two knights. Excuse me, sirs, we will soon be arriving at Morfern Port. All right. Galfredic and Eugene headed below deck. The others were already busy preparing for landing, perhaps after having heard of the anticipated arrival. All except one person. Ki-eek. Sir. The raccoon is dying. Myrian shouted with panic while flying towards Eugene. He turned his head to one side of the cabin. Oh, my, phew. Oh my. Romrai barely pulled herself up while groaning. In just a few days, her complexion had paled considerably. Eugene found her to be quite pitiful. Why didn't you make some medicine for motion sickness to save you this trouble? I thought you knew how to create them. Blug. I spent all of my time refining mana stones. Oh, dear, I think I'm dying. Teacher, is that you? Romrai had been speaking like a dying bird over the past 2 days. Eugene clicked his tongue and shook his head at her pathetic appearance. He had never heard of a wizard with seasickness. Eugene's expectations of Romrai seemed to fall with time. Wizard. I'm not expecting very much from you in the subjugation. Just make sure you don't become a burden. Oh, Sir Eugene. I swear on my school's honor that I will definitely. Blug. Ah, that's one nasty raccoon. Luke, help the wizard. Yes, master. Romrai struggled to stand with the help of Luke after emptying the contents of her stomach. Everyone had sympathetic gazes when they looked at her. It was as if they were looking at a sick person rather than a wizard. Blug. What did I do to deserve this? Why am I being treated like this? However, only incomprehensible sounds of gushing yellowish liquid and her cries could be deciphered from her protest of anguish. ****. Morfern was a fairly large port city, although not as big as Meran. The group immediately headed to the Palin Association's branch upon arriving at the city. Welcome to Morfern, Sir Eugene. Sir Galfredic. The branch manager was very polite towards the group. Perhaps he had heard some stories from the head office. I already heard from Vice Executive Priscilla. Are you thinking of heading straight to the Bjorgallen barony? Or do you plan to take a day off? We will depart after resting for a couple of hours. A member of our entourage is currently suffering from severe seasickness. Oh, I see. Then, please, come this way. The branch manager stole a glance at Romrai before quickly leading the group. The wizard was being helped by Luke, or even almost being carried. After a while, Eugene left Romrai to rest and had the mercenaries and the slaves leave as well. He shared a separate conversation with the branch manager and Galfredic. What kind of place is the Bjorgallen barony? Having expected such a question, the branch manager answered politely, it is one of the few territories where an evil land is being properly operated within the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. However, I feel as if Lord Bjorgallen is straining himself a little bit, perhaps because of the losses he suffered during the recent subjugation. Losses. Eugene narrowed his eyes, and Galfredic answered in the branch manager's stead. It seems that the results of the subjugation were bad. If you defeated fewer monsters than the number of hired troops, you would be making a loss. It is just as Sir Galfredic said. Not even a single intermediate rank monster has been defeated in months, even though there have been 2 subjugations with 2 or 3 knights and over 30 hired mercenaries. Is it because of the wyvern? Eugene made a guess based on the information he obtained from Galfredic. The branch manager appeared surprised as he nodded. That is correct. Just what I might expect from a renowned knight of Meran. You are quite well versed with ruins as well. Amazing, just as I heard. Most knights would react with joy after receiving such compliments. However, Eugene didn't even bat an eye after hearing the branch manager's words. Feeling a little embarrassed, the branch manager continued with a cough. Aim. Anyways, just as you said, the Wyvern has been attacking the subjugation party since a while ago. 5 or 6 deaths would result from every attack, so the subjugation teams had no choice but to retreat after 2 or 3 days. Could it not be prevented by having many archers? It's not like the crossbow doesn't exist here. Although it took some time to reload, the crossbow was much easier to handle than the longbow. Even children could learn to shoot if the weapons were loaded. Eugene had trouble understanding the situation. It seemed as if the Wyvern could be kept at bay if there were even 10 soldiers equipped with crossbows. It has control over harpies. Moreover, it's incredibly clever. It will only attack the group when they are already exhausted from dealing with the harpies. It's a relief that the ruin possesses many buildings. If that weren't the case, the last subjugation party would have been wiped out. Huh. That's no joke. That's what you should expect from a high-rank monster, huh? Galfredic commented with a frown, then asked the branch manager. So there will be more participants in the subjugation this time around, right? It seems to be that at least 50 people are needed to achieve anything in the ruin. I am not entirely sure. It just happened to be our association's turn, so I requested the barony to send us some reliable troops. In addition, I hired 10 extra mercenaries as well. The branch manager spoke while studying Eugene's expression. Some prideful knights would hate having hired troops without their permission. This will save me money. However, Eugene was extremely satisfied. That's good to hear. I'm sure they will be knowledgeable about the local geography, right? Naturally. In addition, all of them have been active in our city for a long time. They are trustworthy. I'm sure they will be to your liking as well, sir. The branch manager kowtowed toward the 2 knights. It almost seemed a little excessive, but it was only a matter of course. The 2 merchant associations responsible for the last 2 failed subjugations were fierce competitors of the Palin Association. If Eugene and Galfredic were successful, the Moffern branch of the Palin Association could use it as a stepping stone to escalate their status. And Lady Priscilla told me to be cautious as well, even though she rarely makes such a request. Although Priscilla was young, she possessed outstanding abilities. For her to make a personal request was a testament to the skills of these 2 knights. Their accompanying mercenaries looked to be quite competent as well. Well, the seasick wizard is a bit of a downer, but that shouldn't matter. The branch manager was only disappointed with a single member of Eugene's group. But as a merchant, he never lost his smile as he politely bowed to Eugene. Then I will leave it to you, Sir Eugene. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My name is Viren, sir. Viren looked to be under 30. He was a stocky mercenary with a good physique. The same was true of his subordinates. They looked to be a little unruly but showed good discipline in front of Eugene and Galfredic. It was evident at first glance that Viren and his men were quite outstanding. Eugene had grown to be a good judge of character over these days. Do you know the way to the Bjorgallen barony? Yes. 2 of my men were born there. There is nothing to worry about. Good. Then let's depart right away. The guiding mercenary took his seat in the coachman's seat. Oh God. Oh, my. I'm going to die. Hey. Silence the raccoon's cries. The wizard's moans created a harmony with the spirit's irritated shouts as the group departed for the Bjorgallen barony. After a couple of hours, the entourage entered a deserted trail, and Viren, who had been quiet until then, approached Eugene. Sir Eugene. I'm not sure if you have heard already, but the Carlsbaggins Peninsula is very different from the central region. They say it's more dangerous. But is it truly something to be worried about? Eugene shrugged. Viren suppressed a ridiculing laugh. Although he was told explicitly by the Palin Association's branch manager to not act recklessly in front of Eugene, the knight was only a sheltered noble brat in Viren's eyes. The knight Galfredic appeared to be quite strong, but he addressed Eugene as master. Presumably, Eugene was just another typical young master who wanted to gain fame in his first performance while being accompanied by a real knight. With all due respect, it definitely is. The knights of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula possess rough temperaments. Even mercenaries will not show respect to the knights unless they are renowned. Dozens of mercenaries will flock together, so if they block the road or pick a fight, it would be best to pay the toll hand. Like those men over there. What? Viren quickly turned his gaze towards the direction Eugene was pointing towards. However, he did not see anything out of the ordinary. He could only see bushes swaying in the wet wind. Sir, it might be best if you don't jest like that in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Remain on the carriage and protect it, Partik. Glade, Lavin, you take the rear with Luke. Yes, Sir Eugene. Sir, what are you trying to? Eugene simply ignored Viren's words before riding forward with Galfredic like a storm. Ha! Look at this. Viren and his men were dumbfounded by their sudden, erratic behavior. As the two knights stormed forward, they launched javelins loaded onto their spear throwers. Kagii! A group of men rushed out of the bushes as a scream resounded in the air. Eugene's heightened sense of smell was even better than wild animals, even during the day. He had already noticed the presence of uninvited guests due to the stench of metal and grease they gave off. There was only one reason why a group of troops armed with weapons would hide in the bushes located next to the road and ambush. And the best way to respond to such a tactic was to strike first. Kill them. Aim for the knights first. A man shouted desperately. He appeared to be their leader, and he was armed in chain mail. However, it was impossible to stop the rampage of two fully armed knights when they were already in the midst of the troops. With every swing of the knights' spears, 2 or 3 men would collapse while spewing blood. Several of the bandits fired their crossbows, but it was difficult to aim properly in such chaos. Although 1 or 2 bolts managed to find their mark, it could not penetrate the solid defense of the knights' plate armor. Clang! Hoo-hoo! Galfredic narrowed his eyes. He felt a slight resistance as his spear was deflected. Most of the troops were wearing leather armor, but there were a few equipped with chainmail or plate coats. It was evident that they were proper troops. Shuyuak. Kugh. Galfredic threw his long spear like a javelin and pierced a soldier's abdomen before re-equipping himself with 2 iron rods from his saddle. Hua. Die. Several men rushed in while shouting, not willing to miss the opportunity. Cluck. However, Galfredic was even quicker. After abandoning his spear, he was now holding 2 iron rods connected to metal balls with short chains. The weapons were flails. Shitting. Boom. The large metal ball whipped through the air, and one of the bandits was instantly thrown back without being given the chance to even scream. Korong. The other flail took a twisted path and wrapped around the short sword of a bandit standing on the other side. Ha! The sword was ripped out of the man's hand by an enormous force, and his head was greeted with the metal ball immediately after. Thunk! The bandit collapsed with a cracked skull. Q ha 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 ha! Galfredic burst into frenzied laughter. It appeared his blood was boiling after a long period of abstinence from battle. He displayed a brutal appearance as he wielded 2 flails coated with blood, flesh, and brain fluid. On the other hand, Eugene's killing moves looked neat and clean. Esselian was much more agile compared to ordinary war horses, and Eugene had fully utilized the steed's abilities to completely violate the bandits' formation while leaving behind corpses. From the outside, it looked as if he were performing acrobatics. Crack. Thunk. It didn't matter whether the bandits were wearing leather armor or chainmail. Wolf Slaughter cut and pierced through all armor as if they were nothing more than a piece of paper. The slaughter was a result of Eugene's brilliant swordsmanship and his incredible strength. On the other hand, the bandits were unable to inflict any meaningful damage to the knights. Their attacks could not possibly get past the knights' plate armor. Moreover, Eugene's vampire fear drove panic and fear into the hearts of the bandits. They were completely overwhelmed and could do nothing except turn their tails. In the end, about 20 bandits died or suffered critical injuries before even a minute had passed. Monster. Run. The bandits finally realized who they dared to aggravate a rarely seen, genuine knight. They assumed the two knights to be arrogant young masters without skill after seeing how fancy and clean their plate armor was, but it had been a terrible and fatal mistake. Wah! The bandits ran in all directions while screaming. However, escaping the pursuit of a knight on a war horse was as impossible as surviving an encounter with a hungry ogre. Of the 10 bandits who chose to flee, none of them made it out alive. Nearly 30 troops had been slaughtered by 2 men. Very few survivors remained with only minor injuries. The boss of the group eventually dropped his weapon with a pale expression. Thud. I surrender, so let me live. I am Kalu of Leovin. If you speak to my family, they will pay a ransom. Boom. Leovin never finished his words. The man fainted with a single kick from Galfredic, his mouth foamed and his eyes showed whites. Tap. Tap. Great work, master. Luke hurried to Eugene's side with a face full of excitement and awe. Home. Eugene entrusted Wolf Slaughter to Luke, then slowly approached Viren. The mercenary and his subordinates were staring with disbelief in their eyes. Viren. Why yes. Viren responded with great shock before quickly taking a salute. His attitude had completely transformed from before. Did you hear the bastard's name? Do you know him? If it's Kalu Leovin, he should be the leader of a bandit group. He has a bounty on his head as well. It seems those men were the Kaluna bandits. I thought it would be something like that. Then we only need to take his head. Galfredic. Eugene mumbled quietly before turning towards Galfredic. The burly knight decapitated the head of the fainted bandit without hesitation. Even if the bandit leader's words had been true, they could not expect a ransom if he even had a bounty on his head. No noble would possibly pay a large ransom for a child who tarnished their name. Sir Eugene, what should we do with the rest of them? Is there a need to leave them alive? Kill them all. Please. Let me become your slave. Please show mercy. Please let us live. The bandits begged with teary, snotty faces. They had only suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Eugene sank into thought. He felt a little reluctant to have such men as slaves. Sir Eugene, they are young and healthy, so selling them will net us a good sum. Let's do that. Partik made a careful suggestion, and Eugene immediately agreed. He always welcomed a little extra pocket money. Thank you. You are truly merciful. May God's blessing always be with. Shut your mouth and take off your clothes. Why yes. The 4 surviving bandits, or rather, slaves, hurriedly disarmed themselves. Soon, all the weapons and belongings of the dead bandits were collected and loaded into the carriage. So, Viren. As you were saying before, this is the general atmosphere of this town. Eugene asked. For now, yes. Viren replied. So something like this could be a recurring event until we arrive at the Bjorgalan barony, said Eugene. Yes, that is likely. There are knights and mercenaries too. That's probable. However, this ambush was a little rare. Usually, we give them an appropriate sum as a toll. Viren explained. Like what you were saying earlier. Yes. Viren replied. But you said almost none of them are real nobles, right? Will there be a problem if we don't pay? Eugene asked. No, there isn't. No problem at all. Viren stammered. That's what I thought. I understand. Viren gulped with fear. This was truly the most frightening I understand he heard in his life. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Boom. A body collapsed after suffering a blow to the head by a mace. Partik, go check out the surroundings. Yes, Sir Eugene. Party quickly disappeared with Lavin. Similar to the previous battle, they made little contribution during the actual battle. Glade took the slaves and naturally began sweeping the equipment and belongings of the dead. Is this the fourth one? Yeah. I think all of them must be out of their minds. Damn it. My armor's gotten dirty again. Galfredic took off his helmet and wiped off the blood. His plate armor had been without a single speck of dust when they first arrived in Morfern, but now it was in terrible shape. Hey. Do any of you bastards know how to polish armor? I can, sir. One of the new slaves instantly raised his hand and ran forward. Let's see how good you are. Please leave it to me, sir. The slave started wiping down Galfredic's plate armor while sitting on the edge of the carriage. Until yesterday, he had been a relatively renowned figure in the area. Anyhow, the bastards of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula don't even have a trace of honor. They are definitely different from Meren's knights. Moreover, all of them seem to be rather stupid. They don't know their place. You have to crack their head open before they come to their senses. Hey, you would be dead right now if you kept pretending to be a knight. Count yourself lucky. Yes. From now on, I will never act out of place ever again. I will always be faithful to Master Eugene and Sir Galfredic. Rudrian, who was once known as the Silver Flash of Deimos, vigorously nodded his head. His face was filled with various bruises. He was a mercenary who had been pretending to be a knight and a lord in a village known as Deimos. He once had about 50 subordinates under his control. However, his shield was smashed apart and he was thrown off his horse after a single clash with Eugene. Afterwards, he was subjected to a series of merciless beatings. After screaming some nonsense of honor, he finally confessed the truth and volunteered to be a slave. It was surprisingly simple to distinguish between real and fake knights. A real knight would have grown up with thorough education. He would never deny his status even in the face of death. However, just like Rudrian had done, fakes would immediately reveal their true colors. They were without pride and dignity. Anyways, this is... Eugene looked around. The number of cleaners seemed to have increased exponentially. Viren. Yes, Sir Eugene. How many slaves do we have now? 34 in total, with the new addition. The entourage had numbered around 20 when they set off from the city. However, in only 2 days, the number had grown to be almost 50. Is there even enough food to eat today? We have a little bit more, but it is becoming a slight concern. Eugene clicked his tongue. At first, he only wanted to make some extra income by selling the slaves. However, the battles continued, and the survivors were taken in as slaves every time. It was slowly getting out of hand. Should I just kill them all? Eugene's red eyes skirted over them, and the slaves started trembling. It's okay for us to starve, sir. There is no need for us to eat. I will even forego sleep. Sir Eugene. Please, show mercy. The leader of notorious bandits, and even the mercenary leader who feigned his identity as a lord, all of them kowtowed while desperately begging. Master, why don't we head to the village that the bastard ruled over? It's supposed to be quite big, so we won't have to worry about food in the near future. Galfredic whispered, and Eugene turned around. Galfredic was pointing to the headless corpse, the same man whom Galfredic killed with his mace. Come to think of it, he had boasted about the village called Paranan as if it were his own property. Viren. How far is the village of Parana? It's very close. Just a few more kilometers from here. The group needed to arrive at the Biogalan barony within 3 or 4 days, but they would arrive by tomorrow if they continued at their current pace. They had quite a bit of time to spare. Then we will head to the village after cleaning up. Yes, Sir Eugene. They had been strangers until 2 days ago, but Viren and his men bowed politely as if they were addressing their faithful master. It was no wonder, however, since Eugene and Galfredic had displayed a ruthless, overwhelming force over the past 4 battles. But that didn't mean they were merciless. Unless the enemies launched an ambush or attacked first, they would exchange words. If the enemies made excessive demands, they calmly refused. However, once they entered a battle, the 2 knights would instantly transform into cold-blooded demons that lacked sympathy. But they could not be blamed, since the opponents decided to attack despite the kind consideration of the 2 knights. It was justified for knights to retaliate against those who attacked them. Moreover, the 2 knights had no connections to the Carlsbaggins Peninsula at all. Moreover, none of the attackers they met so far were real nobles. Thus, there was no need for them to be so considerate. What monsters! Both of them. Viren stole a glance at the 2. Eugene and Galfredic were leisurely riding forward with their horses side by side. An idea suddenly came to his mind. The number of slaves increased after the battles, but the 2 knights had killed several times the number of survivors. And all of the attackers had belonged to notorious or infamous groups. Have they swept every infamous group in the areas along the road so far? Naturally, there would be a few more forces remaining, but as far as Viren knew, the 2 knights had already crushed the strongest forces in the local area. Does this mean that Sir Eugene wants to be a lord in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula? Viren came to a sudden realization. He was faced with an opportunity to become a subordinate of an outstanding knight, one who possessed a high chance of becoming a lord at that. Master, I think they're just about done. Eugene glanced over after hearing Galfredic's words. The slaves were loading the carriages with the spoils of the battle. All of the carriages were packed to the brim, and their numbers had increased to 5 in just 2 days. Blade, are you finished? Yes, sir. I think we just need to sort out the dead bodies. Good. Rai. Yes. Rai quickly answered. She had been standing still while stealing glances at Eugene. Although she had not been helpful during the many battles that took place until now, her assistance was quite helpful in other ways. As she quietly muttered a spell in an ancient language, a faint light started revolving around the end of Rai's stick. The eyes of slaves became filled with awe and subtle fear. They were mere mercenaries or criminals until not long ago. As such, their fear toward Eugene grew even more once they realized that the knight was accompanied by a wizard. Where in the world did such a knight come from? Magic. This is definitely magic. So that's why he was so strong. In fact, their abnormal strength was due to their identity as vampires, but the slaves seemed to have attributed the inhuman strength of Eugene and Galfredic to magic. Whoosh! When the final syllable of Rai's chanting fell, the gathered corpses were abruptly engulfed in dark red flames. Surprisingly, the bloodstains disappeared from the lifeless bodies as well, and they took on peaceful expressions before slowly scattering into the air as ashes. There was a possibility of the corpses being transformed into undead if they were simply buried or cremated. However, if a wizard or a high-ranking priest performed rituals to purify the deceased, their souls could avoid desecration and they could be put to a peaceful rest. Some of the slaves had witnessed the sight a few times already, and they had stiff expressions. However, the most recent addition to the group, the survivors from the Bernard brothers, looked to be in complete shock after seeing the phenomenon. Phew! Rai exhaled with satisfaction after completely purifying the corpses. She had utilized a purification magic unique to the Blood Shadow School. Whoosh! A timely gust of wind caused her robe to flutter majestically, and Rai appeared just like a mysterious, wondrous wizard from the fairy tales of the olden days. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and admiration as they looked at her. At least, all except 2 vampire knights and a spirit. Kiek. How dare a little raccoon try to look cool? At least she's useful in taking care of the bodies. Kukeka. Don't worry, it will be different once we enter the ruins. Of course, she still won't be worth the money. I will work harder and prove my value. The wizard became depressed once again, even though she managed to proudly display her abilities after a long time. And in line with Rai's growing depression, the fear that the new slaves felt toward the 2 knights grew exponentially. They wondered what kind of beings were capable of walking all over a wizard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The villagers of Paranan village panicked after seeing more than 50 soldiers coming their way. At first, they assumed the Bernard brothers were returning, since the group was active nearby and around the village. However, they realized that something was strange as soon as they saw 2 knights at the forefront of the troops. Both knights were even armed in breathtaking, black plate armor. Who is the chief of this village? Eugene asked after taking off his helmet, and the villagers were forced into stunned silence. They were completely mesmerized by Eugene's splendid beauty. They wondered if he was even human at all. Sir Eugene is asking. Who is the chief here? Partik stepped forward while shouting with an ugly frown. Finally, a bald man in his mid-40s stepped out while bowing his head. That would be me, sir. Please have mercy. We aren't here to hurt you, so relax. Anyways, this village was previously occupied by those men over there, right? What? Ah. The chief and the villagers became wide-eyed after turning their heads. They saw a group of bandits standing awkwardly without their armor, stealing careful glances at the knights. It was the same group of men that rained terror on the village only a few hours ago. Moreover, their captain, the hairy giant, couldn't be seen anywhere. They were annihilated by this night. The chief immediately recognized the situation and hurriedly replied, "That is correct, sir. Those wicked men bullied and robbed us. That bald bastard." The chief cried tearfully, and the enslaved bandits took on ferocious expressions. In an instant, Eugene's hand turned into a blur. Thuck. The bandit responsible for muttering under his breath collapsed backwards with a rondel dagger sticking out of his forehead. People were shocked. They didn't even see when the knight pulled out his weapon. "There you go, master." Luke retrieved the weapon and wiped it clean before presenting it to Eugene. The vampire placed the weapon back into its holster before speaking to the chief. "There is nothing for you to worry about. If they try anything, that's how they will end up. Thank you, Sir Knight. You will be blessed, sir. Sir, you are truly our savior." The villagers and the chief immediately fell to their stomachs, realizing where the balance of power had shifted to. Eugene was slightly taken aback by their sudden response. However, this was how the residents of Paranan village survived over the years. Although Eugene wasn't aware, there were quite a few more villages in the Carlsbagin Peninsula that shared a similar method of survival. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Paranan village was quite large. There were about 300 residents, and the village was rather well off. Moreover, the Bernard brothers had only recently occupied the village. As such, Eugene was able to procure food for the slaves without much difficulty. Moreover, unlike the Bernard brothers, he provided the village with proper compensation for the food. "Thank you so much. Sir Eugene is truly an honorable knight. Don't mention it." The chief teared up while expressing his gratitude, and Eugene waved his hand in response. He couldn't be bothered to react excessively to the chief's every word and action. However, the residents misunderstood it as humility. To think that there's still a true knight left on the peninsula. He is a better knight than the late Sir Marcello. The gaze of the residents was filled with even more respect and awe. Sir Eugene could not be compared to the Bernard brothers gang, who established a reign of terror as the owners of the village until today, and he was much more benevolent and knightlier than the previous administrator of the village. "Do something. Trust me. The chief quickly exchanged a glance with the residents before politely pouring wine into Eugene's glass. He then asked politely, "By the way, Sir Eugene, with all due respect, what are you planning to do with those who ran away?" The chief was referring to the remnants of the Bernard brothers, the ones who fled as soon as they saw Eugene and his group approaching the village. However, Eugene's primary purpose in stopping by the village was to procure food to feed the slaves. "Why should I worry about that? What? Aren't you here to protect us? What?" Eugene frowned after hearing an unexpected question. The chief and the residents appeared puzzled as well. "Q ha ha ha. It seems the villagers want to make Sir Eugene the master of the village. Am I correct?" Galfredic suggested. Yes. That is exactly where I am getting at. I thought it was a given." The chief nodded eagerly. Even so, Eugene still didn't understand what they were talking about. Why would he become the village's master when this was his first-time visit? What kind of nonsense was this? "I heard that the situation in Carl's Baggins was a mess, but it seems that it's really true." "Oi, chief. Before those retards, before those Bernard bastards took over the village, who was the lord or the administrator of this village?" Galfredic stepped up, and the chief and the residents responded in unison. "His name was Sir Marcello, a distant relative of His Excellency Archivol. He wasn't the lord, but rather the administrator of the village. The lord of our village was Sir Bimos, the youngest son of His Excellency Archivol. Sir Marcello ruled on his behalf." "And is Sir Bimos dead?" "That is correct. But Sir Marcello continued to carry out his duty as an honorable, faithful knight. But then the bandits. Even a knight had to concede defeat if they were greatly outnumbered unless they were abnormally strong like Eugene or Galfredic. It would have been extremely difficult for a single knight to win against a group of professional mercenaries with nothing but a group of village vigilantes on his side. The matter with the village's ownership is a bit complicated then." "Ownership?" Eugene asked. Galfredic responded while smacking his lips. "Realistically, anyone can claim the village as their own, but if a proper nobleman barges in later and disputes it, it can become a bit complicated. Well, unless someone takes over the entire area." Eugene frowned. He was no expert when it came to such matters. Galfredic continued with a grin. "Oh, don't you know that saying? If you rob a single store, you're labeled a thief, but if you rob the entire village, you're labeled as the lord." "I've never heard of it." He. "It means exactly what it says. If you take ownership of a single village like this and pretend to be the master, you will have to deal with complicated matters later on. But if you do the same with 2 or 3 villages, no one will easily step out and argue against you. Because it means that you are strong enough to capture multiple villages." "Exactly. Even if they are the king or a noble feigning to be the ruler of the peninsula, it's obvious that they will try to negotiate. Whether they grant you autonomy or an appropriate title, it's a chance for you to become a real lord." Eugene was startled by the unexpected words. Becoming a lord was something Eugene had never pondered about. However, Eugene immediately understood the crux of the matter from the attitude of the villagers and Galfredic's hinting words. "Chief, how many villages are there nearby? Except for the Bjorgallen barony. There is a village called Minton half a day's distance away. There are 2 more hamlets as well." "Excuse me, Sir Eugene. May I offer my words?" Viren interjected carefully. "Speak." After fighting together with the group for the past 2 days, Eugene came to the conclusion that they were as good as Partik's small party. Moreover, they were absolutely obedient to his words after the first battle, and they generously provided information about the situation on the Carl's Baggins Peninsula. Viren and his subordinate mercenaries were quite useful for Eugene. So far, Sir Eugene has participated in 4 battles. and all of the forces crushed by Sir Eugene were well recognized in the vicinity, except the Carlo bandits we faced at the very beginning. As such, the gist of Viren's words was simple. Hoo-hoo. So all the areas located near the road we previously traveled on are currently without a master. Exactly. It could be called a cave without a troll, or a mountain without its tiger. Viren spoke rather excitedly, and Galfredic looked back towards Eugene. This is a great opportunity. That's 3 villages and 5 or 6 hamlets. It's twice as larger as the Taiwan territory. Sir. Let's do it. Let's do it. A lord. You can become a real lord. The spirit of desire was previously sprawled out after filling her stomach with wine and cheese. However, she immediately jumped up and shouted excitedly as soon as she heard the words that piqued her materialistic desires. Eugene pondered for a moment. His purpose in coming to Carlsbaggins was to subjugate a ruin, but things were starting to take a strange turn. Well, Eugene started to speak, but Partik bolted in through the door. Sir Eugene, I think you need to come out right away. Some of the slaves. Eugene and Galfredic rushed out like beasts even before Partik could finish his words. The chief and the residents were stunned by the sudden turn of events, but they soon came to their senses and followed in a hurry. Master. ****. Sir Eugene. I took care of these ungrateful scums with my subordinates. Luke was covered in blood, and Rudrian, the one previously known as the Silver Flash of Deimos, was on one knee. Galfredic scanned the scattered bodies and counted about 10 corpses in total. Then, he reported to Eugene. Most of them are from the Bernard brothers. These bastards were trying to run away. Slave number 2 and number 3 are dead. Some of them had cut through their rope with pieces of metal hidden in their mouths. 4 or 5 of them rushed me at once. Little and Pen were getting food, and they. Luke fell to his knees while trailing off. He felt guilty about disappointing his master. However, Eugene passed by Luke without speaking and looked at the cold bodies of the first 2 slaves he collected. Both of them were dead. Little had a hole in his throat, and Pen had a hole in his eye. Although they weren't very helpful in subjugations, they had been very diligent so far. Eugene was furious. Is that all of them? What about the rest? Rudrian quickly answered. 2 of them got away. I attempted to catch them, but they managed to get their hands on the horses. Then, there aren't many places for them to run to. Galfredic spoke while stroking his chin. He was also boiling with anger. It's likely that they headed towards a designated hideout or a nearby village. They will then try to join with the remnants that escaped back then. It doesn't matter where they run to. Eugene spoke coldly while raising his head. The western sky was slowly being painted orange. Soon, the sun would hide its splendor and give way to the dominion of vampires. Beep. Eugene whistled, and Cillian came to him like the wind. Galfredic. Guard the village. I will be back before sunrise. Tonight would be a very long, violent night. Those bastards. Idiot. It's your fault for picking a fight without even knowing that he was a real knight. What did you say, you little bastard? The atmosphere was quite tense between the earlier escapees and the new arrivals. They ran their horses until the creatures literally collapsed. They had only worked together for about half a year at the longest, and all 3 of their leaders, the Bernard brothers, were dead. Everyone, be quiet. We need to remain calm at times like these. Gabe, the strongest of the remaining 10 or so men, shouted. All the others promptly shut up. It was an unspoken fact among criminals that the word of the strongest was the law. Gabe, let's hide here for a few days and go back to Paranan. Are you insane? What are you going to do if that black armored knight is still there? No, I heard it when I was captured. Their group is heading to the ruin in the Bjorgalan barony. That's right. Those knights are not from around here anyway. I heard they are from Meren. Fuck, we're so unlucky. Two of the men explained. Although it was for a short period of time, Eugene had captured them as slaves. Gabe stroked his pointy goatee before speaking. Come to think of it, I heard rumors that they failed to subdue the Philia ruins twice in a row, that they were going to attempt it a third time. The knight must have been passing by on his way to the ruin. That's what I'm telling you. So let's lay low here for a couple of days, or in Minton. Minton. The Viper Snake mercenaries already took over that place. Are you suggesting we join them? Cuckoo. More than half of the Viper Snake mercenaries had been smashed into meat pastes by that night. 7 of the guys who got caught earlier than us were former members of the Viper Snake mercenaries. Their captain, Morgan, and the other strongest members of their mercenary group had been killed by that knight named Eugene. Huh. Motherfucker. He really is a crazy knight. The Viper Snake mercenaries were quite notorious in the area, and they were the rulers of Minton. Moreover, they were hostile with the Burnett brothers. Both groups were after the other's village, but neither had been eager to make the first move since both groups were similar in size. However, the knights from Meren had destroyed both the Burnett brothers and the Viper Snake mercenaries. So only small fries are left in Minton, right? That's what I'm telling you. It should be worth a try, right? Let's take over it and lay low for a few days. Once that red-eyed knight leaves for the Bjorgalen barony, we can take Paranen as well. What do you say? Let's go. Gabe's contemplation did not last long. This was an opportunity for him to become the lord of 2 villages. Once successful, he would then be the ruler of hundreds of people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is what they said. Myrian reported back after utilizing her specialty for about 15 minutes. Good work. Eugene nodded in the dark. It wouldn't be difficult to follow the trail of the 2 escapees. Those who had been beaten like dogs during the day were still injured, and it was all too easy for Eugene to follow the trail of human blood during the night, especially when there was no one else around. What are you going to do? Will you storm in and kill all of them? No, I have a better idea. Eugene spoke coldly while staring at the hideout of the remnant bandits. Kikik. I love it when you make that face, sir. So sneaky. So vicious. The Devil King himself. Ah. Those bastards are coming out. Even though she was invisible anyways, Myrian folded her wings and crouched while landing on Eugene's shoulder. In the distance, 11 men split themselves among the horses and began to ride. Minton was half a day's distance away from their current location, but they would arrive within a couple of hours on horseback. Cillian. Let's follow as quietly as possible. Cillian nodded as if it understood Eugene's words, then slowly moved. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Upon arriving at the entrance to Minton village, the bandits covered their bodies with mud. It was to conceal themselves while eliminating unwanted, clinking noise from their armor. Let's set a fire first. As soon as they come running with their weapons, shoot them down, Gabe instructed. Don't worry. Several of his crossbow-wielding colleagues grinned in response. The bandits had been hiding in the bushes while observing the village's wooden fence. After hearing Gabe's orders, they began to quietly cross over the wooden fence. They would not have dared to do something like this in the past, but there was nothing to fear since the strongest men of the Viper Snake mercenaries were already dead. A few minutes later, flames suddenly soared from an old church in the middle of the village. Dong! 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 Fire! There's a fire! The urgent shouts of the village vigilante and the dull ringing of the bell disrupted the silence that reigned over the village. A few men rushed out from the buildings all over the village. Most of them had rushed out after hurriedly putting their clothes on, but some of them held swords and axes in their hands. All of the armed men had snake tattoos on their necks and forearms. They were members of the Viper Snake mercenaries. Fuck. What's going on? You stupid bastards! Don't just watch and stare. Bring some water and put it out. Idiots! The mercenaries swore at the villagers. The villagers quickly scattered with fear and shock. The mercenaries made them a perfect target in the darkness by gathering themselves around the burning church. 222. Kugh. Ugh. 3 mercenaries screamed and collapsed at once as the bolt left the crossbows. An ambush. Although they were armed with weapons, the mercenaries weren't adorned in their proper equipment. They quickly dropped down after witnessing their colleagues fall. Gabe and his men took the chance and stormed out of the burning church. Kill them all. Why you mother? Arg. The Viper Snake mercenaries and the remnants of the Bernard brothers slaughtered each other in front of the burning church. Although they were similar in numbers and skills, the Bernard brothers were fully armed and had the element of surprise. The Viper Snake mercenaries were quickly snuffed out. Let me live. I will cooperate. I'll be your subordinate. I don't need it, you idiots. Q ha ha ha. Gabe rushed at the few remaining mercenaries with a malicious, crazed smile. It was then. Wah. Kiwu. Screams resounded one after another from a small distance away. What's going on? Gabe turned his bloody and muddy head toward the sound after slitting the throat of one of his enemies. Boom. Ha. Gabe's eyes widened with shock. 2222222. A knight was rushing forward like a storm through the broken gate of the village. Both he and his horse were covered in pitch-black armor like the knight. The red-eyed knight. Run. Run away. Fuck. Get into formation. It's only one man. 2 of Gabe's men started to flee immediately with surprise. They were the ones previously captured by Eugene. However, Gabe gritted his teeth and attempted to stand his ground. Eugene reared himself back atop his saddle, then bounced back while throwing a javelin. Shoo whack. Fuck. The projectile flew almost 50 meters in an instant and tore straight through Gabe's chainmail and heart. In the end, Gabe was killed instantly, and his body was thrust back into the burning embers of the church. Wara. The remaining men started to flee like sheep, disregarding their own battles. Most of them were quite experienced, and they knew very well how terrifying a fully armed knight was. They instinctively ran toward the dark. It was because they knew even the strongest of knights would struggle to locate them on such a cloudy night, especially if they purposefully ran into the dark. However, what they didn't know was the fact that the Black Knight was a completely different existence from regular humans. Eugene's crimson eyes pierced through the darkness and accurately grasped the locations of the escaping men. 22222. Ark. Kiwu. The terrifying sound of hooves resounded all over the village and screams of terror followed one by one. Monster-like roars could be heard occasionally, and the residents of the village were struck with even greater fear. It was as if hell had descended on the small village of Minton, striking terror and fear into the hearts of its 100 or so residents. Mommy. Shoo. The residents trembled helplessly in their homes. There wasn't anything for them to do except to pray and hold their loved ones close. Argsh. The village was engulfed in silence following a piercing scream. After a while, the village men started to raise their bodies one by one. They had been hiding in the village well and a nearby stream. As if on cue, all of them started to carefully walk toward the church. The residents of the church had already left over a year ago. The only thing remaining of the building was grey ash and smoke. In front of it, a knight in black plate armor was holding his helmet in one arm while stroking his warhorse. The knight's intense, crimson eyes and seductive, mysterious white face were even more accentuated under the cold moonlight. The residents stared at him blankly, and the knight started speaking. I am Knight Jan Eugene. The trash that once occupied this place is no more. However, the residents remained mesmerized by Eugene's appearance. They continued to stare blankly. It was impossible for them to imagine that a knight with such a noble and elegant appearance was responsible for the terrifying massacre just now. Eugene silently pondered his next words for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered with a light. At the same time, Eugene twisted his body and his hand stretched forward like lightning. Whoosh! Eugene snatched a crossbolt from the air and threw it back without hesitation. Hyuk! Then, Eugene disappeared into a different part of the village. The villagers were struck with disbelief as the knight ran off at incredible speeds, despite wearing heavy armor. Pat. Sir. Something feels strange. Myrian shouted anxiously. Eugene remained silent, but he also felt the same way. He could feel a presence as intense as the intermediate rank or high rank monsters he faced in the dungeon and the labyrinth. He was currently headed towards the source of the energy. That is. Something blurry appeared in Eugene's view through the complete darkness. It was a black shadow with a human form. The black shadow suddenly halted after jumping over the village's wooden fence with ease. Then it slowly turned around. Eugene unsheathed Wolf's slaughter and observed the opponent. The figure's head was lowered, and its face was covered by its scattered hair. The figure suddenly raised its head. Eugene was surprised to see the opponent's glimmering eyes through their brown hair. It was a shade of red, just like his own. You have no manners, and you seem to be quite stupid. This is my hunting ground, you baseless Roma bastard. The face of the man was completely revealed as he swept back his long hair. His face was pale as if it was made of limestone. His lips were a similar shade of red to his eyes, and the protruding fangs clearly proved his race. A vampire. Why are you acting so surprised? Aren't you a vampire yourself? Well, it must be because you're nothing but a baseless Roma. That's why you walk around looking like a fool, home. The vampire grinned before stretching out his arm. His dark, crimson cape fluttered behind him. Kneel. Kneel before my glory, for the cold, blue blood of the Nofris flows in my veins. Delmondo. Ha! The vampire who self-identified as Delmondo shouted with shock. Shuyuak. Wolf Slaughter reflected the cold, sharp light of the moon as it flew towards him. Kidioak. Delmondo let loose a roar of anger and shock while jumping back a good distance. His agility went far beyond ordinary humans, but unfortunately, his opponent was a vampire as well. Moreover, it was a vampire with the swordsmanship and experience of an outstanding knight called Galfredic. Shhhhk. Clarak. A trail of piercing blue light was left behind Wolf Slaughter. Delmondo was forced to his knees after receiving a few strikes. PSSSSH. A red vapor started to sizzle from his fresh wounds, and Delmondo struggled to open his quivering blue lips. How could a Roma wield a weapon with silver? Home. Delmondo was struck with fear as he suddenly paused. See, could it be? An origin. Eugene's tightly sealed lips finally opened. So who are you calling baseless again? I apologize. I committed an unforgivable crime. I have nothing to say even if you drive a silver stake through my heart. Please forgive this pathetic vampire for not recognizing an origin. Delmondo kowtowed and repeatedly slapped himself. However, Eugene's gaze remained cold. Kidiek. How dare you presumptuously place yourself on the same level as Sir Eugene? Don't even think for a moment that all the members of the Knight's tribe are the same. What a rude, impudent asshole. It doesn't matter if he's a vampire, people like him need to be taught a lesson. They need to be decimated. Myrian started rampaging once again. Her anxious expression was nowhere to be seen. You bastard. Sir Eugene is destined to become the ultimate, greatest, most powerful demon king in the geek. Eugene forced Myrian into his leather pocket for the first time in a while, then finally spoke. I guess that's how you treat a fellow vampire. No, rather, is that how the Nofris operates? Eugene sneakily brought up what was presumed to be Delmondo's family. The vampire responded with a pale expression. Not at all. Never. I was foolish enough to make such a mistake. Please, you can do as you wish with me. Please be satisfied with punishing this insolent fool. Delmondo even went as far as to bang his head against the ground. It's just as Rai said. Vampires seem to value their families quite a bit. It was said that the progenitor of the Blood Shadow School was very respectful towards their own family. Moreover, it was said that the vampires that Rai's master once met also placed significance on their families, just like human nobles. Eugene was using the vampire's family in his threats after remembering such facts, and it appeared to be very effective. It's my first time seeing another vampire. I wonder what I can find out from him. But it might be strange for me to ask things that could be considered common sense. Eugene himself included, vampires were inherently devious and sly. Eugene wasn't sure what Delmondo might try if he realized that Eugene was quite ignorant about the vampire world. Thus, Eugene decided to threaten Delmondo further. Well, what reason do I have to believe your words after you committed such an act? I swear it on the cold, blue veins of Nofris and on my father's name. Please show mercy. I beg you. Delmondo pleaded while lying flat on the ground. Father. Was he saying that he had parents who gave birth to him and raised him? Who is your father? It's Sir Virance. I am his 7th child. He showed me grace 20 years ago and I was transformed into a member of the tribe. Eugene nodded inwardly. Just as he expected, the vampire wasn't referring to a biological relationship between parents and a child. Where is your father now? What? I could not tell you. It has been more than 10 years since I became independent. Eugene narrowed his eyes. There wasn't much to take away from so little information when he was ignorant about the vampire world. Delmondo mistakenly assumed that his answer dissatisfied Eugene, so he hurriedly continued. The last time I contacted him, he was in Albion, a port city in Branchia. It could be entirely possible that he is still there. Eugene didn't know exactly where the city of Albion was, but Luke was originally from Branchia. He could figure it out later. I see. Then is your father an origin of Nofris or a direct descendant? How could that be? He is only one of the thralls serving the direct descendant of a Nofris noble. He is only a low-ranking aristocrat. As such, I cannot turn vampires into humans, unlike my father. A thrall is lower than a vassal, right? It was most likely true, considering the reaction that Rai showed when Eugene turned Galfredic into a vampire. In other words, both Delmondo and his father, Virance, were much lower in status than even Galfredic, let alone himself as an origin. Wah. Please forgive me. Please show mercy and let the matter resolve with my death. Delmondo started to wail. Eugene suddenly remembered the face of an incriminated serf as he stood in front of the territory's lord. The vampire was truly afraid of him. And that means... Eugene came to a rough understanding of his own position within the vampire world. Thus, he spoke in an even colder, more solemn voice. Fine. I will show you mercy. However, I have a condition. Delmondo started lowering his head with relief, then flinched. Soon, he raised his head with a determined expression. I will do anything you ask for. I swear on the cold, blue blood of Nofris, I will obey your every word as long as it does not impair the Nofris family. Asterisk. So that guy is going to go around and spread rumors about you. Yes. I told him to spread rumors in the other villages, the ones I basically liberated, and to observe. Myrian folded her arms after hearing Eugene's answer. Can he be trusted? My seniors told me that members of the Knight's tribe are renowned for being devious and sly. First, I am also a vampire. Exactly. Eugene suppressed his desire to give her a good knock on the head. He should be trustworthy. He swore on the name of his family and his father after all. From what Eugene experienced so far, it appeared that the vampires were only sly and crafty when dealing with other races, including humans. Instead, vampires seemed to follow a strict hierarchy among themselves, which was probably why Delmondo had proudly uttered nonsense during their first meeting, telling Eugene to kneel. Above all else, it seemed that ordinary vampires such as Delmondo possessed immeasurable fear toward Origins. As such, it would be impossible for him to go against an oath he made in the name of his family and his father, especially when he was against an Origin. Anyways, I hope he does his job properly. He will do a good job if he wants to keep on living. Eugene ordered the vampire to wait in Moffern after finishing his given tasks. Eugene could wait until then to think about what to do with Delmondo. Eugene once again dashed through the dark night road. The residents of Minton were almost done cleaning the fire and the remnants of the slaughter when Eugene returned. Judging from the fact that Cillian was respectfully given ample space to rest, Eugene quickly recognized the fear and respect they felt towards him. Eugene summoned the village chief and said, "As I said, my name is Jan Eugene. I have also liberated Paranan village, so there is nothing for you to worry about now. Is that really true? Do you think I will tell lies after what I did tonight? And not at all. Please forgive me, sir." The chief hurriedly bowed his head while trembling. Eugene continued in a solemn voice, "The residents of Paranan village wanted me to take care of their village. What are your thoughts? There's no reason for us to oppose it if it will keep us safe." The chief spoke in a resigned voice. He was familiar with having to entrust the fate of his village to the strong. "You do not have to worry about safety. And I won't be looting the village either, so don't worry about that. There will be no forced requisition in the near future as well. I swear it on my honor. We are lacking, so please lead us, Sir Eugene." The chief quickly vowed. The village's quality of life would dramatically improve as long as there was no more looting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene returned to Paranan village before sunrise. The first thing he did was to call Galfredic to explain to the latter his plans. Galfredic was greatly surprised after hearing Eugene's plan, but he was extremely supportive of it. Afterward, Galfredic called everyone around sunrise. Eugene looked over the people gathered in front of the village hall. Excluding those who died last night, there were about 40 people in total. All of their faces were filled with tension and fear. Rudrian. Yes. Rudrian was the strongest of the slaves, and he had contributed to quenching the little incident during the previous night. He immediately stood at attention when he was called upon. "If you swear loyalty to me, I will not sell you as a slave. Will you follow me, or will you live a life as a slave? Choose." "I will follow Sir Eugene. I swear it." As soon as Rudrian bowed his head, his subordinates also took to one knee. "We will follow you, Sir Eugene." They had made up their minds when they were called together by Galfredic. There was a huge disparity of power between themselves and the knights. Moreover, knights like Eugene were extremely rare, and they could succeed in life by following such a knight. Power was equivalent to the law in Carl's Baggins. As such, they answered without hesitation. It was the same for the other slaves. "We will follow you as well. Please take us in. We will swear our loyalty to you, Sir Eugene." All of the slaves kneeled. Eugene spoke while imbuing a little bit of fear into his words. "If you betray me, I will kill you. If you disobey me, I will kill you. However, if you follow me, I promise you power and wealth." The slaves roared loudly. They were truly simple and ignorant. Eugene turned to Viren. "Viren, what will you do? If you will accept us, we will live for you, Sir Eugene. Both me and these guys, we will follow you, even to the ends of hell." Viren nodded immediately. He had already seen through Eugene's capabilities during the past few days. Good. Eugene nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, Partik stepped up with a serious expression. Sir Eugene. Why aren't you asking us the same question? Eugene answered with a puzzled expression. I thought we already shared such a relationship. Was I wrong? Partik jumped slightly before falling to one knee. Thank you. We won't let you down. Thank you, Sir Eugene. I will do my best. Glade and Lavin hurriedly followed suit. Ha ha ha. Today is a day worth celebrating. Galfredic burst out laughing, and Eugene looked around before speaking. As all of you should know, you will follow Galfredic's orders when I am not around. Yes, Sir Eugene. Then, Galfredic. Galfredic stepped forward. Having received official education since he was a child, Galfredic controlled and divided the troops with ease. Those with good skills were designated as soldiers, while others were tasked with carrying luggage. No one was dissatisfied. Even if there were only 20 troops, many things were needed, and everyone would have their own roles. Moreover, Eugene and Galfredic were simply too scary for them to have any complaints. I've made rough arrangements. But master, if you want to become recognized as a lord, you need to be certified by a noble with a title. What are you planning to do? Eugene smirked and took something out of his pockets. What do you think? A count should suffice, right? Ho ho. That should be more than enough. The object fluttering in Eugene's hand was the letter of recommendation he received from Viscount Fairkill to be given to Count Wincelin. Even so, we should get that wyvern first. Eugene was determined. If he could spread his name as the first wyvern slayer as well, Count Wincelin would definitely be very satisfied and swear him in as well as recognize him as a lord. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The number of roamers coming out of the ruins has been increasing. It has been a long time since it was subjugated properly. Send Sir Oleg there. He's not doing anything else, is he? Baron Bjorgallen answered with annoyance after hearing the butler's report. But we do not have enough troops. We cannot afford to send soldiers of the castle, so we must hire mercenaries. But the money to do that. Aim. Can we ask for cooperation from the Knights of the Martian Monastery? They wouldn't possibly turn a blind eye, would they? Not after how much we've donated. I have already given you a report 10 days ago that the Knights of the Martian Monastery have disbanded, my lord. Did you? Well, then we should hire mercenaries. Would 30 be enough? With all due respect, my lord, but our finances are currently a little unstable. Would it not be better to ask the Palin Association to provide us with extra troops with their dispatched group? If we ask them to handle the Roma situation as well after the subjugation. Impossible. They will have to handle the subjugation by themselves. Have Sir Oleg recruit mercenaries to handle the Romas. This should be enough to cover the finances. Baron Bjorgallen spoke arrogantly before tossing a thick, leather pouch. The butler sighed as he received the object, but he became wide-eyed as soon as he saw its contents. My lord. These are gold coins. Where did you get all this money? It comes from a friend, who is both honorable and loyal. Anyways, there shouldn't be any problems with the hiring of mercenaries and taking care of the Romas by now, right? Yes. This is enough. Then take care of it. As you wish, my lord. The butler bowed politely before leaving the office. Give me another drink. Put some effort into your fanning. Yes, my lord. The servants and maids answered faithfully. One started pouring him another glass while others stationed behind him fanned even harder. Baron Bjorgallen had a satisfied expression as he opened a letter he received several days ago. Ho ho. There's no reason for me to refuse such an offer. If they happen to succeed in the subjugation, I will earn a good sum. And even if they fail one more time, there's always another chance. The letter in his hand came from a distant land, from the successor of the Evergrove County. They were likely related, but their blood relationship must be very thin. A relative of a relative of a relative was essentially no different from a stranger. However, the polite, sophisticated letter was enough to pique the Baron's interest. Of course, the 100 imperial gold coins contributed greatly as well. In addition, the request was rather simple. A knight named Jan Eugene would be commissioned by the Palin Association to subjugate the ruins, and all he had to do was ensure that Jan Eugene's group wouldn't be able to hire outside troops for the subjugation. Ho ho. I don't know who you are, but you appear to have gotten on the wrong side of Evergrove. Well, it doesn't really matter to me. No one would care if a knight from the outside died in the evil lands. Moreover, Baron Bjorgallen would receive 100 gold coins in return. He didn't even need to think about it. According to the letter, it appeared that the knight had some reputation in Meran, but the Carlsbaggins Peninsula and the Filia ruins weren't as easygoing as Meran. I hope he doesn't piss his pants after seeing the wyvern. Ha ha ha. Baron Bjorgallen chuckled amusingly while taking a large sip of wine. The door opened with a knock, and the guard captain stepped into the room before giving a report. My lord. The knight commissioned by the Palin Association has arrived with his group. Is that so? Give him a decent treatment and tell him to rest. Ah, yes, my lord. But, there are more troops than we expected. How many people are there? Baron Bjorgallen asked half-heartedly. There are more than 40. However, shock and disbelief filled his face after hearing the guard captain's answer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I am Jan Eugene. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Bjorgallen. I see. It's nice to meet you, Sir Eugene. Baron Bjorgallen stared at Eugene with a sour expression. The knight was way younger than he had imagined. According to the letter from Jevin Evergrove, the young knight had recently gained quite a reputation in the Meran area. But from the looks of it, he was basically just a young child. Moreover, it was as if he was purposefully wearing black plate armor to make himself look intimidating. And what was with the soft, fair appearance? The young knight would have looked no different from a noble young master without his armor. It was evident that he was ignorant of what real hardship was. Perhaps the levels of knights are subpar in that area. It was entirely possible to discern Meran's standards for knights from the young man. If such a knight was able to gain fame, the rest of them were bound to be trash. On the contrary, the burly knight standing behind the young man appeared much stronger. I won't have to worry too much about the knight. However, Baron Bjorgallen raised his eyes and observed the troops lined up behind Eugene. I thought his group only has about 10 people, including the slaves. What happened? Confusion was evident on the Baron's face. Eugene calmly spoke. By the way, I heard that you will not be hiring any additional troops. Is that true? That's right. Does that mean I have to subjugate the ruin with my troops alone? Well, yes. Then I will have to ask you to increase the compensation. What? Bjorgallen answered with a bewildered expression. Eugene shrugged. Isn't it only fair? I heard from the branch manager of Morfern that the 2 recent subjugations ended in failure in succession. Each time, there were 2 or 3 knights in addition to more than 30 mercenaries. Is that correct? That's true. Then would we not need even more troops this time around? Naturally, I thought that would be the case when I accepted the subjugation commission. To be honest, I thought you would have hired at least 50 troops. But since I will be entering alone with my troops, I think we deserve more compensation. I don't think it's too much to ask for. Baron Bjorgallen licked his lips awkwardly. The young knight definitely had a point, and the Baron had a good reason to ensure Eugene's entry into the ruin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold up his end of the bargain after receiving 200 gold coins. There's no helping it. He does have quite a few mercenaries, but they won't succeed anyway. In the end, Baron Bjorgallen nodded with a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha. You are straightforward and good-natured just as your reputation suggests. I will accept your proposal. Half of the materials and mana stones from the ruin will be yours. Butler. The butler quickly wrote up a document, and Baron Bjorgallen stamped it with his seal. Here it is. Thank you. You are truly generous and reasonable, just as I have heard. Eugene bowed politely. Although he didn't mean any of his words, it didn't cost him anything to give compliments. Baron Bjorgallen quickly puffed up proudly. Ha ha. It's the least I could do for a brave knight. Anyways, will you be good to set out tomorrow? Of course. Very good. I will provide you with a guide early in the morning. I will have them empty the annex, so go and relax until then. Yes, thank you. Eugene bowed politely before heading to the annex with his troops. A smile appeared on the Baron's face as he watched the group leave the room. Ho ho. Whether it's 40 or 50, it won't make a difference at all. You won't get anywhere unless you have a knight capable of single-handedly facing a high-rank monster. But why would such an outstanding knight go around taking commissions from merchant associations when it came to subjugating evil lands? It doesn't matter. With this, I'll be getting another 100 gold coins. Baron Bjorgallen couldn't help but grin with joy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Master, the Baron's expression just now looked strange. He looked way too relaxed for a lord who has suffered 2 consecutive subjugation failures. It also bothers me that he didn't prepare any additional troops. Galfredic spoke with a frown after entering the annex. Eugene nodded in agreement. I felt the same way. That's why I asked him for an increase in compensation. Half of the materials and mana stones will be an incredible sum. Even so, something's off. It feels like he's up to something else. Does that really matter? Since we will be by ourselves, we can act however we want. Like when we first met and entered the dungeon in the Taiwan territory. Exactly. Eugene had explained the events of the Taiwan dungeon's subjugation to Galfredic after taking in the burly knight as his vassal. Galfredic was surprised but quickly understood why Eugene had taken such actions. Anyways, we will get that wyvern for sure. We can also take down a lot of monsters on our own. Of course. He. Wizard. Make sure you prove yourself this time around. Eugene suddenly turned his face to Romerai while grinning along with Galfredic. Romerai flinched. That goes without saying. Controlling monsters has always been my specialty, so you won't be disappointed with it. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. The amount and types of materials you get will depend on your performance, so do your best. Yes. Romerai answered with a sullen expression. Although Eugene worded it nicely, he essentially threatened her to prove her worth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Early next morning, Eugene left Baron Bjorgallen's castle with his troops. Baron Bjorgallen simply watched from the spire as Eugene's group left. He turned and spoke to the guard captain as if something had crossed his mind. Bring Sir Oleg. A few minutes later, a small knight with a thick neck and bulging muscles stood in front of the Baron. Did you call for me, my lord? The knight said in a husky voice, and Baron Bjorgallen took on a satisfied expression. Among the 3 knights of the barony, Oleg was the strongest and the sturdiest. The only flaw with the muscular knight was that he was a little, or rather, quite stupid. As such, he was an incompetent commander of troops. His mental inclination led him to be excluded from evil land subjugations. After all, no one wanted a leader that would always rush into a battle against monsters regardless of the circumstances. But still, no one could rival his raw power. The knight Oleg had complete faith in his lord, and his loyalty stood as tall as his faith. Perhaps being stupid wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Yes, Sir Oleg. You will be going out to hire mercenaries. Yes. I will be heading to Femil in the afternoon. Mercenaries who are very good at hunting roamers. There are many of them there. The knight's manner of speaking clearly revealed his intelligence. Baron Bjorgallen nodded. Good. Will it take about 2 days for you to return? If I go now, I will be able to return by tomorrow evening. That's great. Sir Oleg, don't come back to the castle straight away once you're done. Take the mercenaries and head to the entrance of the ruin. Yes, my lord. Oleg answered vigorously without even asking for the reason. Did you see the knight clad in black? He dared to insult me. So, sir, you will wait at the entrance of the ruin and... Boom. I will never forgive him. I will punish him on behalf of the Lord. Please leave it to me. Oleg's eyes were dyed red with blood as he stomped his feet. It was proof that he was extremely angry. Yes, yes. I will leave it to you, sir. And make sure to hire skilled mercenaries. Are you taking any soldiers to Femil? I will be going there with 3 of my subordinates. I see. Good, good. Anyways, make sure you take revenge against the Black Knight for insulting me. Leave the others to the mercenaries. Understood. As you wish, my lord. Oleg shouted loudly while thumping his chest. Baron Bjorgallen gave a satisfied smile. Just in case you're still alive. A subjugation team would give up and return if more than half of their members were killed or were rendered incapable of further battles. Oleg would be more than enough to handle the weary survivors of the subjugation with the 30 battle-hardened mercenaries of Kyle's Baggins. Moreover, Oleg once killed a baby troll by himself. Even if the opponent was a renowned knight of Meran, Baron Bjorgallen believed that Eugene would be no match for Oleg. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Amazing! Eugene exclaimed as he looked down from the mountaintop. The group had spent the last 2 hours climbing. The Filia Ruins was located in a basin surrounded by high mountain peaks, and it was much wider and larger than Eugene had initially expected. The ruined city was brimming with moss and vines as if to prove its history. The buildings and spires of the ancient city were built in a strange, wonderful architectural style. It was easy to guess how rich and prosperous the city had been in the past. You will arrive at the gate if you head down this road, sir. The guides pointed to a narrow slope. Understood. You may return. Yes, Aya. We wish you the best of luck. The guides and the butler bowed before hurriedly scurrying away. Master, shall we enter right away? Wait a moment. Eugene shook his head before calmly observing the ruin and the surrounding mountain peaks. Do harpies and wyverns cross mountains? They might do so, but only very rarely. There are many monsters in the evil lands to prey on, and beasts do not approach the vicinity of evil lands. So most of them should almost always reside in the evil lands unless they were pushed out by competition. But they would leave if there was a need to. Sure. They are capable of flying and living in open spaces, so it's entirely possible. Why are you asking? I was thinking about it, and Eugene started explaining in a low voice. Galfredic's eyes widened with astonishment a moment later. That's not bad. No, rather, I think that will definitely work. Why did no one try that before? So you are saying that it's possible, right? Then let's try it. Ha ha ha. I like it. Galfredic roared with laughter before gathering the troops, who were looking at the 2 knights with puzzled expressions. Then, he gave orders according to Eugene's plan. The soldiers turned their eyes toward Eugene. It was clear that they were confused and hesitant, but they didn't dare to question their master. Hey, so what exactly are we doing now? We are making wooden spears and pickets. A former mercenary responded to his colleague's question while cutting off the excess of a long vine used to join together several wooden spears. Well, obviously. That's not what I'm asking. Why are we sitting here doing something like this instead of heading into the ruin? If you are curious, feel free to go ask Sir Eugene or Sir Galfredic. No, I would rather not. The mercenary still trembled when he made eye contact with the knights. He could not bring himself to do something so daring. They said that they were going to kill the harpies and the wyvern. Let's just do as we're told. Harpies, maybe. But do you really think we can kill a wyvern? I heard everyone flees into the buildings as soon as the wyvern appears. TSK. It seems you all are still in the dark, Lavin sneakily joined the conversation. Although all of them were now colleagues, Lavin had been by Eugene's side for a long time. The men showed interest in his words. Lavin, was it? Has Sir Eugene killed a wyvern before? Not a wyvern, but he has killed 2 trolls by himself. Moreover, he pulled out one of their heads with his bare hands, along with its spine. Just like this. Lavin ripped the bark off of a branch, and the soldiers trembled with fear. Is that really true? 2 trolls? By himself? Why would I lie to you all? It was in the Taiwan territory. I saw it with my own eyes when we entered the dungeon. And was that all? No, there was even a time when he killed 2 orcs with a single javelin. Wow. It was even more amazing in person. So if Sir Eugene asks you to do something, you'd better just do it without complaining or asking any questions. Says you. This guy almost got himself killed by picking a fight with Sir Eugene on the day they first met. Glade chimed in as well, and Lavin responded with a blush. Hey, why are you bringing up things of the past? It was just so funny listening to your words. Anyways, everything he said is true, so all of you should just do as you are told. Be honest, this is much better than going into the ruin without any preparations, right? That's true. The troops nodded while meeting each other's eyes. There were knights who were crazy about glory and fame. Such knights would treat mercenaries as mere meat shields and almost always engaged in frontal battles without preparations. The troops much preferred Eugene, who seemed to have a plan of some sort. Moreover, Eugene possessed enormous power, so they had nothing to complain about. Are you still not finished? The sun is about to go down, you bastards. Galfredic spoke in a husky voice, and the troops busily returned to their work. We are almost finished. Let's hurry up, everyone. Right. The troops continued working diligently. After about 20 minutes, several wooden blocks made from 3-meter-long wooden spears were finally completed. It's well made. Galfredic carefully observed the creation before nodding with satisfaction. Then he turned his head towards Eugene. Good. Then we will set off. Yes. The troops began descending the slope while carrying the wooden blocks at Eugene's orders. After a while, the group arrived at the rubbles of a gate, the unofficial entrance to the Filia ruins. I think over there would be good. Galfredic spoke while pointing to the side. Install them over there. Eugene gave orders to the troops. The wooden blocks were quickly placed in front of a naturally formed cliff. It would easily house 40 to 50 people inside, and it looked solid in terms of defense as well. Sir Galfredic, may I ask why we are setting up wooden fences in this place? Partik asked in a low voice, and Galfredic grinned in response. The 2 of them had gotten fairly close over time. You will know if you wait and see. And I think this will work no matter what. Is that so? Partik was still puzzled, but he had nothing left to say since Galfredic was so confident. We are done. Good. We will leave behind some men to defend our horses. The rest of you, let's get going. All of the troops except 2 of Viren's subordinates followed behind Eugene and Galfredic. As soon as the group passed through the half-collapsed gate of the city, Eugene immediately heightened his senses. However, the ruin was quite open and wide, unlike dungeons and labyrinths. It was rather difficult to detect any presence of monsters. Home. After walking for about 5 minutes, Eugene caught a whiff of a monster's unique scent. Keek. A low cry followed. It's about there. Eugene continued forward while glaring at a collapsed building, which was covered in vines and roots. Kiki. Ki. The monster's cry gradually grew louder. Soon, Galfredic also noticed the sound and turned to Eugene. Eugene nodded lightly before giving orders. Everyone, prepare for battle. The eyes of the troops were filled with confusion, but as soon as Galfredic shot them a fierce look, everyone hurriedly arranged themselves into formation. Luke. Yes, master. Luke was now Eugene's aide rather than a slave. He approached Eugene with a longbow and a quiver full of arrows. Eugene took a stance, and those around him formed a defensive formation with their shields. Eugene knocked an arrow in one fluid motion. Although he was originally incapable of using the bow, his posture and grip were perfect after absorbing all of Galfredic's skills. Here they come, sir. Myrian cried out anxiously, and the strange cries grew even louder. Kidioak. Kidik. Harpies. As soon as someone shouted. Fwoosh. Paririk. More than 100 winged monsters shot into the air from a building covered with lush dark green. Fire. Tung. 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 The troops fired simultaneously, and about 10 harpies immediately crashed into the ground. The soldiers quickly abandoned their long-ranged weapons and pulled out their shields and swords. The long-ranged weapons would take too long to reload, which would be inappropriate for the upcoming battle. However, arrows continued to fly toward the monsters at a regular pace. Eugene and Galfredic were using their longbows. Ping. 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 Galfredic's archery was relatively inferior compared to his swordsmanship, spearmanship, and horse riding. However, he was able to shoot faster and more accurately compared to before thanks to the improved vision and concentration he gained as a vampire. The same was true with Eugene. The two knights continued to release arrows at a rapid pace as if competing with each other, and each of the projectiles found their mark in either the chest or the head of the harpies. Keek. Kyok. Harpies were monsters. As such, their hides were tough, and they had many more protective feathers compared to ordinary birds. But they still could not resist the arrows of vampire knights shot within a distance of 100 meters. Kyok. Kyok. Kiet. Their cries were similar to that of a crow's. The sounds closely followed one another, and many harpies fell dead before they could even approach the soldiers. But they were numerous and agile. When the harpies started to close in on the group, Eugene threw away his longbow without hesitation and unsheathed Wolf Slaughter. Protect the wizard. Right. Yes. Please leave it to me. Eugene charged at the group of harpies, and Galfredic kept pace right behind him. Kidiok. Kiek. The harpies cried mockingly when they saw the charge of the two knights. They knew exactly how slow and sluggish human knights were in their metallic armor. Although it was difficult to slash through the front of the metal armor, if 3 or 4 of them rushed the knights at once, they could find gaps in the plates and Kyok. However, the harpies were completely taken aback when they saw the movements of the two knights. The two knights weren't slow or sluggish at all. Rather, they were almost as fast and agile as themselves. Eugene flung himself forward just as the harpies came down to land. Shuik. Wolf Slaughter slashed down vertically. Galfredic jumped at almost the same time and swung his longsword while shouting ferociously. The piercing cries of the monsters reverberated as the world around them became dyed in blood and feathers. In an instant, 5 or 6 harpies fell from the sky. Some of them had their wings severed, while others were killed instantly as their thin waists were split. Some of the other harpies swooped down with their big, sharp talons. They could easily grab hold of a calf or a dog with their large claws. Crack! Although it was impossible for them to break through the plate armor's defense, one of the harpies was lucky enough to grab onto Eugene's shoulder with its talons. Clack! The harpy cried triumphantly before flapping vigorously. It would surely lift the human knight into the air before dropping him to his death. However, Eugene reacted immediately by thrusting his hand forward. He grabbed the harpy's thick, solid leg and pummeled the creature into the ground. Bang! A strange sound similar to the bursting of a drum resounded, and the harpy's body exploded as it crashed into the hard stone floor. Although they were not as intelligent as humans, monsters also possessed thoughts and emotions. The harpies were shocked into stillness when they saw their comrade's body explode into bits and pieces. The human knight even stood there while holding the yellow leg of their friend. It was the first time that they saw such a powerful and wild human. Thud! Eugene threw away the harpy's leg before rushing toward the remaining monsters. The harpies started to scatter in fear. The human wasn't a knight hunting monsters. Rather, he was a beast hunting birds, and they were ordinary chickens trying to escape an inevitable slaughter. The harpies eagerly flapped their wings and cried with panic, but it was useless. A few succeeded in leaping into the air, but they were quickly struck down with their large legs lacerated like rotten logs. Keek! There were still more than 30 of them left, but the harpies had completely lost their will to fight. Their souls were imprinted with a fear similar to when they were faced with the wyvern, the king of the ruin. Another attack was launched in the midst of their fear and panic. Ro-Rai finished chanting a spell in an ancient language while being protected by the troops. She stretched out her stick, and a red light wrapped around some of the harpies who were trying to escape. Ki! 5 or 6 harpies responded immediately. They began attacking their own kind. The other harpies realized that something was wrong and they jumped back while flapping their wings. They were capable of jumping dozens of meters with a single leap. As such, they mistakenly thought that they could easily escape the attacks of the 2 human knights. However, their assumption would have been true if they were faced with 2 human knights. In addition, the 2 human knights weren't their only enemies. Fire! Partik shouted, and the troops fired their reloaded crossbows. Then, they charged with a brave shout. Grounded, injured, and flightless harpies were no match for experienced mercenaries. In the end, almost all of the 100 harpies were slaughtered even before 10 minutes elapsed since the start of the fight. On the other hand, none of the troops were dead, and most had not suffered even the slightest of injuries. It had been a literal slaughter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? Are you saying we should retreat? Partik and Viren questioned with dumbfounded expressions. That's right, Eugene responded nonchalantly. This isn't a dungeon or labyrinth. Is there a reason why we cannot retreat? It's not like we will find the wyvern by simply walking around. Why yes, of course. I understand. Although they had many questions in their heads, they had no choice but to obey. Galfredic was the most experienced one among them in regard to subjugations, and even he was staying quiet. Moreover, the commands of a knight were absolute. In addition, since they were officially Eugene's subordinates now, they couldn't possibly disobey the commands of the knight they swore allegiance to, could they? The troops and porters roughly disassembled the bodies of the harpies and packed the byproducts before returning. No one could guess what Eugene was thinking, but they weren't overly worried. No one had been injured or killed in their slaughter of nearly 100 harpies, and it was due to the overwhelming performance of the knights. When they passed the rubbles of the gate, Eugene issued an order. Cut off their heads and bring them to me. Ah, yes. Their confusion grew even more, but the troops obeyed Eugene's orders. Soon, the heads of the harpies were gathered into a pile. Harpies were humanoid monsters with human heads. It was quite a gruesome sight to see around 100 decapitated heads gathered into a pile. Thread the heads with wooden spears and place them next to the barricade. Eugene had previously ordered them to create wooden spears as well as wooden blocks. They finally understood why they were tasked to make these wooden spears. This is a bit creepy. Do you think he is fond of these types of things? I heard that some of the knights have a hobby of preserving and keeping the heads of their enemies on their walls. What? Are you saying that they masturbate to it? Wow. I knew he wasn't an ordinary knight in many ways, but... The troops whispered while stealing glances at Eugene. They naturally assumed that Eugene couldn't hear their conversation, but it was impossible for a vampire to miss it. Those bastards, Galfredic growled. Eugene dissuaded him. Leave them. They will find out in a few days anyway. As if to prove Eugene's prediction, the troops finally discovered the purpose of the heads the very next day. How many have we killed so far? Well, I'm not completely sure, but it must be well over 200. Fuck. Then how much is all of that worth? This is amazing. Simply amazing. The troops could not hide their excitement as they whispered among themselves. Most of them had been former mercenaries or active mercenaries before meeting Eugene. It was an unbelievable feat to have killed more than 200 monsters in only 2 days, even if they were only low-rank monsters. Moreover, only 3 people had suffered light injuries out of the 40. It was truly an amazing feat. Whether we live or die, we will devote ourselves to Sir Eugene. Sir Eugene is a true knight. He cares for his subordinates. The troops shared determined gazes filled with trust and devotion. They didn't need words to describe how they felt towards the handsome knight. Any mercenary would be favorable towards a knight who was brave, powerful, and resourceful. In addition, the knight didn't treat his subordinates as simple consumables. Instead, he was the first one to rush into a battle and the last one to retreat. The soldiers wouldn't see him as a simple employer or a mercenary captain. Instead, he was starting to take his place in their hearts as a heroic lord. There was more. Once I dispose of the mana stones and the materials, you will all receive your earnings in silver. So keep fighting hard. Understood? Yes, sir. He was even generous and benevolent. The troops eagerly packed the byproducts from a group of dead kobolds before moving on. The wooden encampment they built yesterday was truly disturbing and frightening. It was surrounded by the heads of various monsters held up by wooden spears. There were heads of all sorts of monsters, including harpies, goblins, kobolds, and even the stone heads of gargoyles, which were intermediate rank monsters. Now, let's hurry up. The mercenaries busily got to work. By now, they knew that the heads of the monsters were to be severed and hung on the wooden spears. About 30 minutes later, all the freshly decapitated heads of the monsters were hanging on the wooden spears located outside the camp. There were literally hundreds of heads placed around the camp like decorations. It was bizarre and ominous. Let's take a 2-hour break. Make sure to identify the injured ones and tell the troops to organize themselves on our way back. Yes, Sir Galfredic. Partik, Viren, and Rudrian answered before returning to their respective positions. They had been appointed as squad leaders of the troops. After they left, Galfredic turned towards Eugene and spoke. If we continue at this rate, I think we may have to withdraw by tomorrow. We already have so many byproducts that it may become quite difficult to transport it all if we continue. I understand. By the way, that monster must be more cautious than we thought. Do you think we need to go there personally? Maybe the monster is scared. If it doesn't come out again this time, we can head in a bit deeper. Even though it may be a little dangerous. Galfredic suddenly stopped and frowned. Eugene aligned his gaze with Galfredic's. He could see a group of troops on the hillside. The group of troops descended and arrived at the ruin. Eugene was puzzled by the sight. Reinforcements. It can't be. Baron Bjorgallen didn't seem like he was such a generous lord. There appeared to be approximately 30 soldiers in the group. They were still a long way off, but they would arrive at Eugene's current location in about 10 minutes. Everyone, prepare yourselves for battle. The soldiers stopped working at Galfredik's shout and started to put on their armor once again. What is that? Partig narrowed his eyes after spotting the uninvited guests descending the hillside. How would I know? However, I do know one thing, it's that they don't look very friendly. The 3 squad leaders took on tense expressions after hearing Galfredik's answer. All of the unlocked evil lands usually had guards or managers watching over the trail paths. The same should be true for the Filia ruins. Regular subjugation teams would be barred from entering without permission, and even if they were here to deliver a message, it was customary for them to wait at the entrance that led to the trail path. It was extremely rare for armed forces to approach without prior warning. Moreover, the uninvited guests were close in number to the subjugation group. Have everyone come into the camp? Yes. The squad leaders quickly relayed the order as experienced veterans, and all of the troops quickly entered the camp before taking defensive formations. Thud. The soldiers placed their crossbows and spears between the gaps of the wooden blocks, and they glared at the uninvited guests as they grew closer and closer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir Oleg. I think they must have spotted us. What shall we do? As I said in the beginning, all units will charge. What? Are you saying that we will rush them right away? That's right. The face of the employed mercenaries hardened after hearing Oleg's words. They were expecting to have a plan before engaging with the enemy, but they were given an order to charge recklessly. They wondered if the knight was out of his mind. Moreover, they were informed that the enemy would number less after failing the ruins' subjugation, but that didn't seem to be the case either. Rather, the enemy seemed like a well-organized group of soldiers. I will cut down those who disobey my orders. Ah, yes. The mercenaries had no choice but to accept their fate. They were rather scared of Oleg, who was a well-known knight in the region. In addition, the orders of their employer were absolute. Well, we have Sir Oleg on our side. Even if he's a bit stupid, his skills are the real deal, right? Chargy. Wah. Oleg unsheathed his long sword before charging forward on his horse, and the mercenaries followed suit. Having a fully armed knight leading the charge on his war horse was enough to empower the mercenaries. It was then. Kidioawak. A sharp, piercing cry threatened to tear the air apart. The eyes of the charging mercenaries immediately shifted towards the direction of the cry. A dark, brown object was soaring towards them at an incredible speed from the other side of the Filia ruins. Although it was the first time they saw it, everyone immediately recognized the identity of the flying object. W. Ivan. Hayek. Even though the monster was far away, it was easily 10 times the size of a golden eagle. Its appearance was enough to send chills down the backs of the mercenaries. Clack. Clarieric. I see harpies as well. Harpies answered the cry of their monarch and suddenly came out of hiding from within the Filia ruins, soaring into the air along with their kin. It was evident at first glance that their number exceeded 100. The mercenaries turned to one person with shocked expressions. Sir Oleg. What should we do now? We will kill all the monsters. But we were hired to deal with defeated soldiers of the subjugation. I will give you more money. If you try to run away, I will crack your head open and kill you. The mercenaries broke out into cold sweat after seeing Oleg's crazed eyes. They wanted to run away, but they instantly realized that Oleg wasn't joking. His words weren't just a warning. Oleg was the simplest, most ignorant knight in the neighborhood. He would surely come after them and crack their heads open if they ran away. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's pretend to follow him and run away when we get the chance. The mercenaries had been together for a long time, and as such, they could convey their intentions with just their gazes. Once again, they resumed their charge down the hill. After a while, Oleg and the mercenaries arrived at the site near the gate of the ruin. Kyarak! The wyvern hovered in the air while screeching eerily, and the mercenaries hurriedly got into formation and raised their shields and crossbows. Tool. Oleg suddenly knocked an arrow before firing his longbow. However, the wyvern was high in the air, and it was incredibly fast. It avoided the arrow as if mocking the stupid knight. The harpies are coming out of the ruin. The hired mercenaries screamed in an urgent voice. It was commonly known that monsters usually stayed in their evil land. However, they were currently rushing out of the half-crumbled walls. Fuck. The mercenaries met the harpies in battle while swearing. They were experienced soldiers, and as such, they were able to hold their position against the harpies after forming defensive formations. Oleg also abandoned his bow and started wielding his longsword against the charging harpies. A bloody battle full of flesh, screams, and shouts ensued. Eugene and his troops watched the battle unfold from their encampment, which was located a little distance away. Things are taking a strange turn. I know. Galfredik expressed his astonishment, and Eugene nodded in response. He wasn't sure if he was just lucky, but things really were taking a strange turn. Sir Eugene, what should we do? I'm not sure. It would be the right decision to join the humans to fend off the monsters, but the knight wearing the surcoat with the Biogalan family's crest and his soldiers seemed to be faring quite well against the monsters. In addition, the wyvern was continuing to circle the sky above without coming down. It bothered Eugene. It appears that the wyvern is waiting for us to exit the encampment. After considering Mark's explanation about the wyvern's habits and his own experience, Eugene decided to remain within the compound. Do you think that you can hit the harpies from here? Yes. We should be able to distract them for sure. Then help them out. Yes. Those with crossbows hurriedly aimed their weapons at harpies before firing. There were many harpies, and they were surrounding the defensive formation of the mercenaries. As such, every shot fired was right on its mark. Should I join them too? Galfredik asked while raising his longbow. However, Eugene shook his head before pointing at the sky. No, we need to take care of that bastard. Right. He. Galfredik chuckled before dismounting his horse. He took a unique stance in which he stretched out his left leg and pointed it inwards. Ping. An arrow soared into the sky with a sharp sound. The wyvern quickly circled, perhaps taken aback that the attack was much stronger and faster than Oleg's. Kuwawa. So close. Galfredik clicked his tongue as the wyvern roared angrily. However, those surrounding him could only watch him nervously. Their backs were soaked with sweat. If the wyvern became enraged and started attacking them. Galfredik, can you shoot your arrow in a way that will drive that wyvern in a certain direction? I think it may be possible. Then try it. Over there, above the gate of the ruin. Right. Phew. Galfredik took a large breath before taking an arrow from the ground and knocking it before pointing it at the wyvern. What are you doing? There's no way a wyvern is going to fall from a single arrow. What good is it going to do to anger it? This is driving me crazy. The soldiers desperately wanted to stop him, but they had no choice but to watch Galfredik and Eugene with anxious gazes. Ping. 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 3 arrows soared into the air one after another, at intervals of about 2 or 3 seconds. The wyvern flapped its wings leisurely and avoided the arrows. Galfredik's arrows narrowly brushed its tail. Ping. Another arrow immediately shot into the air. The wyvern possessed excellent sight. As such, it recognized that the arrow was aiming at a place where it was flying towards. In order to avoid the projectile, the wyvern made the choice to make a quick turn, which led it to the sky above the ruined gate. Shuyuak. A loud noise accompanied a heavy shock wave, and the eyes of the soldiers shifted immediately. Eugene had thrown a javelin from his spear thrower. Unlike the arrows, it was drawing a straight line through the air as it headed towards the wyvern. It's going to miss. It did not miss. The javelin continued its path and penetrated a wing of the wyvern, just as it circled around to avoid the arrow. The jaws of all the onlookers were forced agape with shock. Kuwarak. The wyvern let out a terrible scream before flapping its wings once more. In the meantime, Eugene reloaded his spear thrower and launched another javelin with all his might, without delay. Querarak. The projectile split the air as it flew forward like thunder. It hit the wyvern dead center on its body. Kuvualuayuayuha. Even though the wyvern was known as the Emperor of the Sky, there was no way it would be fine after receiving a javelin to its body. Moreover, the person responsible for throwing the javelin wasn't an ordinary knight, but a vampire who was several times stronger than humans. Kuvuha. Kuwet. The wyvern thrashed and struggled in the air while screaming violently, then it eventually crashed to the ground. It couldn't maintain its flight with a spear in its chest. Wow. Eugene glanced sideways after hearing Galfredic's shout. What are you all doing? Let's go. Ah. Yes, Sir Eugene. The soldiers belatedly came to their senses and answered haphazardly. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they could not believe it. The wyvern was felled with only 2 javelins. This is crazy. Crazy. Sir Eugene is a knight blessed by God. I can't believe I dared to pick a fight with him. I must have been out of my mind. Sir Eugene is the god of war. He can't be human. How could a human? Admiration, reproach, faith, and even superstition. Although their emotions were based on slightly different things, the troops shared the same admiration and awe toward Eugene. The battle ended promptly after that. Although it was a terrifying monster in the sky, the wyvern was no more than an oversized, winged lizard once it was on the ground. Of course, it would have been difficult for ordinary knights and mercenaries to hunt the wyvern due to its large size and fierce nature, but it wasn't a problem for Eugene. He countered the wyvern's roar with his vampire fear and threw several more javelins from afar along with Galfredic to pierce the monster's head and throat. Eventually, the wyvern collapsed dead on the ground with its long tongue sticking out. Boom. Is it dead? I'm not sure. The troops gazed at the wyvern with anxious eyes while murmuring among themselves. However, even high-ranking monsters could not hide their presence in front of a vampire. As such, Eugene was certain that the monster was dead, and he moved without hesitation. After he reached the wyvern, he raised his short sword before striking down, cutting off the head of the wyvern. The monster's thick neck was similar in size to the torso of an adult, male human. Spurt. Blood erupted violently from the stump and soaked Eugene's entire figure. As he satiated his thirst with the blood, the excited cheers of the troops resounded. Awilhara. Eugene muttered quietly while the troops celebrated. Check it. Yeah. Myrian flew forward and began looking all over the wyvern's body. She was checking for the presence or the absence of a red mana stone. That was amazing. You're the best, Sir Eugene. The 3 squad leaders rushed forward with Partik in the lead. They weren't trying to bootlick, however, they were genuinely surprised and excited. Who would have thought of hunting the wyvern by manipulating its route with arrows before forcing it down with a javelin? No one had ever thought of such a method. Sir, nothing. Hyung-jun reported after checking the corpse. TSK Eugene was forced to inwardly click his tongue and swallow his disappointment. He had not encountered red mana stones since the swamp near the village and the dungeon of the Taiwan territory. It appeared he had been rather lucky in the beginning. Red mana stones were truly quite rare. Master, what are you going to do with those bastards? Galfredic walked up before speaking. Eugene turned his head. The wyvern was essentially the master of the Filia ruins. As soon as it fell, the harpies had immediately disappeared back into the ruin. About 10 people had been killed or seriously injured among the newcomers, and the remaining mercenaries were staring blankly in Eugene's direction. However, Eugene's eyes headed towards Oleg rather than the remaining mercenaries. The burly knight's shoulders heaved visibly, and he was without his helmet. Oleg was evidently exhausted after the battle. As he looked around, his gaze met with Eugene's. Oleg wiped the blood off his face before putting on his helmet. Suddenly, he started charging with a scream. Kyuvarat! The surrounding mercenaries became startled and retreated. He rushed in a straight line like a frenzied boar. Oleg was quite fast, which defied his large size. Anyone could see that he was aiming for Eugene. Did that bastard lose his mind? Galfredik spoke dumbfoundedly while taking out his long sword, but Eugene stopped him before taking a step forward. Leave him. I will take care of it. Flush. Oleg arrived in front of Eugene and slashed down with his long sword. Eugene avoided the attack by leaning down and throwing himself at Oleg. Clang. Ouch. Oleg was knocked backward with his waist in Eugene's grasp. His helmet fell off due to the shock, and Eugene grabbed the helmet off the ground while sitting on top of Oleg. Then he began to mercilessly strike Oleg's face with the helmet. Thud. Oleg's nose caved in with a single blow, and he fainted. Has he gone mad? Eugene muttered while standing up, and Myrian screeched with agitation. Crazy bastard. He's clearly insane. Sir. There's no need to leave him alive. However, Eugene couldn't simply kill a knight belonging to the Biogalan barony. Moreover, it was rather suspicious that the knight had suddenly appeared and started attacking him. Galfredik. Those bastards. I'll fuck them up. Partik, Viren, follow me. Yes, sir. The mercenaries had been looking for a chance to run, but Galfredik rushed them on horseback along with his soldiers. The mercenaries numbered only half of Eugene's troops, and they were greatly exhausted after fighting a fierce battle with the harpies. They were quickly overpowered without being able to put up any resistance. In the first place, they had already given up as soon as Oleg was completely smashed by Eugene. It would be suicidal to confront a knight who had just single-handedly killed a wyvern and overpowered Oleg, who was known as the strongest knight in the region. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oleg opened his eyes with a grunt. He started struggling as soon as he realized that his body was tightly bound, and that was when he heard Eugene's voice. Did you have a nice nap? It's no use. I've tied you up with the tendons of the wyvern, so it won't budge. Ugh. Oleg struggled for a short while before scowling. Eugene spoke softly. Why are you throwing a tantrum? You should be grateful that I allowed you to live. Don't you think so, Sir Oleg? That's... Thank you. The Lord. He will pay the ransom. Oleg responded obediently. Eugene was slightly surprised by the knight's reaction. It's true. According to the words of two soldiers from the Biogalan barony and the mercenary captain, Oleg was a very simple, ignorant, and naive knight. He was a knight who knew nothing except fighting and loyalty to his lord. As such, Eugene suspected that his sudden attack was related to Baron Biogalan. It wouldn't make sense for a simple, stupid knight to travel all the way here to attack Eugene without his lord's orders. By the way, sir. Why did you attack me earlier? Oleg remained silent. Eugene confirmed his theories based on Oleg's reaction. He continued with a shrug. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to answer me. But Baron Biogalan will be in a lot of trouble because of this. Oleg's eyes filled with shock. Eugene continued with a regretful expression. Think about it. I came to subjugate the ruin at the request of Lord Biogalan, but one of his knights attacked me. What do you think will happen if this became known publicly? What do you think will happen to Lord Biogalan's honor and reputation? It will be tarnished beyond recovery. all the nobles of the peninsula will hold him in contempt. Definitely. Galfredik sneakily chimed in. I. Oleg's face started to turn red. It doesn't really matter to me, since I've already completed the subjugation. Whatever happens to the honor of you, sir, and Lord Bjorgallen are of no concern to. You insulted the Lord first. You trampled on his honor. I was ordered to punish you. I did. Yes. Oleg's voice rang loudly, and everyone's gaze shifted toward the three men. Eugene deliberately raised his voice as if he wanted everyone to hear his words. So, in other words, sir, I insulted Lord Bjorgallen and he sent you here to punish me. Right. Are you certain? Baron Bjorgallen sent you, sir, here to punish me. That's what I'm telling you. Eugene shrugged before turning around. His own troops, as well as the mercenaries hired by Oleg, were staring his way with shocked expressions. Galfredik, this should be enough witnesses, right? More than enough. Now then, let's go back, you bastards. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Baron Bjorgallen had a stiff, deathly pale expression as he remained silent. He could only repeatedly open and close his mouth as all kinds of emotions swirled inside his head, including shock, regret, and fear. Why are you so surprised? Is it because I came back alive? What are you? I know everything. K know everything. What are you talking about? Baron Bjorgallen stuttered a response while sweating profusely, and Eugene continued after turning his eyes to Oleg. The muscular knight was stealing glances at the two with his entire figure bound. You ordered Sir Oleg to attack me, right? Don't try to play dumb. Sir Oleg testified in the presence of those men over there. What do you mean by that? I never gave such an order. What would those lowly men know? Bjorgallen roared with a red face. The guilty were always the ones that expressed their anger. It was truly a typical behavior. Ah, is that so? Then Sir Oleg did everything on his own accord. He left the castle, recruited mercenaries, and then came to the ruin to attack me less than a day after I departed, without the orders of his lord. That. Baron Bjorgallen started to stutter out another excuse, but Eugene interjected immediately. Then would it be fine with you if I publicized the matter through the Palin Association after I return? What? And I will ensure this matter becomes known to the nobles I am acquainted with. In nobles you are acquainted with. Lord Fairkild, the Viscount of Fairkild. He wanted to have me sworn in. Ah, and there's someone else as well. Eugene took out the letter of recommendation from his pocket and waved it while continuing. I will soon be meeting with Lord Fairkild's father-in-law, Lord Winslan. I will make sure to inform him of this matter as well. Baron Bjorgallen's face turned deathly pale from a shade of red. Lords like him were most conscious and afraid of the reputation he had among nobles with titles. He could endure a bad reputation with the Palin Association, but it was different with Count Winslan, who was one of the most prestigious nobles in the kingdom. What would happen if Count Winslan were to create an issue for him from the incident? Then it's all over. Baron Bjorgallen felt dizzy, and Eugene's cold voice once again pierced his ears. Will you still claim that Sir Oleg acted on his own accord because I insulted you and tarnished your honor, Lord Bjorgallen? There was nothing Baron Bjorgallen could say. However, he couldn't resolve the issue by force either. Aside from completely dominating Oleg, who was the strongest knight in the territory, Eugene was the first knight who succeeded in hunting a wyvern. Moreover, how could he possibly deal with the other mean-looking knight and the nearly 40 elite troops beside him? I will ask you once more. Why did you do something like this? If you tell me the truth, I am willing to take that into consideration. To tell you the truth, Baron Bjorgallen was left with no other choice. He began to explain the contents of the letter he received while constantly wiping away his sweat. And I apologize. I was blinded by gold coins and almost committed a crime against a brave, honorable knight like yourself. However, please know that I never would have done such a thing if I had not received their proposal, Sir Eugene. The best way to cover one's mistakes was to pass the blame on to others. In that sense, Baron Bjorgalen's attempt was partially successful. Jevin Evergrove. Well, I will have to deal with him later. Eugene frowned after hearing Baron Bjorgalen's story. He raised his head. Even so, the fact that you attempted to kill me in a dishonorable way remains unchanged, Lord Bjorgalen. So I would like to offer you a proposal. If you agree, I will forget about the matter. And what would that be? Baron Bjorgalen quickly changed his expression and asked, having forgotten his dignity as a lord. By chance, I came to occupy a couple of villages outside the Bjorgalen barony. I only exercised chivalry as a knight, but the residents of the villages wanted me to take me as their master, perhaps due to the situation in the nearby areas. I could not help but accept their request. So, please draft a document recognizing me as the lord of the villages. While you are at it, I would appreciate it even more if you could have the nearby nobles sign the certificate as well. Of course. I will do that. Baron Bjorgalen agreed without hesitation. It wasn't his territory anyway, and he also couldn't occupy the villages. If today's incident could be forgotten by recognizing Eugene as the lord of those villages, there was nothing for him to lose. I will write you a certificate right away. I will have the nearby nobles recognize and sign it as well. I am certain all of my close associates will be more than happy to join in. But you must keep your promise. Don't worry about that. Eugene was quite satisfied. He had planned ahead after hearing the truth from Oleg, and he had succeeded. The disappointment he felt from failing to obtain a red mana stone was reduced to an extent. He failed to abide by his philosophy of not forgiving those who attempted to hurt him, but it wasn't as if he could simply punish a lord with a title. Instead, his path to becoming a lord was solidified through the incident, so it could be considered a win. Wait. A thought came to Eugene's head, and he continued. And one more thing. Is there something else? We suffered quite a lot of damage when Sir Oleg and the mercenaries suddenly attacked us. Don't you think it's only fair to provide us with ransom and compensation for the damage? No one had even suffered a minor injury from the attack, let alone any damage, but Eugene shamelessly declared it otherwise. Naturally, he didn't forget to glare at Oleg's hired mercenaries while speaking his demand. Well, how much? Instead of half, please give me 80% of the materials and mana stones obtained from the subjugation. Eugene left Baron Bjorgalen's castle after receiving everything he was due, including a certificate to prove his lordship. Baron Bjorgalen promised to send another document with the seals of the nearby nobles within 15 days to a branch of the Palin Association. According to Baron Bjorgalen, it wasn't that difficult since his family shared close relationships with many nobles as a family with a long history in the region. What is this? Monster byproducts. Wonderful 1, Turnip 2, Thunderous 3, Fabulous 4. There's so much that I can't possibly count them all. I'm rich now. Rich. Ki-eek. The spirit of desire shouted with excitement and joy, attempting to comprehend the number of materials gained using a strange system of counting. Eugene felt satisfied as well. Although he would have to share the loot with the Palin Association, he would still earn a great sum of money. It was equivalent to what he could earn from participating in 5 or 6 regular subjugations. It was all thanks to the mana stone and the materials gained from the wyvern, a high-ranking monster. The materials gained from the wyvern are so precious. Of course. Although a few roamers have been killed in the past, there's no record of a wyvern being killed in an evil land. By the way, since you promised to give me a part of the inner skin of the wings and the tail. Romrai answered Eugene's question. She had been grinning non-stop while stealing glances at the wyvern's byproducts, which had been separately loaded into the carriage. Well, even though you did not contribute very much, a promise is a promise. You can have it. Thank you. Although I might not have been of much help this time, I promise I will do my best in the future. Rai was greatly moved. The materials gained from a high-ranking monster were precious enough for any wizards to drool over. A wyvern's materials were even more rare and special, and Rai had been wanting to obtain them at any cost for her goal of producing chimeras. Killing the wyvern was only natural. But I didn't expect you to become a lord through the subjugation. This is quite ridiculous. Master, was this your intent all along? Of course not. Things just turned out this way. Well, it's not bad though. Eugene shrugged in response. Galfredic burst into laughter. Phew-ha. Not bad. I wouldn't have believed it if I had not seen it with my own eyes. Any knight would be shocked to death if they heard the story, both free and territorial knights alike. Is that so? Kukaka. Galfredic could not hold his laughter after seeing Eugene's calm attitude. His master had saved him and provided him with a new life. And now, his master was about to become a lord. He knew it was within the realm of possibility when they first met, but he never imagined that it would come true in just a few months. Hee. I'm sure more fun and interesting things are waiting for us down the road, right? I'm really looking forward to this. I thought you wanted to succeed and advance in your life. This is what success is. I'm still young, so why would I want to trap myself as a territorial knight and fatten myself with riches? A real knight should chase honor in battles. I see. Now that you mention it, how old are you? Huh. Did I never mention it before? I'm 24. That's obviously a lie. Rai expressed her shock and disbelief from the side. Galfredic frowned in response. Miss Rai. What's with that reaction? I apologize. I thought you were at least 34. What? What about me that looks over 30? Everything. Everything from your head to your toes. You clearly don't have an eye for men. Well, it makes sense that you don't have any experience with men with that figure. Even my grandma didn't look bad. Cup. Luke hurriedly covered his mouth and suppressed a laugh while turning away. Simultaneously, Rai's face turned beet red. Are you comparing your grandmother and... My grandmother was strict, but she used to play with me. She died just before I became a knight's aide. I miss her. Galfredic turned his eyes to the sky. He had a face full of sorrow, and Rai's eyes quivered. She couldn't possibly get mad at him when he was referring to a deceased family member. Well, I guess 10 years is a long life for a dog. I remember how she used to bite me when she was young. But it stopped as she got older, probably because she lacked the energy. Dog. Are you talking about the animal? Yeah. A female dog we used to raise in the past. Her name was Tallulah. 1. What bullshit are you? Sir Eugene. Their conversation came to a halt when the scouts returned. What's going on? A group of men has occupied Roban village. Roban was a small village that Eugene had passed through on his way to the Biogalan barony. Just like Paranan and Minton, it had been liberated thanks to Eugene. It seems a bunch of nobodies has crawled in since the owner was nowhere in sight. Master, everywhere except Minton and Parana are probably in a mess. What do you think? Should we stop by and clean up the villages on our way back? We need to stop by to procure food anyways. All right. Eugene took Galfredic's advice and gave orders to the 3 squad leaders. For the next 5 days, merciless massacres took place in all the villages located between the Biogalan barony and Morfern. ****. What? Recognize a territory with the Mino River as its boundary. Is this guy out of his mind? Lord Phaedron frowned while looking over a letter delivered from Baron Biogalan. As was the case with most nobles, The Fedran family had blood ties with the Bjorgallen barony from a long time ago. Although the current situation in Karlsbaggins was rather chaotic, or rather, because the situation in the peninsula was chaotic, the nobles were more cooperative with each other. However, it was difficult to simply agree to a request to recognize land, more specifically, the area located right next to the Fedran territory, as someone else's territory. Jan Eugene. Why is he asking me this all of a sudden? Is that his illegitimate son or something? HMPH. Lord Fedran clicked his tongue before continuing to read the letter. He had the intention of politely refusing the request. But then, killed more than 200 monsters in the Filia ruins. And the Wyvern. Lord Fedran kicked off his seat with shock. He has 40 well-armed, well-organized troops and another knight under his command as well. And their number might increase in the future. What? The hands holding the letter started to tremble. There was no reason for Baron Bjorgallen to exaggerate the matter or to lie since it would become known in the future anyway. According to the contents of the letter, a knight capable of hunting a troll and a wyvern wanted to establish his territory with enough elite soldiers to burn down a small territory. That means, picking a fight while using legitimacy as an excuse, would be a horrible idea. If they happen to invade, then it will be all over. Lord Fedran instinctively stopped himself. Since he himself was a knight, he knew very well that 30 soldiers in leather armor could never rival elite soldiers. Perhaps he could stand a chance if he hired mercenaries, but he couldn't afford to keep mercenaries without knowing when the enemy would launch an attack. It would simply exhaust his finances within a month. This is quite an exceptional event. Lord Fedran felt his heart pounding as he finished the letter. The moment he laid his eyes on the last line, his face filled with an even bigger shock. What? He's most likely going to be sworn in by His Excellency Wincelan. His mind went blank for a moment. Wincelan was a noble among nobles, and his enormous territory was no different from a small kingdom. Lord Fedran quickly came to his senses and shouted while holding up a piece of parchment that was delivered to him with the letter. Ink. Bring me ink. Bring the seal as well. Quickly. It wasn't wise to invite a strong neighbor, but things were different this time around. The least he could do was to avoid offending the knight, even if he couldn't welcome him. Moreover, Baron Bjorgallen was the only lord in possession of an evil land in the vicinity, and he possessed the highest status. If the newcomer was a knight recognized by Baron Bjorgallen, then it was even more important to avoid offending him. A knight of Count Wincelan. This is not the time to stay still. Although Baron Bjorgallen had mentioned it as simply a possibility, Lord Fedran accepted it as a fact. He was in a rush. Such surprising news was better shared with as many people as possible, so he wrote similar letters before sending them to nobles close to him. The matters regarding the Filia ruins subjugation continued to proceed in a manner that Eugene had never expected. *****. Yes, sir. This is. The branch manager of Moffern was stunned speechless after witnessing 5 carriages filled to the brim with monster byproducts. However, that wasn't the only thing he was surprised by. Excuse me, sir, who are all those people? They are my new subordinates. I came across them by chance. What, is there a problem? No. Of course not. Ah, then Viren is also. They want to follow me. I see. Congratulations, sir. He was shocked out of his mind, but the branch manager quickly grasped the situation like a merchant would and bowed his head. It was a pity to lose a competent mercenary group like Viren's, but the branch manager was smart enough to realize that Eugene would bring him dozens of times more profit. By the way, I would like to return to Merin as soon as possible. I will find you a ship so that you can leave within 3 days. Thank you. Since you have more troops, it would be better to rent an entire inn for the accommodation. What do you think? And what about the cost? Eugene was obviously intending on paying for the accommodation. However, he frowned slightly as he spoke, since it would be rather unfortunate to be forced to spend such a large sum. But the branch manager misunderstood Eugene's words and actions as he quickly shook his head. "Ah, please don't worry about that. Our association will take care of it." I would be very grateful." Eugene readily accepted the offer, thinking that the branch manager of Morfern was as generous and honest as Priscilla. The two weren't as merchant-like and calculating as Eugene had thought. "This isn't the first time you've done something like this, is it?" "Just what I would expect from someone soon to become a big-shot noble. Your threats are quite natural." The branch manager hid his true thoughts with a bright smile. "Oh, please don't mention it. It's an honor for me to know an outstanding, honorable knight like Sir Eugene." Although the branch manager continued to bootlick him, Eugene was still grateful to him for paying for the accommodation. Thus, Eugene spoke softly. "I am still very grateful for your generosity. There is actually another matter that I would like your help with." The branch manager wondered how the knight was planning to leech off him further. He asked cautiously. What kind of help would that be?" "I came to manage the villages and the hamlets on the way to the Bjorgallen barony from here. This is what happened." Eugene gave a detailed account of who attacked him and how he handled them on his way to and fro the barony. The branch manager's expression gradually changed, and as soon as he saw the certificate with Baron Bjorgallen's seal, his jaw dropped open. Does that mean Sir Eugene has just become the master of 4 villages and 6 hamlets? Things just turned out that way. A parchment with the seals of the nearby lords will be arriving here shortly as well. Oh, my. Forgive me for failing to recognize such a distinguished, exalted figure. The branch manager's attitude had been polite originally. However, his attitude intensified even further after hearing Eugene's story. He continued to fawn over Eugene while running his mouth. "Please forgive me for failing to recognize an upcoming lord. Please accept my sincerest apologies, Sir Eugene. If there's anything I can do to assist you, I will do it gladly. Even though I became the master of these villages and hamlets, I don't have enough people to manage the land. I was thinking of asking the Morfern branch to have talented people manage the land." Of course. I will definitely find the right people for the position and send them over. I am truly grateful to you for giving us this chance." The branch manager's lips curled up into a huge grin. He was already grateful that the knight had crushed the association's competition by being successful in the Filia Ruins subjugation. But in addition, the knight had also conquered the road to the Bjorgallen barony and had stabilized it before eventually becoming the master of a few villages and hamlets. The roads will be safer for travel, and it will be quite profitable to hire mercenaries and collect tolls. He's truly blessed by the heavens. Then could I ask to borrow Sir Eugene's crest for our branch? I think that would be the best way to let others know that we are acting as Sir Eugene's agent when we are traveling or receiving tolls. Crest? Yes. I will give it to you before I leave. Eugene was slightly taken aback, but he responded naturally. It appeared that he would have to first think about what he wanted his crest to look like. Yes. Then I will guide you to your accommodation. We will take you to the best place in Morfern. The branch manager fawned while inwardly praising himself for thoroughly following Priscilla's request to cooperate with Eugene as much as possible. A crest? That's right. I think I need to give proof to the branch manager of Morfern and Viren. But I'm not very good when it comes to those things, so I think it would be better for you to create one for me since you are the most knowledgeable among us as a wizard. Most wizards were quite intelligent. However, Rai had been constantly scolded and rebuked ever since meeting Eugene. She could not help but be astonished after being entrusted with such an important task. Do you have any ideas? Or perhaps my expectations of you are too high. Eugene started to renege on his words. I do. Something just came into mind. Rai quickly answered before desperately thinking of ideas. Really? Usually, people think of bats when they hear about the tribe of the night. However, origins are different. Origins are definitely closer to dragons. What about dragons? Eugene showed interest in Rai's hastily devised plan, and she continued excitedly. The moment I saw you, Sir Eugene, I knew instinctively. I thought of a black and red dragon. I think it might be good to mix the two colors. Not bad. Then try making it. What? Me. I will do it. I can do it. I am a master at drawing dragons. Myrian popped out her head and shouted, but Eugene ignored her and responded to Rai. Why? You don't want to. How unfortunate. In that case, the wyvern tail and the wings. My heart races when I imagine the beautiful crest. It will be an honor for me to have the opportunity to produce such a wondrous, noble crest. If you will graciously leave it to me, I will produce something that will be to your utmost satisfaction. Good. You will need to create a flag and a ring with a seal. It should be finished by tomorrow, right? Yes. Although that would not be enough time and creating a crest had nothing to do with the works of a wizard, Rai was determined to do her best. ****. The accommodation introduced by the branch manager was excellent. However, it became impossible to rent the entire inn as originally promised. It was because there were too many people, and an unexpected event even took place. Oh. Sir Eugene. It is an honor for me to serve the first wyvern slayer like this. Gardai, one of the city's famed figures and the leader of the merchant guild, greeted Eugene with a bright smile. Kiik. Silk clothes. This human resembles a halibut, but he must be swimming in gold. Harik. Hake. The spirit of desire gasped uncontrollably after a long time. As Myrian said, Gardai's face was quite large and flat, but his clothes and accessories were luxurious, to say the least. Thank you for providing us accommodation. You don't have to mention it. Now, everyone must be tired from the long expedition. Please relax and enjoy. At Gardai's words, the servants and maids flocked to guide the troops. Some of the troops' jaws went wide agape as soon as they laid their eyes on the maids. It wasn't surprising, since all of the maids boasted a voluptuous figure. It was as if they had been picked for that very reason. However, the troops remained silent and still. They weren't willing to do anything rash while they were in Eugene's presence. They are treating us quite nicely. They worked hard as well, so it might be good to let them loose for today. Dalfredic whispered by Eugene's side. I was thinking of telling them that as well. Eugene nodded in agreement. Knights desired merit and honor, but mercenaries coveted money and women. A good, respected employer and a captain were required to appropriately satisfy their subordinates' needs. In the first place, most of Eugene's subordinates were simple, ignorant men. They lived according to their instincts, so it was better to have them relieve their desires once in a while to prevent them from having any other thoughts. Have fun and enjoy yourselves today. However, those who drink too much and cannot wake up in the morning will not receive even a single coin, so control yourselves. Yes, sir. The troops answered in one voice. Their loyalty and obedience towards Eugene had grown massively due to the recent events. Even those rough hooligans are helpless in front of him. Gardai was pleasantly surprised by how the troops reacted. Such strict, militaristic discipline could only be seen in the prestigious armies of the great nobles. He knew that most of these men were essentially robbers until not too long ago. For them to show such discipline in a short period of time was only a testament to the great abilities of their captain. Now, please, have a sit. Eugene took his seat at the head of the table. Rai had already left for the annex of the accommodation to work on the crest, and Galfredic was with the troops excitedly groping one of the maids' butt. Did he tell me to let them loose because he also wanted to have fun? That sneaky runt. Eugene was rather flabbergasted as he observed Galfredic. Gardai interrupted his thoughts with a generous smile. Please have a drink, Sir Eugene. You. Come here and serve Sir Eugene. Gardai gestured, and a young, sensuous, brown-skinned girl stepped forward while holding a bottle of wine. She continued to smile flirtatiously while pouring Eugene's drink. It was evident at first glance that she was trying her best to seduce him. This is my youngest daughter. Please feel free to indulge yourself if you so please, Sir Eugene. Gardai spoke in a subtle voice. In the past, Eugene might have considered him a madman for saying such a thing, but he now knew that it was only natural to gift one's daughter or son to a promising noble for a night. Moreover, the Carlsbaggins Peninsula was also famous for its passion and straightforwardness. Eugene shook his head. Thank you for the offer, but it's fine. I suffered a minor injury during the subjugation, so it would be best for me to relax for the time being. Ah. I see. But since you possess the blood of the elves, the injury should heal quite quickly, no? It should be fine in a day or two. That's a relief. Ha ha ha. Gardai chuckled before waving away his disappointed daughter. He continued in a subtle voice. By the way, would you perchance be interested to have a guess as to why I have invited yourself, sir, and your men to my house? I have an idea from what I've heard. The city might feel burdened by the presence of my men and myself. That's right. It can't be helped that everyone will be cautious towards a wyvern slayer. It would be impossible for the entire city to know about Eugene's deed when it had just recently happened, but the Merchant Guild leader definitely knew better than anyone else. Moreover, the number of troops under your command has increased recently. I already know about Viren. But could that knight possibly be Sir Rudrian, the one known as the Silver Flash? Almost no one knew that Rudrian was a fake knight. It was only natural, since he had a clean appearance, and he could also read and write. That's correct. He swore his loyalty to me. As expected, you are amazing, sir. Gardai expressed his admiration before lowering his voice once again. Anyways, the reason I invited you to my house, sir, is because I wanted to ensure that you would avoid any unnecessary hassle you might experience if you stayed at the inn. And in addition, the people of the city won't have to worry about her presence. Yes. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude for your consideration. Gardai bowed politely. He was glad that Eugene was reasonable, unlike some of the other knights. There's nothing to be gained if my relationship with Morfern turns sour. But it seems you already know quite a bit about me. Did you look into my background? I beg your understanding. It is uncommon for more than 40 troops to enter the city. Then you should already know that I am managing Paranan, Ronan, Minton, as well as the nearby areas, right? What? Home. You didn't know? Lord Bjorgallen wrote a certificate, and he is currently in the process of gathering seals of approval from the other nobles as well. I thought that was why the branch manager introduced me to you, the guild leader. Was I mistaken? Eugene was genuinely confused. He had naturally assumed that the guild leader was already aware of the fact. Gardai became wide-eyed and numerous thoughts flashed by his mind like lightning. The villages mentioned by the knights would be quite formidable with all of their populations combined. In addition, Eugene mentioned nearby areas. It meant that there were other villages and hamlets under his control as well. This knight is going to become a lord. Oh my! I was about to make a huge mistake. Gardai had been speaking with Eugene in a comfortable manner. He quickly unbuckled his crossed legs and apologized. Please forgive me for being discourteous, Sir Eugene. I failed to recognize someone who is set to become a lord. That's fine. You didn't know about it after all. Eugene responded indifferently. He was used to it. However, I was skilled and experienced enough to take his place as the leader of Morfern's merchant guild. He was able to infer and recognize the true thoughts and intentions of others from their facial expressions, eyes, and tone of voice. Unfortunately, it wasn't always completely accurate. That cold, chic expression. Is he telling me to get my act together, now that I know what kind of person he is? He wasn't sure how the knight managed to do so, but Eugene succeeded in a ruined subjugation that ended up in failure several times prior. In addition, he was able to get his hands on several villages in such a short period of time as well. Finally, Baron Bjorgallen had personally recognized him as a master of a few villages. There were no further validations required. If there is anything I can do to help, please let me know anytime. I am but a humble merchant, but I give you my word that I will aid you to the best of my abilities. I would appreciate that. Eugene wasn't sure why the merchant was suddenly acting like this, but he nodded for now. He previously imagined merchants to be cold-blooded, iron-skinned creatures that would do anything for money and profits, but strangely, all the merchants he encountered so far appeared to be quite generous and kind. Ha ha! I just cannot stand still after establishing such a good relationship with Sir Eugene. I am sure that he will need people capable of reading, writing, and working numbers to manage the villages. I will see what the Morfern Merchant Guild can do to help you with that. Ha 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 ha. I am glad to hear that. Apparently, both the branch of the Palin Association and the Morfern Merchant Guild were willing to help. Eugene felt a little uneasy to be so fortunate, but for now, he decided to quietly revel in his lucky encounters. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The night after the banquet. Eugene took off his armor after a long time and took a warm bath. He was currently staying in the best room of the Merchant Guild leader's mansion. Myrian was snoring away after completely indulging herself with food and drinks at the banquet. Knock, knock. Sir Eugene, I apologize for bothering you at such late hours, but there is someone who wants to see you. A servant carefully reported from outside after the knock. Someone is here to see me. I said I wouldn't be meeting with anyone. Yes. We were going to send him back, but he said you would meet with him if we relayed his words to you, sir. What did he say? He spoke of the cold, red blood of Norphorus. It was Delmondo. Eugene immediately responded to the servant. He is my distant relative. I will be meeting with him, so bring him here right away. Yes. Soon, Delmondo entered the room. He looked much cleaner than before. It has been a long time, my distant cousin. What? Yes, it has been a while, Sir Eugene. Delmondo quickly understood Eugene's intention and bowed his head while responding. He was quick-witted as a member of the tribe of the night. He will be staying here for a while. Yes, sir. Then I will be on my way. The servant bowed before leaving the room. Delmondo immediately fell to his knee and bowed his head. I, Delmondo, a lowly, foolish child of Norphorus, greet the honored, venerable origin of the... No need for that. Stand up. Yes. Although he stood up, Delmondo appeared quite scared and anxious. His posture was quite awkward, and his shoulders continued to tremble. I told you to go around the villages and the hamlets to look over them, but I don't think you did your job properly. Other than 1 or 2 places, they were occupied by crooks. I can explain. Delmondo continued diligently. In conclusion, it took a long time for Delmondo to recover from the serious injuries he suffered from Eugene, which was why he failed to complete the mission properly. So I decided that it would be better for me to come here first and wait for your noble, honorable self to report the situation instead. However, that is also my fault. I have no excuses. I see. It was understandable since the situation was unavoidable. Regardless, Delmendo kept his promise even though he would certainly be reprimanded for failing to properly complete his orders. This meant that he wasn't completely useless. "What is your specialty?" Delmendo asked cautiously. "Well, are you referring to my specialty as a member of the tribe?" "No, I am referring to things that you are better at compared to others. For example, being able to read, write, or being able to fight well." "Ah. Although I was never officially trained as a knight, I learned quite a few techniques from my father. I am capable of handling 2 or 3 mercenaries without having to exert the powers of the tribe." "I see." And Eugene nodded. It seemed that Delmendo was quite strong. "I am literate. I know all the numbers, and I am able to speak 4 languages as well since I wandered from place to place after becoming my father's child." "What? Is that true?" Eugene spoke with surprise. Delmendo hurriedly bowed his head, instinctively recognizing that this was an opportunity. "Yes. How would I dare to lie? Before becoming a member of the clan, I served in a middle-level administrative role in the Roman Empire. To be exact, I was in charge of finance and managing personnel in a city called Lano. Although it was a long time ago, I would say that I was well recognized for my work." Hoo. Eugene was quite surprised, just as Delmendo sensed. Eugene did not expect much since Delmendo did not possess many abilities as a vampire, but it appeared that he was highly talented when compared to humans. Could this be? An idea came to mind, and Eugene spoke sternly while releasing a bit of his vampire fear. "Delmendo of Northris." "Yes, O great origin." An ordinary human would have felt a slight jolt, but Delmendo felt a great, crushing pressure pressing down on him. It was as if a boulder was resting on his head. "You will work for me. If you do it properly, I will forever pardon the sins you have committed. I swear it on my honor, no, on the cold, blue blood of the Knight's tribe. I will serve you to the best of my abilities in the name of Northris." Eugene grinned while looking down at Delmendo. It seemed that he just netted himself a very competent administrator of lands, who was also acting as his fake cousin. The next day, Eugene met with the merchant guild leader, Godai, and introduced Delmendo as his younger cousin who would manage the lands on his behalf in the future. Delmendo possessed a fair appearance as a vampire, and above all else, he was an excellent speaker as a former official of the Roman Empire. Moreover, Delmendo was forced to be very humble in Eugene's presence, which Godai found quite favorable. "I cannot believe that he is so humble and charming even though he is so well educated. Just what I would expect from Sir Eugene's relative, Sir Delmendo. How can you say such a thing? That's not true at all." "What?" Godai tilted his head with confusion. He wasn't sure as to why Delmendo would deny his relationship with Eugene with a shout. "Ah." Delmendo quickly realized his mistake and hurriedly continued. "Because Sir Eugene is like a full moon that illuminates the dark night. In comparison, I can only be compared to a weak being, something lesser than even a firefly. No, rather comparing myself to Sir Eugene would be an offense. It would be blasphemy." Delmendo's words were both true and an obvious fact. There was an incomparable difference in status between an origin and a regular vampire, or perhaps it was even greater. "Ha ha! Sir Delmendo, aren't you humbling yourself too much? It is only the truth. And even though we are very distant cousins, my relationship with Sir Eugene is no different from a master and his servant. His commands are a mission, a calling that I must fulfill no matter what." Godai nodded continuously with a touched expression. He found Delmendo to be a rare talent. Not to mention his humble attitude, there was no doubt that he was a noble considering his vast knowledge about different topics. In addition, considering the conversation they shared so far, it was highly likely that Delmendo possessed excellent practical skills as well. However, such a talented figure was thoroughly subservient to Eugene, even though they were relatives. Delmendo was impressive, But Gardai was even more amazed by Eugene. Sir Galfredic serves him as well. It seems Sir Eugene is a knight with excellent ability to find and command great talents. Most knights knew only how to fight and were terrible at management and governance. As such, although they excelled at commanding soldiers on the battlefield, they were rather clumsy when it came to managing personnel to rule over the land. However, Eugene was different from the other knights. Gardai had never met a knight like Eugene, who possessed both overwhelming skills as a warrior as well as an eye for people. It would have been ideal if he had settled in our city first. This is quite unfortunate. Gardai inwardly smacked his lips while looking at the crest of Meran City on Eugene's chest. A knight like Eugene would easily rise to prominence in the current chaos swirling over the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. No, it might not be too late. Gardai put his brain to work after shaking himself out of his trance. Sir Eugene will soon be elevated in status as a lord. However, he wants to continue his contract with the Palin Association. That must mean that he is after both wealth and honor, right? In that case, Gardai quickly organized his thoughts before speaking in a subtle voice. With all due respect, Sir Eugene, may I raise a suggestion? I can guarantee that it won't affect you negatively. Rather, it could be a promising opportunity. A promising opportunity. Yes. Sir, do you have any plans on expanding your territory on the peninsula? Eugene couldn't answer immediately, since acquiring his own territory had been due to a stroke of luck in the first place. However, Gardai interpreted Eugene's silence as an invitation to continue. He gulped before continuing to explain. It would only be a single mountain. It is located about 10 kilometers away from the border of the territory that you acquired. A mountain. Is there a particular reason that I would need a mountain? The mountain contains a silver mine. Kiek. Myrian attempted to pop out of the leather pocket with an agitated scream. It appeared that the mention of possible gains stimulated her greatly. Eugene tightened the opening of the pocket in a natural way before responding. If it's a mountain with a silver mine, I am certain that it must have an owner. Are you suggesting I start a territorial war? Eugene spoke with a cold gaze. Gardai hurriedly waved his hands. Of course not. How can I say such a thing? The mountain had a legitimate master until a few years ago. It was Lord Bimos, the previous master of Paranan village. However, he passed away, and the administrator of the village, Sir Marcello, was completely occupied with trying to take care of the village. So you are suggesting that it is essentially ownerless, right? But it's unlikely that the other nobles and lords would leave a silver mine untouched. Ha ha! Lord Bimos is the son of Marquis Archivol, right? Even though he lost his power, none of the nobles would openly steal a silver mine that was bequeathed by a great noble to his youngest son. That would certainly be considered dishonorable. But from the way I see things, it appears as if that's only one of the reasons. I say that they left the mine untouched because it will be troublesome to manage, and because they will still have to give it up once someone brought peace to the peninsula. Am I wrong? Although most nobles were arrogant and prideful, most nobles were also experienced and quite intelligent from Eugene's experience. In the first place, it was very difficult for someone to surpass their siblings and become a lord unless they were smart. For example, even in the small territory of Taiwan, Camarad eventually became the lord because he was quick-witted and smarter than his brother. It was clear that the same rule applied to the lords of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Even if the tyrannical rule of the Marquis caused his own downfall, he reigned as the ruler of the peninsula for many years. It would be quite difficult for anyone to simply take the mine as their own. Anyone could deduce that the mine was more troublesome than it was worth unless they were a fool. As expected. Sir Eugene is truly outstanding. Gardai burst into admiration after hearing Eugene's answer, then continued in a quieter voice. However, there's no juicier morsel of meat to those dishonorable hooligans, right? That's why those fools, Apparently, the master of the mountain had changed 7 times in 2 years. Moreover, the now deceased, previous masters of the mountain had been bandits or mercenary captains, as well as the current master. They had coveted the hot potato known as the silver mine without considering the fact that it would surely end up in someone else's hands in the future. They were simply ignorant and stupid. I would not suggest this otherwise, but Sir Eugene already obtained the consent of the surrounding lords in regard to ruling over your territory, correct? Moreover, you've even found yourself a great administrator to rule on your behalf. That's right. That's why the thought came to me. If it's Sir Eugene, even if the silver mine is incorporated into your territory and you claimed ownership of it, it wouldn't be a problem. And if you claimed the silver mine, we could support you for its development and maintenance. Provide me with a decent military depot merchant. I will set off tomorrow. Just as I expected. Sir Eugene is truly outstanding. Godai's thick lips looked like they were about to stretch to his ears. Ki-eek. Silver. We're rich. We're going to be filthy rich. Ki-ee. The spirit of desire seemed to be overjoyed as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What do you think? Romrai asked with sparkling eyes. Keek. This is quite good for a talking raccoon. I am now certain that she chose the wrong profession. It would have been better if she became an artist instead of a wizard. Myrian could no longer complain about not getting to design the crest after seeing Romrai's design. It was truly spectacular. A black dragon with fiery red eyes was spreading its wings above a spear and a sword crossed into the shape of an X. The scene looked quite imposing and impressive. You're pretty good with your hands. If I knew nothing, then I would have thought that this was the work of an artisan. Good work. Don't mention it. Romrai smiled shyly, holding herself back from blurting out that more credit was due to her outstanding inspiration as a wizard rather than her dexterity. She felt quite proud and happy to receive proper praise and recognition for the first time. Huh. What am I even thinking about? Romrai found herself unconsciously thinking that it wouldn't be bad to enter Eugene's service. She quickly shook herself to her senses. I can't possibly keep doing things like this. It's already been more than a month since I had an opportunity to focus on my research. I've only suffered until now. As she expected, vampires were seductive and elusive. She was shocked to think that she was almost coaxed into having such thoughts. Thus, she spoke cautiously. Then, will it be okay to say that I played a part in the subjugation? About what was promised. Take what you need. Thank you. Oh, and it seems you will need to return to Meran by yourself for now. Something came up, so I will need to stay for a little longer before I can return to Meran. What? Ah, yes. She was puzzled for a moment, but Romrai quickly nodded. It appeared that she would have more time to research and experiment with her chimera. Well, then. Should I go ahead and pack my bags? Fine. I will leave you some men, so make sure to take care of the materials on the ship. Yes. Oh, by the way, do you know alchemy as well? Romrai suddenly paused amidst her excitement for her upcoming departure. Alchemy is a fundamental area of study for all wizards. In addition, it's fundamental to deal with various minerals to create chimeras. Is that so? Then you should know how to smelt as well, right? Yes. Romrai seemed hesitant to answer. She felt somewhat uneasy. That's good to hear. I might come to possess a silver mine soon. It would be better to have a wizard, right? Including the smelting. I will build a laboratory as soon as I return to Meran. Wizards have superior techniques for refining silver from raw ores compared to the dwarfs, especially since our school focuses on producing chimeras. I can proudly assure you that our technique with silver refinement is the best. Leave it to me. Romrai revealed her desires while exhaling raggedly. Eugene was rather surprised, but it was a natural reaction for her. In the first place, wizards were forced to work in the world because they could not afford their precious, expensive ingredients. Moreover, silver, along with sulfur and mercury, was considered one of the most commonly used minerals by wizards. The Blood Shadow School focused on creating chimeras and controlling monsters. Thus, silver was an indispensable material for their practice. It was impossible for Ro-Rai to control herself when she heard that her employer might own a silver mine soon. Huff, huff. Please. Please allow me to smelt silver. I will give everything for you, Sir Eugene. I won't need your everything. Anyways, I understand. Yes. Ha. Ho ho. Even the little raccoon finally came to realize the true value of silver. Look at her eyes. She won't be able to sustain herself without silver anymore. It didn't seem quite right, but it was also difficult to refute Myrian's words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That evening, Eugene sent Delmondo and Ro-Rai to their respective destinations before calling Galfredic and the 3 squad leaders. They were quite surprised to hear that Eugene would be taking Mount Nadir instead of returning to Meran. However, their eyes were soon filled with greed. They actively contributed their opinions. There is a world of difference between lords in possession of mines or evil lands and those without. I unconditionally agree with the master's words. What about you 3? Galfredic turned his fierce gaze. They weren't in a position to protest in the first place, and the 3 squad leaders had been enticed as soon as they heard about the silver mine. They answered simultaneously. Please give us your orders. You will become a lord in name and reality if you can take control of Mount Nadir's silver mine, Sir Eugene. Truthfully, I was also after the silver mine when I took control of. Hyup. Rudrian mistakenly blurted out the truth in the heat of the moment. He quickly realized his mistake and shut his mouth. However, Eugene and Galfredic would never miss it. I think you were about to tell us something interesting. You occupied Ronan village because of the silver mine. Well, that's right. To tell you the truth, it's not just me, but also all those who were defeated by Sir Eugene. All of them had Mount Nadir's silver mine in mind. I did think it was strange. Even if the situation in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula was bad, it had been strange to encounter armed groups once or twice every day. However, it made sense if it had been due to the silver mine. Lord Bimose was the only immediate descendant of Marquis Archivold who passed away. The other children of Archivold are still bickering away in other areas of the peninsula, and even the lords and the city mayors are joining in the fray. But since this area is located far away, and since everyone is wary of the city of Moffern and staying still, small fries like you were left alone to compete. Rudrian would have burst into outrage if any other knight had spoken such disdainful words to him, but Galfredic was an exception. He simply answered while scratching his head. Yes. You thought you could become a lord if you occupied a couple of villages and take Mount Nadir's silver mine. Yes. You weren't exactly wrong, I guess. Of course, you would have been dead in a few months if you did occupy the mountain, though. What do you mean by that? TSK, TSK. Galfredic clicked his tongue. Eugene was the one who answered in a cold voice. Eugene was now more or less knowledgeable about how the world worked. It belonged to one of their siblings. Do you really think that the other descendants of the Archivold family would leave the silver mine untouched? Especially when a baseless, nameless mercenary is pretending to be its owner. It wouldn't have mattered who took control of the mine in the end. If it was someone like you, they would still suffer a tragic end. Eugene was ignorant in the past, but now he knew. It would be useless to claim ownership of a territory as a lord if they didn't have the justification and the qualification to do so. Power, fame, influence, origin. Only those who fulfilled all requirements were capable of becoming mercenaries from bandits, knights from mercenaries, and finally lords from knights. This was how the world worked. Eugene rested for another day in Gardai's mansion before sending Ro-Rai back to Meren with a few of his men. Then, he left Mofern with the rest of his troops. All of the men were well fed and well rested after 3 days, and they were compensated with a good sum of silver coins after the monster byproducts were disposed of through the Mofern branch of the Palin Association. The morale of the troops was through the ceiling. Moreover, there was another addition. One of the requirements for a satisfactory evaluation of a proper army or a mercenary group was the presence of a military depot. With the addition of a military depot, the status of Eugene's group was elevated once again. Although the depot only consisted of 3 carriages and around 10 personnel, Eugene's troops were greatly satisfied, since they now had access to alcohol, proper food, and even women. Naturally, they didn't dare to drink until they were completely intoxicated because they were afraid of Eugene, but a drink of stale ale at the depot carriage after a hard day's work was enough to relieve their fatigue. In addition, the women of the depot worked during the day and sold their bodies for money at night. They played a huge role in stabilizing the minds and bodies of the rough, rugged men. Even though Eugene wasn't interested in sexual intercourse with women, he was somewhat convinced by Galfredic's explanation. It's not like we are forcing them to be here. Those women are professionals. Moreover, if we leave those bastards alone, they may force themselves onto the villagers or serfs. That can be quite problematic later on. And it's not like we can behead them every single time. I guess it is best to do as you say. I told you so. There were many advantages to being with a merchant. Of course, there were disadvantages too, but Eugene had taken a liking to the merchant introduced to him by Gardai. We will supply all items at a price 10% cheaper than the cities or large villages. Not bad. You must want something in return, right? The merchants were incredibly polite after hearing about Eugene from the Merchant Association's leader. We would be utmost grateful if we could continue to trade with Sir Eugene even if the size of your troops grows larger than it is now. I have many colleagues in Mofern, so we will be able to handle 10 times the current number of troops without any problems. Good. Let's do that. Thank you very much for your generosity. I will work hard to repay your trust. The military depot merchant couldn't hide his joy and he even paid Eugene a considerable amount of silver coins. It was only proper to show one's sincerity to the head of the army. I'm making money while taking care of the supplies as well. This is rather good. Eugene was quite satisfied at catching 2 birds with 1 stone as he continued leading the troops down the road. Carlsbaggins was an abundant region from the past. As such, the roads in the peninsula were considerably developed. However, many roads were paralyzed during the chaos after Marquis Archivold's detainment in his castle. It couldn't be helped, however, since monsters and bandits ran rampant without proper management of the roads. The volume of traffic naturally declined as a result. This was also the reason why Eugene encountered so many bandits and armed robbers during his journey to Bjorgalan Barony. But on their second journey down the same road, Eugene and his troops encountered quite a few travelers and merchants instead of armed robbers and bandits. God bless you, Sir Eugene. May God's blessing flow abundantly towards you. Thank you. I will be eradicating the monsters in this area in the near future as well, so keep that in mind. Eugene felt rather uncomfortable being blessed since blessings were no different from curses to vampires. However, he simply ignored the uneasy feeling and responded to the merchant. There will be no tolls for the time being, but you will have to pay them in the near future. Of course. It's only natural since Sir Eugene brought peace to this area. I will make sure to inform all the other merchants I know. Good. Take care. Yes, Sir Eugene. The merchants bowed their heads while shouting passionately. They were truly grateful to have avoided any casualties from the ambush of roamers thanks to Eugene and his troops. They were small-time merchants and could only offer a small sum of money to show their gratitude, but still, it was their hard-earned cash. This is quite nice, 2. A knight should always prioritize their pursuit of honor, but you can't just ignore gold and silver either. Since we have so many soldiers now, it will be good to make some money when we can. Anyways, it seems that Delmondo has tried quite hard, even though I was suspicious when I first heard about him from Master. Delmondo's efforts greatly contributed to the reason why many people were starting to use the road once more. He left Morfern 2 days earlier than Eugene and his troops to desperately spread rumors about Eugene's heroic deeds. Following the rumors, courageous and adventurous merchants hired mercenaries and put the roads to the test. Delmondo would likely continue to do the same in villages that were currently being incorporated into Eugene's territory. That was why he was given the flags and the sealed documents. He's well-spoken and has good looks. I'm sure he will do good since he used to be an official for the Roman Empire. If he has any other thoughts, I can simply cut his head off, so there's nothing to worry about. Oh. You can leave that to me. The two vampire knights continued forward while casually exchanging a conversation that would certainly send shivers down Delmondo's back if he was here. Eugene stopped by the villages under his control on his way to Mount Nadia. The villagers had already been informed of the changes by Delmondo, but they still made their way to welcome their new master with awe. Eugene flew his flags at the top of the watchtowers in villages, and at the wooden fence of the entrances in the villages that had no watchtowers. The flags were a gift from Godai, and they were on a completely different level from sloppily painted flags on ordinary fabric. Large fabrics were woven with precious embroidery threads, and the top and bottom of the cloths were lined with metal rods. The flags overflowed with dignity at first glance. I cannot believe that we have been graced with a chance to revel in your honor, sir. It is truly a great honor. The residents once again fell to the ground in awe. They were moved by Eugene's consideration and generosity. Crests were the embodiment of a noble's honor, and there was a mountain of difference between villages with a crested flag and those without. Random hooligans and thugs would be scared witless just by laying their eyes on the overwhelming crest, and they wouldn't dare to enter the village. Even though the villagers had to pay 30% of their earnings as tax, it was much preferable than having bandits and mercenaries invading and looting their village. The administrator who was here before will soon bring people from Morfern. There will be retired mercenaries posted here as well, so there will be no need to worry about the village's security. Oh, thank you. Your generosity is truly unrivaled, Sir Eugene. In the future, merchants will be passing through the village quite often. If problems arise, report them to the administrator. He will take appropriate actions. Yes, yes. In all honesty, the villagers had been worried that all of their belongings would be taken away as tax when they heard that the scary knight would soon become their new lord. However, Eugene's actions were rational, wise, and even generous. They were impressed and moved. Of course, it wasn't as if Eugene's actions were planned. Eugene never received the same high-quality education as the nobles when it came to matters with managing land and finance. As such, he simply acted based on what he saw and heard regarding management and finances at the Palin Association. Even though most nobles had business with merchants, they were scornful and full of disdain toward merchants. However, Eugene didn't care about such things at all. He favored efficiency. What reason did he have to worry about such superficial things? Eugene instructed Delmondo to manage the villages in the most efficient way possible. And as a former imperial official of a powerful, centralized state, Delmondo did not disappoint Eugene. The more I come to know you, the more I'm fascinated by you, Master. What do you mean? Eugene asked. Galfredic shrugged. Think about it. When I first met you, you didn't even know how like this. Great nobles are known to be crafty, but even they can't compare to the city merchants. But look at how the merchants are acting towards you, Master. There's nothing more to be said. Is that so? I don't really know. Eugene tilted his head. He thought he was rather lucky, not that he possessed great skills. I think Master must have been an amazing vampire in the past. You might be shocked when you get your memories back. Home. Something suddenly came to mind as Eugene listened to Galfredic's words, the people in his fleeting memories when his second tattoo was erased. Who could they be? He had no negative feelings against those mysterious figures. He wasn't scared of them either. Thus, it was highly likely that they weren't enemies. They could be members of his clan, or perhaps they were origins, just like him. And although it was mostly due to luck, Eugene could really take care of many issues unlike in the past. It felt as if such things were related to the figures as well. Well, I will find out one day. Eugene didn't think too much of it. He was more confident than before. In addition, he knew that he needed to take one step at a time to properly wade his way through the world. I think that Sir Eugene is an almighty demon king since birth. He will definitely be called a king within a year. Wally. Unfortunately, the massive desire never seemed to have any grasp on reality. Ever. With more than 40 troops on the move, Eugene arrived near Mount Nadir without encountering any monsters. While the troops and the military depot set up their camp, Eugene called for Galfredic and the squad leaders. A reconnaissance is needed. Please leave it to me, sir. I am confident that I know the geography of this area the best. Rudrian stepped up with enthusiasm. Eugene nodded. That sounds good. Take a few men and depart. If you happen to encounter the ones known as Balmung and the Hounds, don't engage and retreat right away. Please don't worry. Balmung and the Hounds was the name of the bandit group currently occupying Mount Nadir. The group was composed of about 50 men, and the boss, Balmung, was said to be from the family of one of the innumerable, lowly knights. It was said that he was originally a mercenary captain, but he murdered his employer, a noble, and stole horses and armor before running away. He then gathered other mercenaries and robbers to form his current group. The one known as Balmung is quite strong. Galfredic asked. Viren responded immediately. As an experienced mercenary of Carl's Baggins, Viren was quite knowledgeable about such things. Yes, sir. I heard that the one who previously claimed the mountain, Parfan, lost his head in less than 10 exchanges against him. And that's not because Parfan was weak. Well, I don't, Viren stuttered awkwardly. If it were anyone else, Viren would have continued excitedly about how notorious Parfan was and how his two swords had once pierced the hearts of 3 knights. However, he knew that Eugene and Galfredic used a different system of classification for the strong and weak compared to regular folks like himself. As such, it was much better to shut up in this situation. I'm only kidding. We shouldn't look down on him too much since he was able to occupy a mountain with a silver mine. I think we can afford to do so. Eugene calmly retorted. Ha! Everyone's gaze headed towards him. That mountain was left alone by the nearby lords due to various circumstances. What would have happened if even one of them gathered a few mercenaries and stormed it? Honestly, if Rudrian had a few more men, he might have been the owner of that mountain right now. I guess you aren't wrong, but Rudrian. Isn't that bastard too weak? He said he was confident. Anyways, in the end, a bunch of nobodies fought each other and the lucky one remained until the end. Whether it's Balmung or Parfan, they both sound weaker than even Rudrian. Q ha 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 ha. Galfredic laughed uproariously. Judging by how their lips were wriggling, it appeared that even Partik and Viren were having a hard time holding back their laughter. He. Master's words are probably right. How about we decide whether to storm the mountain as soon as Rudrian returns? Let's do so. However, Eugene's plans went sideways from the start. Rudrian and his 4 subordinates did not return even as the sun started to set. Fuck. Maybe he ran off. before he became blinded by the silver mine and defected. Galfredic's words had their merit. It wasn't just a simple village, but a silver mine. It was definitely worth risking one's life for. I'm sure that's a possibility. Well, if he wants to die, then sure. But I don't think that he is so foolish. I agree. It wasn't as if he was putting up a decent fight against you, sir. He was completely dominated. I'm certain that he's not stupid to that extent. Partik also shared his opinion. He was quite good at gauging people. Galfredic spoke with a frown. Then was he done in by Balmung? Maybe he was captured. That's what I'm thinking as well. Maybe Balmung wasn't inferior to Rudrian at all. Or it might have been because they were outnumbered. Eugene fell into thought with a frown. Either way, it appeared that Balmung and the hounds were quite capable. We should keep in mind that he could have spilled all of our plans to the enemy if he was captured. That bastard Rudrian's not a real knight, so he doesn't care about things like honor. If we consider the possibility, then we should rethink our plan to launch a raid at night. Right. That sounds like... Eugene suddenly stopped and raised his head. A cold smile was caught around his lips. There won't be a need for that. 3 people responded inquisitively. Eugene continued while pointing his finger at the sky. It doesn't seem like the moon will rise tonight. The others raised their heads at the same time, then came to a realization. It was no wonder. It had been darker than usual, which wasn't due to the sun setting, but rather the dark clouds looming from the far sky. At that moment, rumble. Thunder could be heard from afar. Soon, raindrops began to fall from the darkness. Sir Eugene. This is even more troublesome. It seems that we have entered the rainy season. The astrologer did say that I would return with heavier shoulders after this trip. Viren's complexion darkened. Climbing a mountain full of traps and pitfalls on a rainy night was akin to suicide. Not at all. What? We will wait for another 30 minutes. If they do not return, we will set out. Galfredic, get ready. He. Got it, Galfredic answered as if he had been expecting Eugene's response. Viren's confusion only grew deeper. Were they actually planning to climb the mountain amidst the heavy rain? There won't be a need for all of you to follow. What? Viren was even more surprised. You all know that I inherited the blood of an elf, right? I will give a signal, so come then. Well, Viren knew that Eugene would have good night vision thanks to his elven heritage, but what kind of signal was he talking about? As you wish, sir. Yes. We will follow your orders, Partik answered before looking sideways at Viren, and Viren nodded quickly as well. However, his expression was still filled with concern and confusion. Then get going. Make sure to dig trenches and be vigilant as well. Yes, sir. Viren and Partik left Eugene's tent after saluting. Partik, can we really just do as we're told? Just the 2 of them. It might rain all night, but they are going to climb the steep mountain and attack the bandits with just the 2 of them. TSK. You still don't get it, do you? Don't bother thinking about it. What do you mean by that? If Sir Eugene says there's a way, then it means there's a way. We just need to do as we're told. Even so. Viren. Do you know what Sir Eugene's biggest strength is? That he's crazy strong. Or that he's generous. That he's handsome like a theater actor. As expected, you don't know. Then what is it? Viren asked with frustration. Partik replied with a smile. Sir Eugene's biggest strength is that he will ask questions if there's anything he doesn't know, even to his subordinates. Come on, don't you get it? I'm telling you that he's acting like that because he already has the answer. If he didn't know or wasn't certain, he would have asked you or me. Viren exclaimed as he recalled his experiences with Eugene thus far. It was certainly true when he thought back. The knight he decided to serve always asked him many questions, from the moment they first met. I heard this area is dangerous. Is it enough for me to worry about? Tolls. Is there anything wrong with not paying? As expected, right. And all the subjects involved in Eugene's question were either utterly smashed or were killed. Viren made up his mind. If Eugene made a decision without asking him a question, he would shut up and follow it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rudrian and the rest of the scouts did not return even after 30 minutes. The rain continued to intensify without showing signs of stopping. Eugene and Galfredic climbed onto their saddles. Luke, Lavin. Keep the campsite safe. As you wish, Master. As the Master wishes. Please leave it to me, sir. Although they were somewhat disappointed to be given the guard duty, the two bowed their heads. Lavin and Luke were similar in age as well, so they had good chemistry. Let's go. The troops were dressed in dark outerwear as they quickly followed behind Eugene and Galfredic. After walking 30 minutes along the muddy road, the group arrived at the entrance of Mount Nadir. Quawara. Heavy rainfall was being washed down the mountain in the form of many small and large streams, and the soldiers had dark, frustrated expressions as they laid their eyes on the mountain. They couldn't get a grasp on where to start climbing due to the darkness. You guys wait here. If there's no signal, climb up after the rain stops. I guess they really are planning to climb up by themselves. Wow. They truly are amazing knights. The troops began whispering with surprise. Eugene and Galfredic started climbing the foot of the mountain after slinging their crossbows over their backs. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Flora. The intensifying rain would surely disturb anyone's line of view. However, a vampire's eyesight easily penetrated the rain and located a clear path that was often used by humans or beasts to climb the mountain. Whoa. My dear lord. My good sir, that way shouldn't he do? Myrian spoke arrogantly while pointing in a certain direction. She seemed a little chubbier, though Eugene wasn't sure if it was because she always indulged herself with food and sleep, or because of the heavy rain. That way will lead to a valley where thirst water flows originally. I dare say that I would give my opinion on this particular matter. Aim. You will need to head towards the boulder on the left to reach the path used by humans. He wondered why she was speaking like this again, but Myrian was the spirit of water, so he decided to accept her suggestion. Galfredic, this way. Got it. Galfredic quickly followed behind Eugene while inwardly admiring his own strength and stamina. Being reborn as a vampire had truly left its mark on him. Even the pitch-black darkness and heavy rain posed no problem for vampires. Rather, he was invigorated after liberating his abilities as a vampire during the night. Now I understand why he wanted to climb with just the two of us. Huh. Regardless of whether Rudrian had been captured or had betrayed them, they needed to assume that Balmung and the hounds were aware of their existence. Eugene's group was composed of 2 knights armed in plate armor and dozens of veteran mercenaries. As such, the enemy would definitely be in a tense state and should be preparing themselves for a potential attack. However, there was no need to prepare or be nervous on a day like today. No one in their right mind would think that the enemy would attack during a dark night filled with heavy rain. The enemy wouldn't climb a mountain in this weather unless they were suicidal. However, such presumptions were only true for regular human beings. Common sense didn't apply to vampires. Is fortune really with us? Galfredic smiled, recalling Eugene's habitual response. Luck was a skill in itself as well. For a knight, luck was no different from receiving God's grace. One of the most important factors that separated ordinary knights from distinguished, world-renowned knights was luck. A vampire loved by God. How humorous. Perhaps his master was a prodigious, unparalleled being. But regardless, Galfredic continued grinning because he found the whole thing extremely enjoyable. Galfredic. I think I found them. Eugene suddenly stopped and crouched low before whispering. You see something? I can't see Jack. Not seeing, sensing. Over there, on that peak. It's faint, but I can sense heat and the smell of humans. Ha. You're right. Galfredic was surprised that he could clearly sense heat signatures, although he was unsure about the smell. I can't believe this works. You'll do better if you focus. Anyways, suppress them without killing them. Leave it to me, master. Galfredic revealed his fangs and stepped forward with a rondel dagger in his mouth. He gracefully climbed the steep slope by grabbing onto various branches without making any noise. His movements were reminiscent of a feline predator. Although any sounds would be muffled by the rain, Galfredic did not let his guard down as he finished climbing and grabbed the dagger from his mouth. The stench of blood suddenly thickened 1 minute after he disappeared, and Eugene climbed up without delay. Eugene conquered the slope much quicker than Galfredic, then entered a small tent that was leaking light. 3 figures were lying on the floor, bleeding from their throats and chest. The only survivor was profusely bleeding from his mouth, and his eyes widened as soon as he saw Eugene. He tried to scream, so I cut off his tongue. What? Then, he won't be able to answer even if we interrogate him. Eugene answered with a frown. Galfredic remained calm. There is no need for us to listen to what he says anyway. He will simply nod if it's right, and shake his head if it's wrong. And what if he's even a second late? Then, he will end up like those 3 on the floor. Oi, what do you think? The bandit nodded frantically. His hand covered his mouth to stop the bleeding. See. I was right. Eugene agreed silently. Although he had already absorbed Galfredic's combat skills and experiences, it appeared that he still had more to learn. *****. TSK. I had been curious, but he really did get captured. That bastard Rudrian is so weak. He must have been outnumbered or fell into a trap. Am I right? The bandit once again nodded. His complexion was pale as it had been 5 minutes since he started bleeding out. It was clear that there was no hope of survival for him unless he was treated immediately. However, Eugene had no intention of showing grace to men who dared to attack and capture his subordinates. SHHK. Cup. The bandit died instantly after having his throat pierced with a dagger. Should we head right away? Yeah. Oh, by the way, you never had tasted a human's blood, right? Take your chance now. Now that you mentioned it, you're right. He. Galfredic's crimson eyes sparkled as he raised the corpse of the bandit. He was able to control his thirst at will. Gulp, gulp. Galfredic tossed the body aside after fully indulging himself with the blood flowing from the bandit's throat. KUGH. There's not a huge difference between human blood and monster blood. It didn't taste very good either, probably because he was just trash. Galfredic sounded like an actual vampire. Eugene could sense that Galfredic had recovered fully from the meal. Is it because he is my vassal? How strange. Since there are about 30 of them, should we go in together? No. I'll be heading in first. You take care of any stragglers or escapees. I see. Galfredic immediately accepted it after realizing something. He initially assumed that he would fight as a human since he was a human until not long ago. I see. It's just us, so this won't be a battle of knights. Exactly. The rain showed little sign of stopping. Eugene turned his head. He growled lowly while staring at the top of the mountain, which conveyed to him the vitality and blood of numerous bandits. Is a battle of vampires. The eyes of the 2 vampire knights flashed with killing intent. For the first time in a long while, they were about to rampage freely. Kuff. Be boss. Let's run away. You crazy bastards. Where can we even go in this weather? Balmung shouted furiously after hearing the desperate pleas of his subordinates. The heavy downpour and the darkness of the night discriminated against no one. Furthermore, it was much more dangerous to climb down a mountain compared to climbing up. A single misstep would lead to a fall, resulting in broken bones at the least. In addition, suffering such injuries in a rainy mountain could easily lead to death. Kayua. Kiwu. Once again, roars and screams pierced through the darkness. Hayek. Dear God. I repent for all the sins I have committed thus far. I swear I will pray every day from now on and donate as much as I can. Please show us mercy. Some of the bandits even started repenting amidst the panic and chaos. The roars and screams coming from outside were truly terrifying. Fuck. What is it? See, could it be an ogre? You fucking crazy bastard. Don't say such accursed things. There are no ogres on this mountain. The group of bandits, known as the Hounds, were in a state of panic and fear. Although they committed murders and robberies like nothing, they valued their own lives above everything else. Moreover, even though the bandits were experienced and skilled, the invader seemed to be an unidentified monster. It only served to intensify their fear. Get your shit together, you bastards. It's just a monster. Balmung roared while holding 2 battle axes in his hands. He had already killed 2 knights with his beloved weapons, so surely he could overcome a monster. Moreover, Balmung was equipped with chainmail. The bandits finally regained some sense after hearing the shouts of their leader. They were currently hiding inside the mine entrance, and most mines had narrow entrances to prepare for attacks by wild beasts and monsters. Thus, it would be hard for larger monsters to enter, and even if they were able to enter, their movements would be restricted by the narrow space. We don't know what kind of a monster we are facing, but it won't be able to rampage freely in this narrow terrain. Get into formation. Lot. Final. Get your shields and get to the front. Why yes. Immediately afterward, 2 bandits took their place at the front while holding 2 large wooden shields. The rest of the bandits flocked behind the 2 with their spears. This was a basic formation used to confront wild beasts or intermediate rank monsters. The bandits felt somewhat reassured. They regained their courage after taking their place. As expected, humans were stronger and more stable when they were united. Boom! The tightly locked, thick wooden door rattled explosively. The bandits held their breaths as they quietly stared at the entrance. Only the sound of water dripping from the ceiling could be heard amidst the darkness. The mine entrance was engulfed in an eerie silence. Is it gone? Water. Boom. The wooden door was shattered apart with an ear-shattering explosion. Whoosh. A figure entered through the broken door as the sound of heavy rain penetrated into the mine. It was a person with red eyes. The bandits were greatly shocked when they saw that their opponent looked like a proper knight in armor. So this is where all you rats have been hiding. The bandits didn't manage to feel either relief or surprise before the knight started to slowly walk forward with a short sword and a rondel dagger in hand. Kill him. Balmung shouted immediately. As soon as he recognized that the intruder was a knight instead of a monster, he regained his confidence. There was a stark difference between an unidentified enemy and an exposed one. Moreover, Balmung and the Hounds had assumed all this while that they were up against a large monster. But instead, they were greeted with a single man holding a sword. It was only natural for them to feel relieved and courageous, regardless of whether the enemy was a knight or not. However, the bandits would have realized that something was very strange if they paid attention to details. No human could climb up this rugged mountain in such rough weather. The bandits all had this thought. Thus, they assumed that the intruder was a monster. But it was clear that the knight had done the impossible. As such, they committed a fatal mistake by judging their enemy based on his appearance. Awara. Some of the bandits broke formation and charged towards Eugene. These actions were a result of careless relief that they were against a fellow human, and that the intruder was alone. However, the price of such a foolish charge was disastrous. The charging bandits suddenly stopped. The torches on the wall snuffed out one by one. Just like magic, the torches extinguished in sequence as the knight walked forward, and the accompanying darkness gradually pushed inward. What the fuck? As soon as Balmung roared with confusion, the final torch was snuffed out. Someone get some light. Fuck. I can't see anything. None of the bandits had bothered to bring any torches, since they had no reason to believe that they would ever be plunged into darkness. Someone hurriedly attempted to kindle a light with flint, but not even sparks could be seen to accompany the increasingly desperate clamor. There was no way to light a flame when the instrument used was wet. Kawawa. The bandits froze in place after hearing a growl. It wasn't a sound that could be produced by humans. At that moment, a pair of small, red balls of fire appeared in the suffocating darkness. The red orbs of fire rushed toward the bandits in the blink of an eye. Hayek. Thwack. Crack. Kravarik. Ka. Kawawawawa. Only the terrifying roars of a monster and harrowing screams could be heard in the darkness. Wa. Wawara. As the sounds grew louder and closer, the frightened bandits started swinging their weapons in a frenzy. However, they only managed to hit their allies in the darkness, and the other bandits screamed like wild boars before retaliating with their own weapons. Warg. Huag. Stop. It's Kugh. Chaos ensued as the bandits started cutting and stabbing each other. The screams of the bandits and the inhuman growls of the monster filled the entrance to the mine, seemingly turning this narrow space into a hell down on earth. Huag. Huick. Once he had finally become somewhat accustomed to the darkness, Balmung swung his battle axe towards a shadowy figure approaching him from afar. Thuck. The shadowy figure fell with a grotesque sound. Hugh. Hugh. Balmung breathed heavily while slowly retreating. His eyes were fixated straight ahead. He couldn't sense any movement, but he wasn't sure if everyone was already dead. Perhaps both the intruder and his men had died. Hugh, fuck. Getting sworn in or whatnot, I don't care anymore. I have to get out of here before the sun. Getting sworn in. A quiet voice whispered from behind his back. As an experienced, skilled bandit, Balmung instinctively swirled his body and swung his weapon at an angle, even amidst terror and shock. Boom. Balmung collapsed to the floor after an intense impact was delivered to his neck, dropping his weapons as well. Are you not going to kill him? Myrian asked as she returned and plopped down on Eugene's shoulder after having completed her task of snuffing out all the lights. He said something interesting. Being sworn in. It seems that there's something more than what meets the eye here. Indeed, it would be strange if things were this easy to handle, especially when Eugene was dealing with a silver mine whose owner had changed hands several times. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two women maintained an awkward silence while sitting across from each other. Although they were aware of each other's presence and were somewhat acquainted, it was the first time that they were sitting down like this. The awkward atmosphere was inevitable. Priscilla was the first to break the silence. So, why have you come instead, Master Wizard? I was told to do so by Sir Eugene. I am curious as to the reason. He said that he may soon come to possess a silver mine. A silver mine. Priscilla expressed her shock, and Romrai nodded in response. The bags under the wizard's eyes appeared darker than usual. Yes. The story is quite complicated and will take a long time to recount, but I am quite certain that Sir Eugene will soon own a silver mine. He asked me to go on ahead while he wrapped things up back there. How is that possible? Priscilla found it quite ridiculous that only the wizard had returned from the subjugation, but what was this talk about a silver mine? However, Priscilla was the vice executive of the Palin Association's main office. She could immediately sense possible profits, so she asked carefully. I apologize, but can I ask you to tell me more about this in detail? Oh, so. Ro-Rai recounted the events that transpired on the Carlsbagens Peninsula as concisely as possible. She wanted to rest as soon as possible after having just barely survived the seasickness. This is insane. Sir Eugene is truly insane. Priscilla could not hide her astonishment after hearing Ro-Rai's story. So you are saying that Sir Eugene could become a lord on the Carlsbagens Peninsula? I'm not saying that he could. It's already a certainty. The Baron of the Filia Ruins has already certified it, and the other nobles in the region will also be signing as well. Ah. Priscilla's shoulders quivered ever so slightly. She had expected Eugene to grow, but she never imagined that he would grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. Wait. Doesn't that mean that the next subjugation could be his last? A lord would not bother to personally participate in subjugations anymore. Moreover, a silver mine was enough to take care of anyone's financial issues. Thus, why would Eugene further involve himself in such a complicated expedition like a subjugation? This is a difficult situation. Although she benefited from Eugene, Priscilla had barely evened out the amount she initially invested in him. It was rather difficult for her to be satisfied with the turn of events. She was confused and worried. But then Ro-Rai spoke in a weak voice. Then, can you check the goods that I brought? I have some things to take care of. Ah. Oh, of course. You must be quite busy. Yes. Oh, and this as well. Ro-Rai pulled out a large, heavy leather pouch from her robe. These are the mana stones we collected. There's quite a lot. It's a little over 200. There are intermediate ranked ones as well as a high ranked one. Yes. Intermediate and high. What? High ranked. Does that mean? Yes. We killed the wyvern. Phew. Priscilla appeared to be even more shocked compared to when she heard the news of Eugene potentially becoming a lord. She jumped out of her seat with a gasp. Ro-Rai asked curiously. Is this something to be that surprised about? His objective was to kill the wyvern in the first place. What? Ah, why yes, of course. Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Priscilla sat down while laughing awkwardly. However, her heart was pounding non-stop. A wyvern. A wyvern. She was happy to obtain a high-ranked mana stone, but she was even more overjoyed at the prospect of obtaining materials from a wyvern. Materials obtained from other high-ranked monsters boasted tremendous worth, but materials gained from a wyvern were worth even more. The seller could literally name any price. In the first place, the value of a wyvern's materials was unknown because a wyvern had never been killed in an evil land. The value of being first was tremendous. An auction. If I put it on auction, I will be able to sell it for an enormous sum. All sorts of prosperous figures and nobles would flock to them if they heard the rumors. In addition, the reputation of the Palin Association would obviously soar from then on. Ensnaring Eugene has been the best decision I made in my life thus far. Priscilla indulged in her joy, but then she suddenly hesitated. There's only one subjugation left, and besides. What do I do with this? Should I let him know now? She wouldn't have hesitated if Eugene had come here personally, but she was currently facing Ro-Rai instead. Although Ro-Rai was a rare wizard and could be considered Eugene's left-hand woman, Priscilla was still hesitant to decide. She had a hunch that Eugene would not return and would forever escape her grasp if she delivered the news. There's no helping it. If Sir Eugene establishes his own territory in the Carlsbagens Peninsula, he will still be PMITV Audiobook trading in Morfern. The least I can do is support Morfern's branch. Can I go now? I really am quite busy. Rai stood up, forcibly enduring the queasiness. At this moment, Priscilla reacted. She decided not to approach the matter as a merchant contracted with Eugene, but as the successor to the Palin Association. She came to a decision with tears in her eyes. Master Wizard, please wait a minute. Yes. This is for Sir Eugene. Priscilla unlocked her desk drawer with a key, then held out an object for Rai. Ah, and what could this be? Rai felt anxious upon seeing the high-quality envelope and the majestic, lion-shaped seal placed on the letter. Perhaps it was the intuition of a wizard, but she felt rather worried and anxious while staring at it. This is a letter from Count Winslan. The courier was rather disappointed about Sir Eugene's absence. It would be better to deliver this to Sir Eugene as quickly as possible. So, are you telling me to deliver this to Sir Eugene? Yes. Right now. I have to go on a boat again. If possible, or rather, it would be best to deliver it as soon as possible. I can have a ship prepared for you right away. I don't think there's a need to be in such a hurry. I think taking a few days off to rest might be. I do not mind, since I've already given you the letter, but considering Sir Eugene's personality, it's really nice to be on a boat so often. I can't even differentiate the cabin from my own room anymore. I'll go as soon as possible, so please don't mention to him that I told you that I wanted to rest. Blush. Rai wretched at the thought of having to ride the boat again. What? Ah, yes. For real. A wizard's resentment is very tough and lasts for a very long. Ugh. I'll make sure to keep it a secret. I'll take your word on that, Vice Executive. No, I'll call you older sis. Yup. Yes. Rai trudged out the door while covering her mouth, and Priscilla stared at her with a strange look. As soon as the door closed, Priscilla muttered with a slight frown. I thought I was younger for sure. Did something happen to her when she was younger? Maybe she ate something that she wasn't supposed to. She looks like a sick raccoon. Or maybe she's actually sick. Priscilla never imagined that a wizard could suffer from seasickness. The vampire lord rises stronger than before, his shadow stretching farther than any mortal or monster can imagine. But this is only the beginning. New enemies stir in the dark, ancient bloodlines awaken. And Eugene's path as a true vampire lord has only just begun. If you enjoyed this chapter of his rise to power, don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment about your favorite moment. Your support helps this story continue to spread its wings across the night sky. Until the next chapter. Rest well, traveler of the dark. And remember, the night belongs to the vampire lord. Asterisk.